1v1s, and you see that player almost taken out. And you know what? Those players up there are pinging exactly, fighting with Aton. Aton about to take that one out. We're down to a 4v2, 4v3 situation. Does not work though, but actually Syndicate does get a knockback, and just as I say that, they are finished out. 4 kills.
But is able to get that support from the rest of his squad and just abuse Mazex's Solitude. Stayed in that vehicle. Totally forgot it was.
They're taking shots at everybody.
Yeah, at this point, it's just YOLO send them, be able to save them, and
To be really had. And yeah, that's one. I think that's easy confirmed for Sam just as well. So scrappy fight. It's all around everyone. 1v1s left and right. And oh, Chico gets drop shotted.
losing 1 for 4 points. That is solid. A7 though, in the fields, trying to avoid the gunshots from.
Polo goes down, forced to hop up, and that's the one for HH. HH might just spray the grass here and take down the rest of XSET.
Nerves to steal from Boring Protocol, but will it be enough? They do get the revive, but the shots are here from Ghost. Fame Boys looking to trade one back.
And we're looking at a bit of another fight breaking out here. This time B-Town hot up the victory in the last one, running into the Knights, and they are down in addition. These nades have been looking really good.
Rise is going to be able to take the fight they want to take. Find the shots. P in a 1v3. What can they do, Dave? Can they find the shots? Oh! This one. Let's take a look at Black Dragons and those two teams I just mentioned. Team Queso seems to have their eyes. We do not want to lose a player. And oh, long range. Oh my goodness!
Put out the pressure, they'll get that revive. XSET full sending again, this time into Ogilvy. J7 is not, kill switch is done, and Thurston.
Vamos, galera. A gente consegue.
Só um minuto, pessoal. Preciso fazer um negócio.
Carrilho, um minuto. Onde você tá? Onde você foi, cara? Carrilho! Carrilho tá FK? Traz aquele carro pra cá, Carrilho. O que você tá fazendo, Carrilho?
Calma aí, pessoal. Já vou. Você tem que aprimorar seu jogo para trazer o Chicken Dinner para casa.
Volta aqui.
Ser um campeão de PUBG Mobile também precisa de criatividade.
Para de ficar zoando e vamos matar esses caras.
Calma, gente. Eu já tô indo. Perfeito. Eu disse que não ia demorar. Vocês têm que acreditar. A gente conseguiu. Tá bonito, hein, Kaká? Ótimo.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, Make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push her limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Watch out!
Get it!
Watch out!
Fechou o olho, pô. Vamos tirar de novo. Agora sim.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the OnePlus 9.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans. It's almost time to bring together the world's top teams for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. This year's PMGC has a total prize pool of $6 million for teams and players, and tons of great rewards for our fans as well. PMGC will consist of 2 stages, League and Grand Finals. The League phase will last from November 30th to December 24th. During the League phase, teams from the Americas and Europe will compete in the West League, while teams from Asia and the Middle East will compete in the East League. Each league, 20 teams will compete on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for 16 slots to compete on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in that week's Super Weekend. The total Super Weekend scores over the first 3 weeks will determine which 16 teams will compete in the PMGC League Finals during the final week. The top 9 teams from the East League Finals, the top 6 teams from the West League Finals, and a special invited team will advance to the PMGC Grand Finals. The PMGC Grand Finals, which will take place on January 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, will determine the PMGC 2021 Global Champions. Who will be the next to glory? Don't miss a single minute of exciting PMGC action.
What is going on, everybody? PMGC
Day number 2, week number 1, Mustache Dave on the track with Zute and 7 on the desk. How's it going, gentlemen?
I'm doing great, Dave. Yesterday was definitely a show. Saw a lot of teams I wasn't expecting to do well. Saw a lot of good teams that I was expecting to do well to do quite the opposite, 7.
Yeah, I mean, we got some surprises. Navi, I'm looking at you. To be fair, they only played 3 matches. Also, Dave, I'm loving the energy, baby. First time working with you as a host. I'm liking it.
Hey, we on the host with the most, West Side. So we're searching for them diamonds in the rough, as Jason J. Cap on the east side would put it. East, hey, today, Bigatron, FaZe, didn't make it. But we'll get to that here very shortly. Let's check out the format, just in case you are unaware on how things work here in PMGC. We got the weekdays. We got today. We got yesterday. Top 16, that's the goal. Top 16, they make it to the Super Weekend. Zute, thoughts?
It's all about the Super Weekend. I mean, we see teams, inevitably, some teams will not make it into the Super Weekend. And there have been teams to make it into the finals missing one Super Weekend. But for those teams, it's going to get really close. It's going to get really sketchy. Definitely, you do not want to miss a single Super Weekend whatsoever. But hey, if it happens, you still got a chance to make it into that league finals. Of course, all the teams are looking to make it to the league finals, because after league finals, you got the PMGC Grand Finals. But taking a look at the point breakdown, nothing's changed. It's been the same all year round. But 7, I see something that's extremely different this time around.
You're absolutely right. Are you looking at what I'm looking at? Because I'm looking at that $6 million prize pool. My goodness, when I see that, I'm like, Sute, you know what? Let's go back. You go back to being a pro player. I'll maybe sign up to be a coach. We'll put in Dave in there as our main fragger, and we're golden. We're going to end up winning that first place. Nonetheless, these teams, if they do get first place, they're going to end up getting 15 points. And from there, we're going to go all the way down to 13 and 16, where they do end up getting an absolute total of 0 points. And if you do get a kill, that equals 1 point. And yesterday, actually, Sute, we got to see a bunch of teams take advantage of that kill point by being able to only get 1 placement points, but they were able to make up for it in kills.
Oh yeah, the placement points, the kill points, they all matter. But the kill points you have within your control, so to say, more so in your control. But let's take a look at the groups right now. So we got groups A, B, C, D, and E. Just a reminder for everyone that maybe not watched all of yesterday or are just tuning in today, certain teams have played 5 matches, some teams have played 3, and there are also some teams that have played 4 matches. So when we see the teams today, just keep that in mind. Some teams will be sitting out the last few games potentially, and some teams will definitely have extra games to try and catch up on, Dave.
Yeah, the rotating lobby definitely keeping things spicy here, and today's the last day for the first week where we will have this rotating lobby, because after today, top 16, they go to Super Weekend, only 16 teams, and those points are the important points, right? Those points are the points that secure you that spot on the overall leaderboard. So there's a lot riding on the line, and we kind of touch on it just a little bit, looking at that east side here today. Bigatron, FaZe, 2 Goliaths in the scene didn't qualify for Super Weekend number 1. I want to kind of dive deep for our side of things. West side, we got teams at the bottom. We got Navi, we got Unicorns of Love, even Ghost Gaming a little bit, you know, on the cusp. Like, any kind of thoughts on that? Surprises? Are we surprised, I guess, is the better question here, 7.
For me, not really surprised, because some of these teams, as Sute was mentioning, they have only played 3 matches to some of the other teams that have played 5 matches. If I'm going to say I'm surprised, the only team that kind of has surprised me is Buluk Chaptan. That team got a chance to play all the 5 matches yesterday. And for some reason, they ended up in last place with just a total of 7 points. Some of the other teams that I am going to be looking at, I'm going to be looking at Exit. That's another team that played all the 5 matches. They were only able to gather about 24 points. They need to be careful with those teams towards the bottom. Navi, Ghost Gaming, they've only played 3 matches. Team Kessel as well. They've only played 3 matches as well. So they're going to be looking to climb up there. And I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again today. You don't want to get to that final match and just be worrying about a team getting eliminated so you can actually make it in. You don't want to be in that situation. We saw what happened in East. You were mentioning there. If I'm not mistaken, I think they were tied in points. It came down to a tiebreaker. Yeah. You need to, if you get a kill, if you even get a knock, go for those kills. And we actually saw that yesterday, Sute, with Alucard. Towards the end of that Miramar, we saw him being able to get that knock, and he's like, you know what? I might not be able to make it here, so let me just actually confirm that kill and get the point.
Yeah, confirming the kill is super important, especially under a stressful situation. I see a lot of players mess up where they kind of just choke and try and win the fight in itself instead of just confirming that kill point. And yes, you're absolutely right. 16th and 17th place in the East had the same exact points, so it came down to a kill amount, like tiebreaker, if I'm not mistaken. So that extra kill point is definitely going to be big. And as far as FaZe and BTR goes, there's a small chance. Like Ghost Gaming, they're towards the bottom. Yes, they've only played 3 games, but if there is going to be a Titan, so to say, a big star team out of the West that might not make it, it could maybe be Ghost. I think they'll make it though. Like seeing them play yesterday, they definitely don't look in form, but they're not so bad off that I wouldn't put it past them to not make it past the top 16, Dave.
Yeah, and you guys both mentioned certain teams have more games to play here today, Na'Vi being one of those teams. But before today started, we were chatting in the back room with the casters, and we were talking about that one game on Erangel that Na'Vi had 4 up. They had the high ground. All they needed to do was pretty much defend it, in my opinion. And they crumbled, right? They fell apart. So I know Na'Vi, they have a lot of fans. They are one of the best teams here. There's no doubting that. But just looking at them yesterday, are they trying? Are they kind of falling apart? I mean, Zute used to be a pro player. You used to be in the scene and feel these nerves. Do we think it's nerves that's kind of hindering Na'Vi right now, or what can it be?
Well, here's my quick breakdown. I know there's always 2 sides to this story, but I'm a believer in Na'Vi, so I'm going to give them benefit of doubt. Game 1, of course, we saw them get camped on both bridges. Game 2, they kind of messed up on those rotations for sure. Game 3, though, yeah, they messed up when they got that circle, but I feel like they kind of fell apart because they tried to do too much, like in typical Na'Vi fashion, which to me is a good thing. Like they want to take more advantage when they get that advantage, but it just kind of fell apart. So they might have to dial it back a little bit. But looking at the weekday rankings right now, some of the teams in the top 3, I mean, I see S2G, Black Dragons, Eastern Stars, definitely teams that I would not have thought would be in the top 3. Of course, these teams did play, you know, a majority of their games already, but they're pretty much safe to make it past into that super weekend at this point, 7.
You know which one actually surprises me out of the first page? Supermassive Blaze. They've only played 3 matches. They already got a chicken dinner under their belt. Not only that, they're being able to currently get kills. With 3 matches to 4 matches in comparison to Alpha 7, that's usually known as that aggressive team, they're only 1 kill away from how many kills Alpha 7's been able to get, which is so much more impressive. And they currently have one of the best fraggers in the tournament after 1 day. They're currently averaging about 3, if I'm not mistaken. He's currently averaging about 3 kills per game, which is just absolutely insane. And then if we go down the list, Rise definitely surprised us yesterday with some of their play. Mad Bulls as well. Next Ria, we saw them hot dropping in a way with Alpha 7. We saw them do that twice. If they do play today, are they going to try to do it again? Now, this is when we get towards the second page here, and this is when it's going to get even more interesting, because these are some of the teams that I'm going to be looking at, Sute. I'm going to be looking at Footballists. As I mentioned earlier, I'm going to be looking at Exit, and the reason why I'm going to be looking at them is because they have already played 5 matches. Everybody else below them is currently averaging between 3 matches played to 4 matches played, except for Blue Chapter at the bottom with the 5 matches played. I honestly don't think Blue Chapter is going to make it to the Super Weekend, so that leaves us with 3 extra spots. Who is going to be out? Oh man, I really hope, Sue, it doesn't come down to that final game.
Baluk is definitely looking the roughest out of all of them. But hey, 1 chicken dinner, right? That's all it takes to break into top 16. 1 good game. So we might see it happen. But as for the games, we have our map order on your screen right now. Miramar, Erangel, alternating back and forth. A, B, D, E for the first. And we are having a quick switch up to A, C, D, E. And then in the last 2 games, we got the same groups, B, C, D, and E. So teams in Group A will sit out for the last 2 games. Their qualification into that top 16 will be out of their hands at the end of the day. So they'll play the first 3 today. And it's like, as you said, 7, you got to make sure while you're playing your games, you close it out because you don't want to leave it up in the air, Dave.
Yeah, and talk about leaving it up in the air. We got to talk about the OnePlus, the flagship performance, the immersive 120 Hz display, and the hyper-touch technology made for gamers. OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot at climbing up these leaderboards. Son, make sure you get it. Shout out to them. And kind of doubling back just a little bit to the overall leaderboards. Seven, you talked about it, Rise. They're on that first page. They only played 3 games, but looking at their numbers, they only really had 1 good game. They got a second place with 14 kills. After that, they fell off. But in my opinion, if you only played 3 games, you're on that first page. Today, you are big chillin', right? Like, you're big chillin'. I feel like they could do whatever they want here today and really come out with some interesting strategies to maybe prepare for the Super Weekend. Any thoughts on that, fellas?
Yeah, as you said, they're just vibing. They're going to be vibing. 3 matches played on that first page. They're actually going to be able to even get a chance to try out different stuff before the Super Weekend. Obviously, if they see themselves getting a little bit lower, getting towards that second page, then you'll see them start playing a little bit more serious. Something that I kind of wanted to mention when we saw the groups and the maps that we're going to be playing, I noticed, Sute, and we were talking about this yesterday, Navi and Alpha 7, there's out of the 5 matches that we're playing today, there's going to be only 1 match that they're not playing against each other. So on that first match, I think Navi's actually playing that first match and Alpha 7 is not. How is Navi going to take advantage of that again? Because what we saw yesterday, it was Alpha 7 getting in a lot of confrontations with Navi, especially when Navi was rotating. So this is something that I'm definitely going to keep an eye on, because with Alpha 7 in the position that they are, you would just mention it too, they're in the first page. They're kind of just chilling right now. If they can see an option to kind of stop Navi from getting to Super Weekend, if I'm that player, oh boy, I'm going to take that option. I would rather not have Navi in the Super Weekend regardless of how they're playing. How do you guys feel about that?
100%, because the one thing is, it's not just Navi is a strong team, right? I think every team would want to sit Navi out for the Super Weekend, but particularly Alpha 7, because we talked a lot about it in day 1. Their rotations are very similar. Their starting points are very similar, and Alpha 7, if they're looking comfortable to make it into that Super Weekend, why not go way out of your way to stop a team like Navi? So you have a higher chance in the Super Weekend itself to, make your own rotations without Navi in there. And to recap, if you guys missed day 1, well, in the 2 games that Alpha 7 and Navi played together, Navi got really, really poor results. I'm talking like single digits below 5 points per game. And the 1 game that Navi played that Alpha 7 wasn't in, well, that was their best game because Alpha 7 was not running into them on rotation. So this narrative is going to play out again today. And like you said, let's see what they do on the first game when they don't have to confront each other.
Got about a minute 30 to go. We do have 3 Miramar games here today and 2 Erangel games. So kind of to tack on to that point, that discussion that you two brought up, A7, Alpha, they are in 7th position, 36 points. I think they're pretty safe right now because remember the goal, top 16. That's all you really truly need to make it to that Super Weekend. So let me pose one question here. One question to end it all. Navi, you guys talked about it. I'm Alpha 7. Let me get Zute, let me get 7. Yay or nay? I'm Alpha 7 and I'm hot dropping Navi. I'm going yay. I'm doing it.
Are we talking about like right away?
I'm talking about hot dropping. Hey,
match?
Alpha 7, all matches. Alpha 7 dropping on Navi. Yay or nay? I said yay.
I'm yay. I'm for it.
2 yays. Zute?
Oh, of course, I'm for it. But will they actually do it? You know how it is.
That's another thing.
Yeah, when we're on the desk, we want all the savagery possible, right? But like the teams, the nerves, personally, I think from a analytical standpoint, and if I was a coach, I would say yes, go for it.
Yep. Take them out because they are right there on that cusp. Yesterday, they only played 3 games, but they had a challenging fight at it, and with only 12 points, they're only 1 point ahead of that 17th position. They have a lot to lose compared to teams above them. And it doesn't have to only be A7. It could be any team in the lobby with enough points to really hot drop them. But ladies and gentlemen, enough of us. Let's get into match number 1.
But we are, Dave. Welcome everyone, of course, to day 2 of the PMGC 2021 League West. Myself, Highland Wolf, joined by Necro for all 5 games today. And what 5 games have we got? Already 3 Miramar games. I'm looking straight towards Eastern Stars with their dominance in game number 2. But there's also on the other end of that spectrum of the leaderboard, Necro, some really dodgy goings on for these teams.
Exactly. Dodgy stuff definitely going on. Teams that we didn't really expect to be there, especially teams like Na'Vi and Unicorns of Love. Oh man, things are looking really shaky. And that was also the desk was talking about Bullock Chaptan. I don't know what's going on with them, honestly. They're sitting all the way in the bottom. They've played 5 games, Jake, and I don't know what's really going through their mind, because this is the time to step it up. If they're not going to be doing so, well, we know what's on the line. They're not going to be making it to the week 1 of the Super Weekend.
Oh, that they are. But look, Chaptan, I think the onus on them more so than some of these other teams that we mentioned, because they're also playing in Group A, right? They've already played 5 games yesterday. We didn't see all that much. In fact, they're in 20th position, so they have a lot to work with here. But another one of these teams who has been slightly more disappointing, Ghost as well, who coming from the #1 seed in NA, right? Qualifying through for those PMGC points. They missed it again to repeat PMPL Americas in the full season. They're coming back into the PMGC because they did so well in spring. They're able to qualify through to the PMGC with their points from there. But they haven't showed us that skill that we're looking for in amongst this lobby.
Exactly, that's for sure. The skill, as you talk about, especially when you hear the name Ghost Gaming, you expect some incredible amount of gameplay, incredible amount of game style coming out from their side. But up till now, that hasn't really been the case. But if you talk about Supermassive Blaze, right now they have clashed against Ghost Gaming and Picado. And if you talk about Supermassive Blaze, played only 3 games and they have been pretty impressive. But Fenerbahce, okay, another team that is on the shaky lines on the second half of the board. And Bullock as well. We do know each and every single game is really important for these 2 teams.
Well, actually, I feel okay with Fenerbahce, right? I mean, yes, they're, of course, not going to be super high up there, but actually, considering that they barely qualified coming through from Europe and recently only getting into the PMGC compared to other teams who had already previously secured their spot, right? You can see that the skill that comes through from them, bring down to a sliver of HP, Dolken Machine with the sniper onto Farnan, but he can't quite find those shots. Of course, you need an AWM to be able to one-shot someone, and that ain't just there quite yet.
Oh my god, that Winchester did hit him pretty hard there, Fernan. He realizes how lucky he is to be alive in that situation. That was a quick scope shot as well. Talking about Supermassive Blaze,
feel like you see the lights leaving your eyes as you go to 1 HP.
Thank God he also had a first hit on his name, so he was able to patch himself back up and make it back to safety. But Ghost Gaming, hopefully they have enough intel to work around how Supermassive Blaze have positioned themselves. They're quite split out. Keth's position is going to be really important inside this fight. If he's able to catch even one, that's going to be given a go call for the entire, or at least for the rest of the Supermassive Blaze squad, and they can feel a little bit more comfortable.
You can actually see that the positioning from Keth is quite decent compared to what actually Ghost is doing. In this situation, if Keth was actually further away, but Ghost was sticking more together or looking for that push, then yes, I think Keth would be a little bit far away from that fight. But because Keth has this information, you can see that Ghost were moving away from the fight. They're not clearly looking to engage onto Supermassive Blaze. So actually, Keth is vital in this situation to stopping Ghost on that retreat, because it can't be done by the other members of Supermassive Blaze easily without crossing into the same apartment building. And the only way to do that, of course, is going from the ground or going through that top floor, which you can already assume Ghost have that covered on those 2 different entrances. So then it becomes more complex for Supermassive Blaze to make this push. And that's why actually Ghost, albeit despite the fact they are running away, do have that slight more advantage, but the information definitely goes over to Supermassive Blaze.
Definitely does goes over that. Other team, Team Queso, had quite an interesting first day. The second day is where it really comes down to. If you talk about safety cushions, definitely the teams that are on the latter half of the board, I don't really know if I would say they have the safety cushion. Yeah, maybe teams that are on the 11th ranking, 11th, 12th, maybe they would be kind of in there. But still, they would need to have, or at least they would need to make sure that they're at least having a decent performance today.
And as well, of course, keep in mind that this first phase zone, I was just going to mention it, but bit of timing. That there's some timing indeed there, Necro. But you can see that that is a more easterly shift, considering to what we've seen in the past so far. Yes, it could. Don't want to jinx it. Could go down to Los Leones again. I hope not, for the sake of myself and my knowledge and my experience of Los Leones. If we get more something towards the north, I think that actually the positioning here of S2G footballers, they have some of these core positions around Graveyard, right? Around having the pattern on these hills, because these are the main spots that teams are going to be looking to rotate around and rotate inwards onto the center of zone from. So particularly S2G on that main center A road coming in towards that center of zone, there's a lot of onus on them to stop all of these Western teams who are going to directly make that first initial rotation in. Whereas actually, if you are one of those Western teams outside, it could also be better to go slightly wider in this situation, because you can assume that Picardo and around the center of Miramar is going to be quite packed, considering the fact that the plane path was also fairly centralized. So heading actually on those wider rotations down to the south, up towards the north, where even Nikes are going to actually play more better for these teams on the western side, even if it's slower, and you're going to come in with slightly less information.
That's for sure. But I also did like how you brought up S2G over there. And S2G, it seems like they have cracked the codes, right? They know how to stay alive in those late game situations, and they are doing it consistently. They are one of the most consistent teams right now, and they're also leading the overall rankings as well. And it makes a lot of sense. But again, I feel like they have just cracked the codes to at least for that survival game only in the league days. I do want to see how they're going to be performing in the Super Weekends, though, because I feel like how S2G is playing right now, they're using their main strategy. This is how S2G likes to use. And I feel like doing so, they're also revealing a lot of intentions or how they're going to be playing in the final days as well.
But sure, if it's working for you right now, yes, you may assume that, well, teams aren't really playing as much as they could possibly be going to their max compared to the Super Weekends. But actually, SUG, they put out fairly good performances. Of course, they took one of those games on Miramar in Game 4 yesterday, and we know they are definitely capable of holding those more difficult zones where it was that awkward Los Leones western side finish, where there wasn't really a good entrance or good path into zone. They were able to find that answer, and actually, I think the S2G on Miramar have looked slightly stronger than that on Erangel. You can see some of those favorites. We also mentioned Eastern Stars being much more comfortable on Miramar, the other team that took that second game and game number 2 yesterday and that victory. However, we don't see on top form these same teams on Erangel, and definitely with Miramar more to focus in today, you can see potentially some of these teams who love the desert just a little bit more get higher up in that leaderboard that they're hoping for.
That's what definitely we're hoping, especially teams like Eastern Stars, as you mentioned, even S2G as well. They're already feeling themselves. They're already feeling good. But two teams that have locked horns against each other is going to be Eastern Stars and Bullock. One casualty was on the side of Bullock, but seems like Bullock are pretty much out of harm's way for now. Team Queso taking a couple of shots onto themselves. It's next Ruya. Meanwhile, also trading a couple of shots. Ayala is the man who's down quite low, but it shouldn't really be that big of a deal because he does have a cover to work with.
Chaos and Isura, of course, one of these teams who, yes, has showed that dominance when they can. They've actually been one of these teams to go for more of these third parties, and I think that you can definitely see in the way that they're playing, they're trying to play slightly more towards that edge and style. But also Team Queso, another one of those teams who have been slower trying to play that edge. And as much as actually playing that edge, I think is better, considering that in the western side, it's not like the east, where teams are more all going to play for that edge style. They're going to try slow to come into zone. West is much more chaotic. West is much more, let's go into the center of zone. Let's go for these fights early on, which is a complete difference in play style. Where Team Queso, when you do find yourself matched on this rare situation on the edge, I think that actually you have this difficulty of Team Queso struggling to come in onto zone, which we also saw yesterday when they aren't going straight into this zone, when they're not playing like the other Western teams, you can see it gets a little uncomfortable for them. And certainly in their positioning, Yala is crucial in this situation. And the Yala could potentially be going down. That would be pretty much, yes, the end. You've got to think for Team Queso, because there's no information going to be given now over to the rest of these teammates who are already tanking that blue zone.
Yep, one man down, Team Queso. Yala got caught in the open. But if you talk about teams that do really like to play in the center of the zone, one of those teams is Ghost Gaming's. And We do know they always do prefer that centralized position inside any kind of zone, but the problem is Supermassive Blaze are doing a good job making sure they're not going to leave their sights anytime soon in Picado. They're still holding them off there. But for now, we have Fenerbahce Esports and Rise going head-to-head against each other. We did see Fenerbahce take a casualty on their side. They're one-man short. It's a three-man squad right now, but Team Queso also one man down again. Oh, Team Queso, they're falling apart.
They are indeed. I mean, you gotta assume that there's not much left on them. I mean, that blue zone's gonna finish them off if Next Warrior don't already. In this situation, I think Team Queso don't give Next a kill. Actually, stay back in the zone. Try to avoid them getting those first, but they have spotted those victims, and they clean up the final next 2 kills. There's only 1 more to go, and this is definitely where we say don't give the points over, because Team Queso, as we know, are also struggling. But actually saying that, a double not coming through from Anin. It does not put himself down just yet. Shows why Team Queso are still to be feared. Is Kudo in some trouble, but Anin tanking at zone. Keep in mind, he's only got Banshees. It's not a clean and easy quick heal to turn back into the peak fire.
The stalemate as well on either side finally has turned out in a fight between Ghost Gaming and Supermassive Blaze. Trades are back and forth, but again, Ghost Gaming, they do seem quite in a lot of trouble. And yes, Supermassive Blaze, they come out on top with a flawless, I would say, it was pretty much flawless. The down man should get a hand in no time. But over here, Team Queso, Lannon is definitely looking for revenge. He wants some blood on his hands for sure, because Next Ruya has made their path quite struggling. He's the only man alive, and I do imagine the burden on his shoulder right now.
It's actually something I just want to take back towards that Ghost and Supermassive Blaze fight. Is Anin surely is in a dire point where he should fall, where the North American Tianeko, we saw it yesterday, and we see it again in Ghost, very, very passive in the way that they play. They're not a region that, from my experience in this tournament so far, has been the ones to make the engage, has been the ones to make the plays. And another team that actually coming from North America that we've seen this issue come through, and actually 2, would be Xset in their positioning, running away from fights, leaving their good position that they have, but also Pittsburgh Knights, and particularly in this Miramar game we saw in Game 2, where they're letting teams fall in. And it's a tendency that actually North America have been making so far in the tournament, where they're not playing with the dominance of the position that they're currently in. And giving up these positions, is I'm hoping we're going to see a change today, is why they're not having the same results as some of the other regions like South America or Turkey when it comes to those placement points, but certainly when it comes to those kills, because they're not taking advantage of that good positioning and transferring it into those kills that we're looking for.
Exactly. Exit though, on a quick rotation, we do see Rise in the front lines. A few shots being taken onto them. Polo falls down. It's going to be quite tough to get the Rise back up on the fallen man Polo, but Mufasa as well is going to be the man who got traded instantly. Polo's kill will be confirmed, so Rise will have a little bit of smirks on their faces. But Exit as well, they did try their best to reply back. Mufasa was taken down quite low, but Exit in the end did realize they are on a man disadvantage. They can't just straight up head on inside the zone. They need to find a new way in. Rise now locking their horns against Eastern Stars. And what do we see in the kill feed? Did Lanning just kill himself?
I think that's so. I mean, you expect it to be the case, of course. I mean, there's no escaping that zone. Supermassive Blaze were all over him. You do give yourself up. It's just unfortunate positioning for Team Queso again. They lost Yala. They lost their fight from the moment Yala went down. But heading further into this zone, in towards Footballers, they are just outside of that contention on this western, or shall I say eastern shift, where actually they're not in that midst of the pack. And this is crucial, actually, for Footballers to keep this position overall, because they actually have more of that off angle, more onus to rotate further towards that eastern side than a lot of these other teams coming in from the west have. And the same thing comes in a situation here of Eastern Stars over onto Fenerbahce, where actually as a result, because Fenerbahce are losing this position, Eastern Stars are not only going to grab these kills here, Necro, is it grabbing 1, grabbing 2, but we're going to have clean rotation options in on towards this eastern road side.
Exactly. They're just going to sweep their way in. And still, one more man for Fenerbahce is right there. Oh, he decided to strike, but it seems like he held his nerve for this gun. Yeah,
he has to. It's trigger discipline, right?
Yeah, trigger discipline, yeah.
You have to in that situation. Keep yourself quiet. You give yourself away. You're only killing your team, right?
Yep, definitely. I mean, if he did decide to show himself up, I'm pretty sure who wouldn't want that one last man. I mean, it's pretty much a free kill, right? If all of you just pounce on that one last man alive, it's pretty much done game for him. But Bullock, we do know another team that is still on the struggling phase. Even inside this game, things are looking pretty blurry. Do you want to see how they're going to be playing the rest of the game out, though? Rise is the team going against Eastern Stars. And Eastern Stars, we do know they're quite comfortable on the map of Miramar, but it doesn't really seem the case today.
No, they got caught out with Rise in the back foot. They were just driving aimlessly further forward using the road. And actually, well, you saw the rest of Rise slowly approach in from the south side of that zone. And they actually control now that options of rotations on in. They've got the high ground, but Baluk not so comfy as they lose another to Footballers. This is the excellent control from the rest of Footballers. They have such dominance going on the edge, such control on the edge of the zone. Against Supermassive Blaze, so late to the party, they don't have the priority in on this compound.
Football is just bullying the teams in the front lines. They do know they have the high ground to work with. Loot with a brilliant positioning on top of the warehouse.
Look at Tron.
Again, yup, he's just gonna stay there. Supermassive Blaze, they're trying their best to kind of slip their eyesights. Bullock as well is making their way way much more tougher. Keth being spotted, he's out in the open, he's exposed. He will be taking down Lutz, doing such a good job making sure Supermassive Blaze isn't really comfortable in what they're trying to do. Tron and his teammate are the only two men left for Supermassive Blaze, but here comes the reply. With that man falling down, Footballers are going to be in a little trouble.
Yeah, right, so it's Tron. It was a crucial positioning, but Tron also gets knocked through by Soul K. Return fire across, and it just feels like Supermassive Blaze has spent so long, of course, thirsting for those kills onto Team K, so they're getting punished for that with such a hard shift against them. But also S2G up against Nami. Nami's so desperate for these points. Of course, they're sitting right on the bottom of the table here, down in 16th position, barely in qualification spots. They have to get up on these points. Shining light for them, though, is that they've already missed those 2 games. They get to play all 5 games today.
One night, taking a little bit of fire from Na'Vi. One of the teams that the analyst desk is definitely eyeing out for, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the people, even in the chat, do want Na'Vi to succeed. And hey, what a time it would be, right, if they just started the day off with a chicken dinner. Definitely would make sure that they're also getting their confidence boosted up a little bit inside the further in the future games as well. S2G, oh, the left final man slipped downhill. He will be caught by Matic. Na'Vi looking pretty great so far.
Okay, but I think Midnight's in a situation here. We see them just looking for these kills on a Yonder, but they make a mistake. Look at where the zone has gone here. It's gone past the roadside. I think Midnight's been playing too passive, too almost going for these kills, hungry for those kills, where if they move further back in that zone, much more towards the center, they get to utilize that road, as I love to say, that grey moat to their high ground castle beyond, and actually be able to play a more central position, not only, of course, taking out the likes of Na'Vi from that western side, but also looking and taking away those positions from the likes of Besiktas and those down towards the south side too.
Furious Gaming being pinned outside the zone, taking a lot of damage even from the zone and even from the members of Na'Vi. 2 players fall down. Triggers in, trying his best to stay alive, but not anymore. The final man being found, that's going to be it for Furious Gaming, taking an exit on 9th position with 0 eliminations on their name. Na'Vi shouldn't really be that big of a deal to at least get those 2 men back up on their feet. So Na'Vi looking a 3-man strong squad, but Knights, what do we see in the back? We do see Xenox kind of using that buggy to scout the areas out.
But where are they going? Are they going to go for these kills? Are they going to go back in? They're giving up positioning.
Seems like they
that
are.
Zone again, right, moves up towards the north. This is Knight's game to lose when it comes to entering in his zone quickly. They quietly go for the punish to find Kitsune. That's the knocks that we were looking for in the edge of zone that they're going in for. But can they translate that into the kills?
That's what I'm looking for, and so far it seems like they will be able to. Na'Vi is already down and bleeding. They're only down to that one last man alive. The other man is knocked out. I'm not really sure if he's going to be able to get the rest back about the fallen man, but it seems like, yeah, they are able to successfully do so. For now, yeah, Matic, yep, the only man alive, is also taking a lot of damage from the Wall of Death. He needs to make it in as quick as possible. But Knights are just doing a good job making sure Na'Vi aren't really able to cross that boundary. They're just being the Guardian Angels. They're just camping Na'Vi out the zone. And for now, I would say that's just it for Na'Vi. Now he's trying his best to loot. I'm pretty sure he's just going to be going for that heal battle.
Oh yeah, it's all heal all day here for Na'Vi, but I don't think they're going to survive much longer. They're going to pray, of course, the fighting to ensue elsewhere, but you look again, it's so very open. Of course, a lot of these teams still to enter in onto that safety mark in Phase 5, and of course on the outskirts, that's where the battles still continue, that's where they still ensue, and footballers who have been trying to take those kills themselves, Lovesin takes a little bit too much damage, gets punished alongside with the blue zone, but Xset returned as well, backwards by Atten. They find that third party, but Jay knocks 2, but may also just go down.
May go down. He's still up though on a sliver of HP. We do see Rise as well racking up from the back lines. Need to be a little careful. Exit one of those teams that we do have our eyes out for, but still yesterday it wasn't really that great of a performance from them. Today's the day to step up for them as well. Footballist Rom spotting a player out from Exit. J7 quite low. Same thing, same story with Rom as well, but he's taking a little too damage from the zone. Same thing goes with Exit. And you can't withstand damage over here. You need to respect the play zone. You cannot really go for those heal battles.
Yeah, it's crucial that Jay gets in. He doesn't take that fight versus Atten. He looks for that positioning. Of course, he's get up further towards that center of zone, which he has done. He's got the high ground position, actually. For Jay, although he's a solo player, he does have that position. The problem is he's got no one here for to look towards that control, actually rise. With this 4-man push coming in towards his center, you look towards the Knights, also Besiktas with these 3 players. These are the teams, the 3 squads that we're really looking at towards taking this first game.
Milo's been taken down from the side of Aton. Now here comes the push from Rise. Mufasa, the man in the front lines with the buggy, being a little too impatient. If he gets taken down, there's no way the rest of his squad is going to be able to get the rest back onto Mufasa. He needs to be a little careful on making this push happen. This nade, if it's cooked to perfection, if it lands on the mark, it can change the entire course of the fight over here, but that's not the case. Instead, a little bit of overshoot coming in from his side. Mufasa looking to lob another nade in. Milos trying his best to reposition himself over and over again. And Aton, they find themselves the opening. The go call has been made. Coco is the man who decides to get the trade back in, but Aton, they're already a man short. Now it's all down to only that one last man alive.
But it's a third party, Necro, coming in from Coops, from Knights, took down Lunas. There was only 1 versus 2 situation for Rise then versus the 2 of Aton, and there was nothing withstanding left for Rise, and they start to fall down. Exit as well. Jay now poking his head up, notices the kill opportunity is there, but also has to be careful, of course, right? There are still those players, those teams coming in from the northern side, and Knights now, I think you look towards Xenox, making that super wide flank even behind Besiktas, and you're really looking at Knights. If Xeros can pull off this flank, can have that surprise angle in and bail Knights further into that zone, that could be the way that they get inside of this game.
But keeping his identity anonymous, is that's what he's really looking for. If his position gets revealed, he's really separated out from his team. And that wouldn't really pan out good in the future lines for Knight. And this is what he makes the decision. It's a way much more wiser decision to go back and reunite with the team, which is what, as I mentioned, it's quite a wiser decision because you do not want to be the one to get caught and then there's no way to get your teammate back up on the feet as well. So Knights making a wiser decision. Now, these are the final 2 teams alive. Besiktas versus Knights. Who do you think is going to come out on top here?
Knights, they've got a closer positioning though. Look at the 2 of Besiktas. They've got all of this flat ground to continue moving forward. You see that crucial knock at the front line. It feels pretty darn over to me, Necro, when you got a full 2 members not even in the fight. They couldn't join in. The high ground, the dips were just a little bit too large for them to cover. They lose the front man, and now the vision is completely gone. Nice. They have everything. They got a center of zone in Phase 7. It should shift towards them. There's no reason it wouldn't.
Exactly, Besiktas, from a little bit of split coming in from Enjoy 7, they will have to pay the price for it. That separation didn't really work out for them. Now they're left with only 2 men alive. Knights have the man advantage inside the final fights. These are the final 2 teams alive. This is where, if you are going to be able to get the first game in your hands, it's going to be changing a lot in the future lines as well, because the rest of the day you can pretty much have a little bit of safety cushion on your back as well, and your confidence will be boosted up, of course, without a doubt. So Knights looking, or at least trying their best to take a little bit more tactical approach inside this one. We do see Coops getting himself that level 3 gear. That's going to be helping out quite a lot.
Oh, it is. But Coops, you can see the triangular formation coming to that front line. But you got a 2 back line. There, those are the ones that you're looking to fire. Alucard, Xenox, there, the fraggers. Coops is the bait here for Besiktas to move further forward. And as those smokes dissipate, that's when we're looking realistically for Sun. Recent, they've got to start to move up. They've got to start showing their face, because keep in mind that phase 7 shifted outside of their position. So they have to make that move, and they're running out of those time as that utility fades.
You can clearly see the confidence in Knights as well. They do realize they have the man advantage, so it's pretty understandable if you're going to be showing a little bit of confidence in the final few moments. Besiktas, they're being as cautious as possible each and every single move. As you can see, they are trying their best to calculate it. There is a little bit of separation coming in from these two. They're trying their best to keep their identities anonymous, or at least try and strike in from an anonymous angle. But and I do want to see if they're even able to find one that's going to be helping them that neutralize the man number, or at least the man alive number, and then maybe Besiktas can have an equal chance to try and clutch this moment out.
It's actually a beautiful through from Knights, so because you see that slight ridge that you got Xenox, Coops, that slight dip, that's protecting them through from recent, and they're trying to focus down one of Besiktas just now. Sun HP is having the full 3-man focus from Knights, and I like this. They're trying to single out one at a time of Besiktas, eliminate one, put it down to the 1v3, then eliminate the other and take out this game. They're playing actually perfectly when it comes to that positioning, making sure they're not poking out too far out for recent to take that side flank out.
2 men in the front lines, Alucard in the back lines. What's going on here? Throwing the pan, just praying it. All right, hoping that it hits, but that's not going to be the case instead. Knights, well, I do understand, as I mentioned, the confidence is clearly being seen because they realize they have the manage. Now all they're waiting for is the zone for Besiktas to just push Besiktas in kind of like an uncomfortable spot where they are not really going to be having that much amount of cover to work with. Finally, Sun's HP being revealed, and now they do exactly know where Recent is as well. Both the players' position being revealed, it shouldn't really be that tough of a task for Nice to take him out of the game.
No, indeed, Sun, there's only so much he can do is to now move in, but a buggy Xenox steps out, finds a kill, but no, he won't. Sun HP slaps him down. Can he make the 1v2 happen? No, Coops barely alive. Can he find it? No, he cannot find that extra one, and Coops closes out the game. Recent taken out by the rest. Nice, they have the one with the chicken dinner.
Oh, that got quite close though in the end. I thought he was going to be able to get the second man as well. If he did though, things could have been really sweaty. I'm pretty sure that could have, gone way much more further. We could have gone to see that fight a little bit too longer. But yeah, in the end, Knights got themselves the first chicken dinner of day 2. And I'm pretty sure for the rest of the day, they're going to be feeling themselves without a doubt.
Oh man, Knights, you can feel the confidence again coming through from Miramar, and yesterday they played some of those games spectacularly, particularly around Graveyard. You can feel that this is their area, and we wanted to see this dominance come through from America. We wanted to see, particularly from North America, should I specify, that aggression come out. We didn't want to see them give up these positions, and Besiktas, although we actually put out a valiant fight, and although they've definitely improved coming out from yesterday, and overall in this game, it's going to be a massive boost to their points, it's still... Though that dominance from Knights, it really steals the show, and that's the type of style that we want to see coming through from particularly this more aggressive as a whole Western League.
But again, I mean, if you talk about teams like Bullock and Na'Vi still kind of lacking down there, man, as I mentioned, this was a really important game for them. Na'Vi, I do understand they had 2 teams to deal with. There was one team in the front lines. As soon as they got done with that, they got instantly pushed from the back lines as well. It's quite understandable. Third parties aren't really that easy to deal with, because especially you're already bleeding, you already have a few men down, and then you need to get them back up, and then you need to take care of the third party as well. So I do understand why Na'Vi crumbled down, but I still feel like there could be a little bit more different ways to challenge that fight.
Yeah, I think that actually Na'Vi, if they were trying to come through further forward into that fight as a whole, I think what they should have been doing is playing more aggressive after those knocks were put down. I think that after you go for the knocks and they're put against you, so should I say, and Na'Vi lose those 2 members, you should be looking to try survive. I think that actually you can understand that are going to be players in that vicinity. Don't go for the revives. Don't play that slower when you've got to get over that open dip. You've got to continue moving further into that zone. You're playing on the edge of phase 4, phase 5, which is about to engulf you. You know the situation. You've got to leave sometimes your men behind. You've got to play for that positioning. And yes, the heal strat was right, but they were too far out from that zone because they didn't make that initial move further forward.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the highlights. And, well, already, I mean, things started off quite heated up, right? Especially we did see even in Picado that Ghost Gaming and Supermassive Blaze, it was quite a stalemate till pretty much mid-game. That's when the fight started breaking down. And Ghost Gaming as well, they crumbled down against Supermassive Blaze. We didn't really get to see that fight much, though. I really wanted to see it, but unfortunately, it was just elongated a little bit too much, and that's where the problem was. I felt like Supermassive Blaze could have utilized that time in either like trying and positioning themselves way much more better inside the zone, and that could have helped them quite a lot in at least getting those placement points.
Yeah, I definitely think that there were some positioning mistakes coming through from these teams overall. I would like to see teams, again, try to play more for these positions inside the zone. You could see that through phases 5, 6, 7, that zone was held only by a solo with Jay, which you could see when people started to push onto him, there was little that Jay could do to hold on to that spot right in the smack bang center. And you could see a team like Nightstar, yes, they come out with a win, but a prime example where they try to again first for these kills. Yes, it works out this time, but if there's other teams that are already making use of that central position, which, by the way, they were not in this game, had they though, that would have been where Knights really struggled to cross that road. That would have been where Knights actually struggled just to get even into those phase 6, phase 7 plays.
Knights in general, though, I really like that they weren't really shying off from any kind of fights, right? They were always over there. They were always holding their stance. Even if anyone tried to charge in, they were able to successfully, try and neutralize the threat easily. Koops, this fight in the end, though, got quite close. I thought Koops might go down because the enemy definitely did have that little bit of HP advantage. And that push coming in, as I mentioned, they're definitely going to be having the confidence, but a little bit of overconfidence was being shown. Got taken down because of that. And as I mentioned, if Koops was also being taken down, then I feel like things could have been way closer.
Could have been way close, but tell you what we're getting close to now is Chino's beautiful faces up those 3 guys down this desk. Take it away, guys.
What is going on? We are back with the desk. We got 7. We got Zute and the stash right here to bring you all the highlights, everything you might have missed from game number 1. Gentlemen, what a game. Pretty much just started off day number 2 right off the bat. Besiktas, I want to touch on them just a little bit here because they did get that second place, much needed second place. They came into this game 19th on the overall. This is a huge start to the day for them. Zute.
Yeah, coming in 19th and getting a second place, what that really does, it tightens up that 16th place qualification. It makes it that much scarier for teams to like try and make it in that breaking point. And we'll see soon after the points are updated and just how close it gets. But what a game. So much happened in that game in the sense of standings. Standings are really going to get shuffled around a bit, and I can't wait to get into it. But there were so many other things too, like the Knights 7. We were talking yesterday, Knights were doing good all day long, but they were missing that chicken dinner. They were in the front page top 5, the only team without a chicken dinner, and I think we know why they were doing so good, because they're a good team, and they clutched that chicken dinner for this game just now.
They are. Something that they did that I genuinely love, and we were kind of hoping that Alpha 7 would do it at some point throughout today. Guess what? They decided to gatekeep Navi. They saw that Navi was in that fight. They probably were keeping track of how many people were getting knocked and stuff. They decided to back off from the zone and just set themselves up so when Navi had to push towards them, they'll be able to get those kills. They did that perfectly. They didn't get to get a full squad wipe, but they were able to at least secure those elims from all those Navi players. And I mean, when these Sharks smell that blood in the water, I'm pretty sure some of the other teams are going to start doing the same. And going based on that too, we got another question answer. We've been talking about when is a team going to finally decide to hot drop Ghost Gaming with them being in the middle. You know, we'll talk about that in a little bit because that's definitely something we'll definitely be talking about. We do have here, I mean, Pittsburgh Knights being able to get 26 points here. We do have Rice Esports as well with 17 points. What's crazy to me though is that Besiktas got most of their points to just from the placements.
Yeah, all of their points actually. 0 elims. So, I mean, gotta get the points somehow, some way, so it does work out. After all, they are aiming for that top 16, but I would like to see this team, you know, get in those elim points as well. Going down the board, Navi, decent game, okay? Once again, another decent game. Not too bad, but we're talking about that narrative of Navi and A7. They will be clashing in the upcoming games, so we'll see how they that goes out. We might even see A7 try to hot drop on Navi, like Dave wishes to happen. Me too, just as well. And yeah, the points though from the first page, all of these teams looking really good. Exit, I usually see them more with elim points. It seems like they're getting more placement points rather than elimination points compared to how they were playing back in the Americas and North America stage. So hoping, they step it up a little bit in that sense. But everything else looking pretty good. Heading on to the second page, well, I mean, my eyes just dart to the 16th spot every single time we get into the second page, the 7. You want to talk about that 16th place spot right now?
Oh man, it started to become more of a pattern here where we kind of see them here often. But also, you know what? Let's talk about 15 and 14. Bulu Chatan. This was a team that played 5 matches yesterday. Now, after this game, they're only going to have 2 matches, I believe, for today. So this team, it's looking like it's more likely that they're not going to qualify to the Super Weekend. And also Team Kessel, we saw them there towards the end. Here we go. This was the man I've been hyping up for quite a minute. Coops being able to win the MVP for that last match, being able to get 669 damage, 4 elims, 33% contributed to his team. Very impressive numbers there out of Coops. And Sute, this is a player that we kind of at some point, we even saw it on the stats before the show started. We were like, oh man, he only has 6 kills. What's going on here? Well, guess what? He decided to get 4 elims on this last match.
Yeah, we were looking at the stats and it's like, wait, Coops only is like averaging like 1 kill a game. Usually this guy averages like 3 to 4 kills a game. Like this guy is a deadly player out of the Knights. And here, well, he got the MVP 4 elims in 1 game, and the Knights, after all, did win the game as well. So I think the Knights are really getting into form, which is great. You want to be a team that's in form heading into the Super Weekend rather than just, barely making it through and hoping, things start working out. But Coops, good to see him up there. And then head-to-head, we got the Knights and Rise. I'm gonna talk a little bit about Rise Esports. This team, just when they do well, it's in the form of getting those elim points. They get so many of them. Of course, the consistency isn't 100% there yet, but this Rise team, I think, is a team we definitely need to start keeping an eye on, especially heading into Super Weekend 7.
I mean, with the aggressiveness that we've been seeing out of Rise, right? You mentioned it perfectly. When they have a good game, boy, do they actually have a good game. Now, the elims that they've been able to get on that last match, they were able to get, if I'm not mistaken, 9 elims. So this team is going, Rise Esports is going from a baby Alpha 7 to wanting to become the big brother of Alpha 7, because this team had only played 3 matches yesterday and they were right up on Alpha 7. So with this performance, there might be a chance, especially with Alpha 7 not playing in the last one, there might be a chance that Rise Esports has definitely passed them in the overall leaderboard. Something to keep in mind as well, something that Mustache Dev was talking about, is they were sitting pretty in that first phase. They were going to be vibing. They were going to be just kind of chilling a little bit with the cushion of points that they currently do have. Are we going to see Rise Esports maybe try to do what we kind of saw Knights there, try to stop some of those big name teams from going into the Super Weekend? We saw Team Queso. I mean, they're really not performing well. They're currently not even here on the first page. So you know what? Let's actually go to the rankings so far. We do have Knights moving up to the first place with 74 points after getting that sweet chicken dinner. And then we do have S2G right there with 65 points. Black Dragons with 59 points. Wow. Are you seeing this, Sue?
Yes.
Look at Rice.
And
look
Rise.
At Rice, and then look at Exit as well, being able to kind of cushion themselves a little bit more.
Yeah, the thing that stands out to me the most right now on this first page, you need to take a look at the 4 matches played. Black Dragons with 2 less games sitting in 3rd place. Rise, of course, in 5th place with 4 games. So, I mean, both of these two teams are really good. They're really shining through, especially, with the less amount of games played. And Xset, they're working their way up there. This is not the Xset that I was expecting. I expect them to be a little more dominant, but hey, they are sitting comfortable in that first page. Second page, however, this is where things get really tricky. So 16th place is the cutoff. From 13th place down, 23 points, 23 points, 22 points, 21 points. And all of these teams heading into 17th and 18th and 19th, they all have 4 games played. So that means their point total right now is very, reflective of what they need to do. All of these teams right now on the same page, The only difference is that point difference, so it's getting really close for that top 16.
Look at 13 through 16. They're currently just separated by 2 points. Something that 17th and 18th place, those teams that are going to be looking to challenge towards the end, they need to watch out, because I'm starting to see a bit of a gap being built there between 16th and 17th place, which is about 5 points. That's something that they're pretty sure once they see that leaderboard, they're going to be keeping an eye on, Dave.
Well, talking about that leaderboard, let's pull up the recap. I know Zute's got some things to talk about after that last game.
Oh yeah, the recap. So first I want to focus on Na'Vi. You saw it just earlier in the weekday rankings. They are just barely making it through. So, I mean, I want to start off with the rotations. Once again, this is a rotation on the edge. They come in from the northwest side. They did get, pretty far into the late game, and the team that they were taken out by, which we'll see very shortly, was the team that ended up getting that chicken dinner. So, in a way, if Na'Vi kind of clean that up a little bit, they did get sandwiched. If they played a little bit better, they could have gotten the chicken dinner. But once again, a decent game with Alpha 7 not involved. We'll have 2 more games between Na'Vi and Alpha 7 coming up, but they did a really good job working their way in. 6 eliminations right here. This is the point, I believe, where they were taken out by the Knights. They tried their best, to get a bit more points, but an okay game. Definitely could have hoped for more, could have hoped for better. And up next, this is the play that, what the Knights did. 7, you talked about it. You really liked what the Knights did. You want to elaborate on, the play here?
Definitely. I loved it, man. I was pushing. I was kind of screaming at my monitor saying, Knights, stop pushing and just go back, set yourselves up, and stop Na'Vi, because you were totally able to third-party them right there. And guess what? Maybe they, in some kind of weird way, they must have heard me, because they did just that. They set up on this little hill. As soon as those smokes went away, you can see right there Coops being able to get the knock, automatically going for that elim, which is something that we were talking about earlier, Sue. If you get a knock and you're able to just secure that point for your team, just go for it. And I'm loving that Coops was able to do this. I'm also loving the angles that Alucard was able to get here, making sure that, he makes sure that Coops is going to be able to do his work, and if he is able to see anybody, he's able to also secure some extra ilims. Overall, I love this play from Knights. I love that they decided to back off. I love that they decided to gatekeep Na'Vi, because in a way, it's also sending a message to Tay. It's also letting Na'Vi saying, hey, you guys are looking kind of weak right now, and if we see that, and if we smell that, we're definitely going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, the Knights had that next circle, and rather than going into that next circle, they went back out to gatekeep that team. And here's the big part that we kind of missed in the actual, stream portion of the game. But look at this, Ghost Gaming, right? We talked about it so much yesterday. We were talking about Ghost Gaming. They should get hot dropped on, Picado, Pachinki, prime positions on the map to start out in, and no one dropped on them, which was surprising. But today of all days, when Ghost is looking, kind of weak, maybe these teams realize, hey, this Ghost Gaming team, they're not that Ghost Gaming that, people have talked about. They're not looking as good, and, Supermassive Blaze took that challenge with them and completely wiped the floor with them. At the end of that fight, I believe only 1 player of Supermassive Blaze was knocked, so it was a very clean finish for them.
Yeah, and that's kind of the question on the top of a lot of people's minds right now after watching that hot drop from Supermassive Blaze. Like, this is a team that nobody would have expected to hot drop them, but at the end of the day, they did, and they took them out. So Ghost Gaming, I feel like really comfortable right now with their drop spots, and kind of losing sight of the fact that they might have lost some of that respect level when we talk about respecting each other in our drop locations. What's to say they don't continue getting dropped on here today? Will they continue getting taken out early? Like, that's the question right now. And for me, there's really nothing stopping other teams to do that, 7.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a big eye-opener for some of the teams, especially with the way that Supermassive Blaze was able to dominate the hot drop. I mean, it took them 11 minutes to finally fully engage and be able to clear them out. But those were 11 minutes that they were able to kind of set themselves up, take advantage, and ultimately Supermassive Blaze didn't lose a single player. So when teams see that, that's going to be absolutely massive. Now in this match, when we go in next, B is going to be sitting out. We're going to have Football sitting out, Furious Gaming, Eastern Stars, next Ria Esports. So I'm going to be looking, since Ghost Gaming is going to be playing in this one, I'm going to be looking if anybody's going to want to challenge them in Pachinki. We mentioned that yesterday. Kind of saw some flashes here and there, but nothing really happened from it. I feel like this is the time. I feel like Ghost Gaming has been a little bit too complacent, sitting at the top for the longest time, especially in North America. And when we talk about practice, I mean, I want to see more out of this team, Dave. I want to see the Ghost Gaming that we used to be like, oh, they're waking up. Everybody better watch out. I just don't see that right now.
Yeah, and if they don't make it to Super Week at #1, they're going to need a lot of practice here, Seven, to kind of tack onto that. Because
talking about practice?
We talking about practice. Yeah, we are talking about practice. When you get hot dropped and you get clapped like that, you get swept underneath the rug, especially when you're one of these teams that you're carrying North America on your back for the most part. But fortunately for North America, we got the Knights popping off. We got Coops popping off. About time, Coops. Shout out to you, MVP. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Rasanya ya seneng banget sih.
É uma sensação incrível. Nossa. Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim. Perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国和平精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya? Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti itu pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de PUBG Mobile. E meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей текущей форме готова stать чемпионами. И мы idem за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
Vamos, galera. A gente consegue.
Só um minuto, pessoal. Preciso fazer um negócio.
Carrilho, 1 minuto. Onde você tá? Onde você foi, cara? Carrilho! Carrilho tá FK? Traz aquele carro pra cá, Carrilho. O que você tá fazendo, Carrilho?
Calma aí, pessoal. Já vou. Você tem que aprimorar seu jogo para trazer o Chicken Dinner para casa.
Volta aqui.
Ser um campeão de PUBG Mobile também precisa de criatividade.
Para de ficar zoando e vamos matar esses caras.
Calma, gente. Eu já tô indo. Perfeito. Eu disse que não ia demorar. Vocês têm que acreditar. A gente conseguiu. Tá bonito, hein, Kaká? Ótimo.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the OnePlus 9.
We talking practice? That's what we're talking about. No, we're talking about game number 2, day number 2, PMGC West. That's what we're talking about here. Shout out to Jason, by the way. Keep seeing those promos of him riding that bike between the battlegrounds. Make sure you set those notifications. Check that one out. Last season was phenomenal. You really get the inside scoop on these players, these teams, and that mindset. But we're back with the desk with the boys, Mustache Dave, Zute, and Seven. Real quick before we get into the match here, we got to talk about SMB. SMB, they are going to be playing this next game on Erangel. My question is, what is stopping SMB from dropping on Ghost once again?
You know what?
Absolutely nothing.
I was going to say the same exact words, Seven. Absolutely nothing. I want to see it happen. Ghost Gaming, they need, you mentioned this earlier to me, Seven. They need a wake-up call. Like, I think this is it. Like, they had the direct invite to this stage, and they skipped out on PMPL Americas, you know, because they probably felt like, hey, we're making it to PMGC anyways, whatever, we missed it, and now, hey, they might not even make it to that first super weekend of the PMGC 7.
Maybe they're just getting that syndrome of when you're the top dog for the longest time and nobody's really messing with you in your region, you're just like, whatever. We don't really have to worry about this. We're gonna make it to PMGC anyways. We don't have to try as hard. And this is just speculation, obviously, right? Because we could be completely wrong here. But that's what it kind of feels like. That's what, at least to us, watching the games, that's what it feels like. I want to see the hunger. I want to see. I even mentioned it just now. I want to see that Ghost Gaming. Yeah, tell them, Dave. Like, just do it.
Just do it.
I want to see that Ghost Gaming where they got a couple kills and then we would automatically be like, oh, all right, they're starting to wake up. It's like a waking up a lion, right? Everybody starts to back off a little bit. I just don't feel that. And hey, man, I would love to see Supermassive Blaze jump on them again, especially in Pochinki, because that will be 2 matches right there. There'll be 2 maps now that they're going to be contesting, and then it's going to send Ghost Gaming to that B plan, and who knows what that is.
Yeah, I think last game definitely was that wake-up call. You have to assume during this short break between game 1 and 2, they're like, okay, fellas, what is going on? We got to tighten up the ship here because now they're on the verge of not qualifying for the first super weekend. We saw the overall leaderboards. They are in 17th position, right behind Besiktas, ahead of them, who last game got that 2nd place finish. So I'm a true believer in confidence and momentum. I have to assume a 2nd place, that's momentum all day long, baby. So Ghost Gaming, they got a lot on their plate. You got Team Queso and Unicorns of Love right behind them. 30 seconds to go. We did it last game. Yay or nay? SMB, hot drop, and Ghost. 7, Zoo, what are we saying?
Yay.
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 3 yays, baby.
Yay. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yay,
if you're
yay,
Ghost
yay,
Gaming, yay. If you're Ghost Gaming, head on a swivel. Hopefully they can drop and get some loot, get some gear, and just put their backs against the wall and defend it, right? Because if they get taken out 2 games in a row with 16th place, 0 points, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to make it. I don't know if they're going to make it here, fellas.
What's scarier, Dave, too, is that Unicorns of Love, we really haven't been giving them that much love because they haven't given us anything to really talk about them. This is a team that came out of 2nd place from the European Championship, too. Where have they been? Like, if that team wakes up, right, if Team Queso wakes up, it's going to make it even harder for Ghost Gaming as well. So it's going to be an interesting match.
Well, talk about waking up. We got game number 2, day number 2, week number 1, PMGC West. We're going to be bringing it to you. Let's go.
We are ready to get back in on the action, Necro, and we talked about Supermassive Blaze and the likes of all of that, but I tell you something, who we've got back in this lobby is the big pink horned unicorns himself, and I am expecting them to go up right up against the likes of Blue Chaptan over in that Pachinki side.
Well, definitely, yeah, we are, but yeah, Primorsk for now, it seems like it's pretty uncontested. Unicorns of Love are the only one who have managed to drop in there. No one else is trying to challenge them. I mean, already on the struggling phases, of course, Unicorns of Love. And as the desk was talking about, the teams that are below Ghost Gaming, especially teams like Team Queso and Unicorns of Love, if they start waking up, the path is going to be way much more difficult.
Oh, rightly so, and of course, when you look towards that zone, me, I'm just gonna have to take a breath here, because I mean, Erangel isn't playing fair. It is dirty, dirty, dirty zones. We're not even got Sanok yet, but it's gonna be all the way towards over that eastern side, and you look towards the amount of those teams who waited on that zone, on that plane path, to go all the way over towards that eastern end. They've got a mistake made in their notebooks, because they got a long way back over towards the opposite end of Erangel.
And guess what? Ghost Gaming as well is uncontested in Pachinki, so they're going to be pretty safe, feeling pretty safe for now. Do you already see the kill feed dancing? It's going to be Mafioso running people over with his car. Okay, we were talking about Team Queso trying to wake up, but with this kind of a starting, I don't really think so. It's going to be that easy. Supermassive Blaze as well falls down. Unfortunately, starting for a lot of teams here.
Already, though, of course, I mean, you see these early knocks, something that we kind of expected coming back in. I mean, of course, got to also keep in mind those 4 teams who are jumping back in. Of course, you've got Alp 7, you've got the Black Dragons, Mad, and of course, UOL jumping in on the fray. But a little bit of a scary time, I think, for some of these other squads who aren't going to be playing. And I think with the likes of Footballers, you've got Furious Gaming, Eastern Stars, and of course, Next Warrior, all out of the next 2 matches, changes it up a little bit, of course, because Alpha 7 being particularly one of those dominant teams over on Erangel, now hitting it back up, they're going to be playing this game round, and even over on that game number 4, and you can definitely see the play in which we are expecting to change that slight little bit with some of these more dominant teams. Of course, keep in mind also Black Dragons, who've already shown that they can take a game on Erangel, coming back in onto the fray.
Definitely they can. But one thing I really noticed over here is that because they play in fly path, of course, A7 couldn't really go to the Georgia apps. And A7, I mean, their second plan has been working pretty good for them. Even in the first day of the first match of Erangel, we saw A7 do quite decent over there as well. So at least the second plan has been working out. But Navi, on the other hand, no matter what kind of plan fly path it is, they always do like to go on the Northern Georgia pool side. So I guess Navi, yeah, for now, they're going to be looking comfortable. They're inside the zone. They don't really need to worry about it. So they're going to be in a little bit of, I would say, better positioning if you compare them to A7. But Fenerbahce already starting the day off on a good note. They got themselves 1 kill point.
Yeah, it's really curious coming out from Supermassive Blaze. We can't see it right now on your screens, but I will say that there's 2 of Supermassive Blaze have just died over from farm. But guess where the other 2 are, Necro? They're over in Shelter. All the way over to the eastern side, a super wide split, and I think this is rightly so punished. See, a little bit of a style play coming through from Alpha 7 as well, taking out one of Team Queso along the route, and of course, unfortunately, Tron makes it almost a second, but it's like swerve through from Mafioso, quickly finished up by Snackster on the opposite end. I think that actually you can see that definitely Supermassive Blaze dropping very split out on this second game. They're trying to go for more coverage, they're trying to go for more information, and a slightly riskier early game phase, of course, and looting, and the latter works out, where actually they do get rightly so punished for it, and you can see why I think teams must stay together slightly more when it comes to lobby list. You can see even in the plane path, something else, knowledge that can be given to them, that there were a lot of players heading over to that western side, and to split so deep in this early game, considering you know that the majority of players are going to be on that side of Erangel, is a big mistake coming through from Supermassive.
Definitely it is, and I mean, they like to drop in the shelter area, but the separation coming in, they seem kind of lost as soon as they dropped in. Already 2 men short, man. Things are looking pretty shaky for them, but it's fine. I mean, they have been doing pretty good up till now. And this is a highlight from that previous map. How we
Do you ever
really
wish, like, if you
fell
were a
to his
player, we
death.
just wouldn't highlight? They just wouldn't bring it up? I mean,
it's just like production. It's just like production just rubbing some salt on the wounds.
Right, I mean, that's some savage production team, I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah.
in the backdrop. I mean, whoever came up with that one, oh, they were licking their lips and they were smacking those fingers together when they found that clip.
Fenerbahce. It's one of those teams as well. Doing still, they need to step up for sure. And if you talk about the bottom teams, of course, Team Queso is one of them unicorns of love as well. And Ghost Gaming, as we talked about, we were expecting Ghost Gaming to be contested in the Pachinki area, but that wasn't really the case. They went uncontested. They were looking quite safe, but it seems like now STG spotted the players of Ghost Gaming out. We do know what Ghost Gaming likes to do. They like to go all the way in the center of the zone, and that's what they like to play. They have gotten themselves the big boy mountain control, but are they going to be able to defend it successfully? That's the question.
Is that what you call it? Do you call it the Big Boy Mountain over on your side? I mean, we call it Everest, but I quite like the Big Boy Mountain. You know,
Yeah.
he puts the Big Boy panties on. You put now yourself down on top of him, and you say, "Well, look, we're in control of Big Boy Mountain. We are the big boys ourselves. I mean, Ghosts, they're the big boys from America. They're the #1 seed."
Exactly. I mean, well, it deserved spot, right? That's what you say. That's what you say. But yeah, for now, they definitely are looking like the big boys. So I mean, in the overall rankings, I wouldn't know if I would call them the big boys. But yeah, already do see a couple of teams making that rotation. And if you take a look at the right side of the map, I mean, we do have the map feed available for us. We just see a wave of vehicles just going inside the zone at the same time. So I'm expecting a little bit of teams kind of clashing against each other, teams kind of locking their horns, spotting each other out while rotating, a few knocks here and there, a few casualties here and there on the teams. And if you talk about casualties, well, better start off with Exit.
Already Exit again. They look towards so many of these teams, all in fact, but Shiktas they're all on the west side driving right now, trying to find that position inside the zone. And Exit, of course, bound to be one of those teams that meet up opponents against their opponents. Fenerbahce, Alki caught out on the wrong side of the fight, though. Gonna be a quick and easy kill for Exet. Feels bad,
Unlucky.
man. And Fenerbahce, with that loss, are gonna have to take their bags, gonna have to pack it through further into more of that central zone. They're gonna be cross teams, keep in mind, around that Pachinki side, heading in towards those Gatka fields. And a lot of these teams also not choosing to go out of that situation in towards the north means that we can see particularly a lot of those fights in the future happening around these more open spaces. And I think a team, of course, like Rise, who are moving further forward on in towards those Gatka, those noodles and those chopsticks earlier on, compared towards the likes of Knights and Co further back, they're going to have a big advantage. And you can see it was just a small mistake coming through from positioning of Fenerbahce.
But those replays as well, man, it's just like the salt on the injury, bro. They're just rubbing it. They're just trying to show these teams that these kind of rookie mistakes.
Team, man.
Yeah,
what can I say?
exactly. What can we say?
They're real jokers of it.
They're just rubbing it in. They just want to tell you, if you make those kind of rookie mistakes, you're not going to be spared. You're going to be punished instantly, not just by the team, also by the production crew.
I just pictured the production crew, you know, when you say rubbing salt on the wound, just with salt shakers, just layering it on thick on top of the players below them. That's what I feel like we're watching right now.
Oh, exactly. And we already do see teams as well. Thank God the map feed is over here. We also do see teams kind of stacking up right in the center. Ghost Gaming as well in the move. I mean, that's what they like to do. They like to play the center of the zone. But it's already been contested by a team like Rise. Now, if you talk about Rise, of course, had a fantastic performance in the previous game. But what I want to see is that consistency. Are they going to be able to continue it even in Erangel?
That's to be fair, though, because again, this zone, we talked about Gatka being more of that open space. I was hoping that we would see more of that central shift, but because it has actually, in accordance with that first zone, gone again a little bit more shiftier when it comes to that second phase too, it's going to be tricky. trickier game for these teams. You're looking, of course, like Supermassive Blaze being one of these teams towards the more noodle side, more towards controlling that center position. But keep in mind, Supermassive Blaze, the only team with 2 players also in that lobby, so that control going to be a little bit more hard pressed, considering that you can still have, albeit that big one-time push from these 4-man squads still very much alive in this game.
You keep thinking, man, Bullock is still in this game. I mean, games are slipping away from their hands, man. And you got to realize it's time to step up. It's time to wake up. And if you really decide to wake up right now, it better be a good kind of kill points at the same time, a good placement point game for you, because you cannot go away with just minimal amount of points. You need as much as possible if you're in the shoes of Bullock. And to do that, things are looking quite slim. I don't really know if they're going to be able to pull off such shenanigans, but let's just find out if they're going to be able to do so or not. They're still trying their best to make it in the zone, and I do like how careful they're being over here as well.
Yeah, Bull's definitely one of these teams, right, who play more of that passive side of control. They only have 9 kill points versus their 23 placement points currently in the 4 games that they have played. And the good part about Bulls in this situation is they've still got all of these rest of the 4 games to play. They don't have to worry as much as some of these other teams. So although they've been slipping, it's actually kind of skewed when you look at the statistics right now, because there are some of these teams in Groups B and A, of course, who are now going to be missing out, and we can expect Bulls hopefully should be able to surpass a lot of these teams heading further forward with also the good positioning they showed us so far.
Exactly, good positioning for sure. It's one of those things. Na'Vi, again, Na'Vi and A7, always, they just lock their horns, man, no matter what. Always just spot each other out, take a few shots onto each other. Revo, this time, it does realize Matic isn't really interested in fighting over here.
Actually, I tell you something. I just want to hold on to that 4 because that's where we see Na'Vi, right? Who's so in the distance. There's a little bit of a problem, though, for Na'Vi, and that is because they've got one of their players, when it comes to Matixi, not really in the vicinity of the rest of Na'Vi. Riz going to have to escape through the slip and the slide through from A7's eyes, but it does look to be the case that that could happen. You can see Matic as well going to move forward to help Tixi out. On the opposite end, though, not so lucky for Mythic on Rise, as actually Knights do spot out one of those kills close towards the center of that zone, and that shift is going to take effect as it does move further towards that more north and that Everest side on towards the west of Erangel. So another hard shift going away from these eastern side teams. You can see now that push, that flush being forced through from Rise from PK, because actually we know that both of these teams, they have to now force this fight. They have to go forward.
What?
Because if they don't, they're going to be left behind. There's a lot of these other teams coming in from behind, and Coops knows it.
Coops, damn, that was a precise spray for sure. But yeah, Mufasa as well, not knocked off the way. Rise looking pretty weak. Nunes is the man there in the clotheslines. He also gets spotted, taking a lot of shots on him. Gary got taken down, tried his best to save Mufasa out of that position, but that wasn't the case instead. And here it comes. Well, Coops is on a chase. He wants to take the final man down. Nunes taking a lot of shots on him. He's barely surviving on a sliver of health, and he's able to make it out alive. Oh, you gotta thank his luck.
You gotta thank his health bar, but he had half of it remaining. If he took one more shot, he took a little bit of a misturn there, that would have been the entirety of Rise out, but they keep themselves alive. But albeit now we mentioned about these other teams moving in from behind, right? But nice, they had to make this fight quick because of that immediate shift, that hard shift over towards that Everest point. That actually Na'Vi, of all of these teams that's controlled, we talked back about that disaggression coming through from North American teams. They're lacking that push power, they're lacking that staying power when it comes to those good positions, and Ghost, who held Everest previously, have given that up towards Na'Vi, who weren't even in the vicinity coming in.
Exactly. Xset though again. It's just unfortunate things happening to Xset again. And it's a prime example of that kill switch, and Polo got taken down. I feel like Polo has always been the man who is the first one to go down, no matter what kind of a situation it is. And Bullock just charging in forward. The goal call has been made. Bullock looking really strong in this fight. Oh, they just got those knocks easily.
But where was that coming from Bullock in the past series of games? Necro, this
That
is
was
what
so
we've been
quick.
looking for from this team. We've been looking for that dominance coming through from one of the bottom place teams, and finally they picked up those pieces when the pressure is on them to make this count, to be able to find those kills, considering that, of course, Bullock, they've only got this game and next game left. They have to, rightly so, pick up these points now.
They definitely do have to bullock now. I mean, I do realize that they've gotten the wake-up call. Probably they do realize it's do or die situation for them. You either go big or you go home, or at least in the Super Weekend 1, that's the case. But Unicorns love another team that is on the struggling phases. This game is going to be important for them as well. I do want to see what they have in the back for this one. They've got themselves situated near Gatka. The circle is also kind of favoring them. I would really say completely favoring them, kind of favoring them. But Black Dragons is the one who is rotating right behind them, or at least right from the backside.
So, my friend over from the East, Professor Tarzan, as we head towards the noodles, talking about that stir fry, the most important thing is the sauce. And by golly, is there going to be a lot of red sauce in this battlefield, because there is a lot of teams right now moving in onto this zone, and you can see Ghost amongst the plethora of players coming in on that hard shift. And we are going to be eating well tonight, Necro, because we are about to see a lot of these teams start to drop with that southern big shift in phase 4.
I don't know about you, but I've already had my dinner, okay? But yeah,
I'm just trying to make you hungry, man. I'm just trying to, we're getting into breakfast time now for you, right?
Yep, Na'Vi, though, getting bombarded by those nades coming in from the side of S2G. S2G looking pretty dominant inside this fight. They do realize they've already confirmed the kill. The second man's fallen down. That means Na'Vi now they're down to only 2 men alive. Matic is still alive. That means the hopes are still up. They can try and get the res back up onto Matic. Kitsune is trying his best to get back to him, but again, it's only a matter of seconds, or at least a matter of time, if we're going to be able to find out is the res going to be possible or not. Another nade sailing in through. Quite close, actually, not nades, was a Molotov. Didn't really make it on the mark, so at least Na'Vi are going to be safe for now. They should be able to get the res back up onto Matic.
Still, though, they've got to continue to push because they're outside of that zone, and S2G, they still hold that control, as well as Black Dragons holding or trying to hold that control, but Alpha 7 having none of it. Is Revo Mafioso now joins in together. Yes, they've already lost one, but Black Dragons carefully trying to keep themselves in this fight, trying to switch over, save a fallen comrade. A brilliant knock through from Boss Greason onto Revo to stop the push coming out. They should find a revive, and how quickly the tides turn. Now it's A7 on the back front.
Revo waltzing in at the wrong time, got punished instantly. Mafioso right next to Senatexa. Is he going to be going for the rest? That doesn't really seem like the case, though. Cario down quite low. He's out in the open. I don't really know how he's going to be playing that cover out. Mafioso trying his best to make sure Cario as well is being safe. Cario in the back lines trying to provide that backup fire to the fallen comrade, Senatexa. But Senatexa making it out alive from this situation. The chances are looking quite slim. Cario still going in forward, sticking that res in. Or is he able to? No, he's not. Instead, he's trying his best to play defensive, but instead he gets taken down. And well, Black Dragons are the one who come out on top in that fight. We don't know what Black Dragons is capable of, but Team Queso going against S2G.
S2G, they also slapping up some of the Team Queso members, scooping up the cheese with a cheese knife of their gun. They found 2 already. It is only the cheddar cheese remaining. That's my favorite, but it's already gone. It's been eaten up by S2G Timber, and he has knocked all of the Team Queso members down. But look now towards that zone. It's S2G with so much space given over to them potentially, if they can just now quickly find that push back in on towards that northern front.
Oh, look at the circle shift as well. Ghost Gaming, boy oh boy, guys have found yourself in a lot of luck right in the center. And well, that's their main play style. That's how they like to play. So I'm pretty sure Ghost Gaming are going to be feeling comfortable. But the main problem is the man number that they have. They only have 2 players alive. If to make this possible, if they want to hold, if they want to defend the position that they have, I don't know if 2 men are going to be able to do it successfully. That's the question. But on the other hand, Besiktas as well, stepping themselves up.
Yeah, there's a lot of onus on these noodles compounds, on these two dips coming into gutters, coming into this zone. You've got Aston on the one side, you've got Fedabachi on the other here, Necro, and these two teams are going to be reliant on using that lower ground coming further in. They're going to be reliant on actually holding up versus Ghost versus actually that solo, of course, Fedabachi making it slightly easier for them on the opposite end of those chopsticks, because that's the way in onto zone. As you can see, on the other end, it's going to be a lot more fighting. Unicorns are they don't have that luxury. They've got to now fight, of course, against Black Dragons, who at the same time have tried to walk their way forwards, but actually clipped out of their wings by Frostbeast and almost getting knocked, but thankfully stays alive. He is still able to fly up, find that vision. It is now while he stands, but not for much longer. I jinxed him a little bit too quick. GK first with an aid elimination combined with Roll Kiss. It's a little bit too much.
As you said, he was able to make it out alive. He gets taken down instantly. Pretty much, you just jinxed him, and I feel kind of bad for him. But
it's
yeah,
the curse.
Well, yeah, it's literally the curse. But yeah, now Aton, pretty much in the open, but still they look pretty confident. I like Asta's confidence though, but again, being overconfident in certain kind of situations doesn't really work out. Asta moving from cover to cover, moving from hay bales to hay bales. He's trying his best to at least stay with the cover, trying his best to be the one with the nature. And now Aton, they're being focused even from the right lines, even from the front lines. They've gathered a lot of attention on them. And while Coco goes down, that's the result.
Yeah, it's all off of the fact that Ghost are in this gutter, Necro. Aton, they tried that situation to try play it low, but then they realized that, hey, actually someone's already there. We're going to be forced to play it up front, up to the top side, where it's all so much more dangerous. Supermassive Blaze going to be next to fall, though, as unfortunately Kokora cannot last on the opposite end, on that more eastern side. The west just too more powerful as Adam pushes further forward. Still all 4 players alive, but look at the utility count, look at the vehicles, not protected, those vehicles, and those smokes beginning to run out for them overall.
Ghost Gaming, a 2-man army, trying their best all the way in the center to rack up as many kills as possible. On the other hand, Unicorns love going against S2G. The fight has been going on for a long time, and Unicorns love, we do realize what's on the line for them. It's for them to make it in the Super Weekends, and while they were sitting all the way down in 18th position, so Unicorns love actually a 19th position in the overall ranking, so this game is really important for them. They need to make sure that they're at least going home with some decent amount of points from this game. Ghost Gaming do realize they're being challenged by Aton, and it's Coco in the clotheslines. He got a few shots off onto Coco, did manage to swallow them, but again, Coco's down quite low. He's going to be able to patch himself back up, so Ghost Gaming, still, they have a little bit of threat looming on their heads.
This is a fight, Negro, between those still coming out of the sitting waiting room, now jumping into the final 4 games. Mad Bull still alive on the opposite end, but it's also the fight, of course, of Ghost Gaming as they look to try find that nade. Does it land in perfect? Doesn't quite, but will be Mad, who strike up next. Besiktas will be the 7th team to drop in Aton, who have barely found some ground lower down. Ghost will keep them at bay as the rest, Unicorns of Love, look to push forward. And I think actually Unicorns of Love very happy with the fact that Aton are being at distraction, because Unicorns, they've got a big problem crossing over that big open flat ground where there is no hay bales, there's no grass, there's no nothing to protect them coming in on further into that zone.
The intentions of PUBG God are pretty clear. They want Ghost Gaming to win this one. Ghost Gaming being his zone magnet for now. Look at the field. It's just filled with complete smokes. Mad Bull is the team that is trying to charge in forward against S2G, and S2G is being a little bit of a problem, including Fenerbahce for Mad Bulls. They need to worry about 2 different angles at the same time. Monkey all the way back in the zone, taking a lot of damage onto himself, and he's being pinned down by S2G. Timber being taken down, that should at least release a little bit more stress off of Mad Bulls, but again, Unicorns of Love now joining inside this fray. S2G down to just 1 man alive, and they're getting charged on by Mad Bulls. Zakori is the man at the front lines. He's being helped by his teammates, and here comes the charging. Kelsey just managed to get the res back up onto Timber, but he's quite low, and they're quite vulnerable.
They lost a lot of health onto Yin Yang. It should make it easier, but also Kalsei dropping out. Can they find a drop shot? No, it's not enough. And the beautiful smokes played through by Mad Bulls to block off the rest of Fenerbahce, to block off those opposing them. They took the win, but it's not quite enough. The nade coming through from GK first was a little bit too heavy. As Unicorns of Love, they put a horn into their hearts.
Oh, that nade was quite close. Spec was quite lucky he was behind that little vehicle. That's why it didn't really blow up. But now Unicorns love Fenerbahce in the front lines. I do like how Fenerbahce is trying to play this, but still, I don't like that separation coming in from their side, especially when you don't really have a lot of intel to work around with. The only teams that you know are pretty much Ghost Gaming. They have that little dip for themselves. Aton, they're also getting charged by Aton. So Ghost Gaming, they need to worry about a lot of things, especially the main thing they need to worry about is Aton right now.
Still, look at the position, look at the spread coming through for Unicorns of Love. It's beautiful. You got a 2-2 split. They're trying to come in from multiple sides. They're using that hillside to block out the vision of Fenerbahce, to block out the vision of Ghost. While Ghost is distracted with Aton, they actually have a much cleaner room to maneuver coming in onto this zone. Yes, they're not there, but it's much easier than that. The likes of Aton, the Aton they found fresh on the opposite side. They sneak past Ghost, another knock, and actually this could be the thorn in the side for Unicorns of Love, but Rokis will have none of it. Takes down Bomb on the opposite end, will drop Bow potentially on the opposite end. Barely a sliver of HP on Rokis. Is now Ghost also step up to stop the Unicorns entering into that pit. It is their play area.
It is their play area now. Ghost Gaming as well. They're taking a lot of damage. They're not able to withstand it. They're getting charged by Unicorns of Love. And if Unicorns of Love do come out on top in the fight against Ghost Gaming, they will have the prime positioning for themselves. But no, that's not the case. Instead, Ghost Gaming, they completely take down Unicorns of Love out this game. And well, that's the final nail in the coffin. Ghost Gaming able to survive that. That's going to be helping them out quite a lot in the future times in this game. Asta, though, you can see him slowly and steadily sneaking in forward. If Ghost Gaming is well aware of where Asta is, things can be changed by quite a lot.
That is so true. And now though, Aton, that's a problem.
Oh,
you got to believe that with that knock, Spec going down, it's down to a solo. It's a 1v4. They've got to make it work. But unfortunately, you're looking now at Ghost, who have nothing left. They can't defend, and with that extra nade on top from Aton, it seals the deal. It keeps them in the game 4v3. Now is unfortunately Fenerbahce. They dropped to 2, and it looked like they're gonna be all but done in this game. There's no escaping it. It's Fenerbahce. They lose 1, but down to nothing, and that's the game for Aton.
Well, Aton played that beautifully. Did realize they need to get that trench cover for themselves. If they don't, well, that's the only hope they had, and they successfully were able to do so. And somewhere down the line, Ghost Gaming, yeah, I feel like just 2 players surviving was a little bit of a problem. If they had even one more, if there was just a 3-man strong squad, things could have been changed by quite a lot. But still, they came out on top against Unicorns of Love. Unicorns of Love were taking a lot of damage from all the different sides, but still, they were being charged by 2 teams at the same time. Aton from the back, and then Unicorns of Love from the front, but still, they came out on top. So Ghost Gaming, overall, I would say a decent performance, but still, they need to do, or at least they need to do way better than this.
Yeah, it was Ghost, of course, who, yes, stopped the rest of Unicorns Love push. That's correct. You stop that third party from coming in behind you, but it was actually by giving up that control to take down Unicorns Love, left the door open for Aton, right? So when they actually move further forward on into the rest of that secondary fight versus Aton, they don't have that positioning to stop them anymore. They gave up that positioning to take out Unicorns Love, and that allowed then Aton to make that push through that open but difficult gully and actually be able to find those beautiful nades, those beautiful finishes onto Ghost.
Exactly. I mean, Ghost, yeah, in the end, I gotta say, those nades and those Molotov, those flames did spread quite thin, and unfortunately, I mean, they got taken down by that. And Aton, I mean, in the end, as I mentioned, had all 4 players alive till the end. Fenerbahce was one of those teams with had like 3 players alive in the end, and unfortunately, they got taken down. But Ghost Gaming, still, I feel like the biggest thing that they were able to at least like make it alive up till now was literally because the zone was favoring them the whole time. Like they were just in the center all the times. Yeah. The zone was literally just shifting onto them, on top of them all the time. They were just being the zone magnets.
Yeah, I think it's still the concern, right? You look towards Ghost, who gave up that position over in Everest when it looked so dominantly going towards there on the high ground. They gave it over to Na'Vi. Na'Vi, who disappeared out of the game. They allowed then, actually, I think, Ghost a little bit of an easier time. One less team coming further back on in towards that zone. And actually, I do respect how quickly, though, despite being very, of course, passive in that game, Ghost were to take that noodle compound and actually take those chopsticks, because by doing so, they were available then to stop the teams like Atom and making that easy push through these sewers, through that underground, to also secure just a dominant position.
And also we got to talk about a team like Bullock. The charge in came from their side against Exit, and they came out on top. That was a quick wipe as well. For a second, I thought maybe they're going to be having a banger of a game this time, but well, that was not the case. Instead, they got taken down immediately after that. But yeah, S2G, they played their best as well. They tried their best, but in the end, they were just being targeted by a lot of teams. Mad Bulls as well, they were able to make it alive till quite late. They tried their best, but unfortunately weren't really able to make it on top. And again, the zone was what's screwing the teams over, right? If you don't really have a lot of smokes to work with, of course, making your presence known inside the late zone, that was quite tough.
Yeah, it's all coming down to, I think, actually, some of these players, when it came further forward, coming into that zone, they actually like to Mad Bulls, coming into S2G, fight. That was the beautiful smokes we were looking for, and it was something also played by Unicorns of Love when they also equally had those nice smokes to head in. And I think well done by, of course, these outsider teams to get into a position where they did. The problem was, so they actively used so much utility, as we kind of highlighted with the problem of Aton, whereas unless if you're like Aton, you don't have that sewer to dip into, you're having to still face up that front of being a very obvious team coming in over that hilltop when you don't have the smokes to block your position. And actually, as a result, makes very easy target practice for all of those other teams coming on down inside of that sewer, just to pop their head up and actually be able to pop you down.
Unicorns of Love, though, I mean, I surprisingly, Unicorns of Love were actually challenging a fight against Aton this whole time, and I feel like if Unicorns of Love would have just focused a little bit more on getting inside the zone, that could have worked out even better.
Yeah, it could have worked out better, albeit, but also even more better news is, of course, our desk once more. We're going to hand it over back to Mustache Dave and Co.
Aton coming out on top, winner, chicken dinner. What a team to clutch it out towards the end. And we got to talk about it here just a little bit. Ghost going for a risky send towards that mid game. Zute, it definitely paid off, at least when we're looking at them and gaining those placement points.
Yeah, placement points. I mean, 2 elims you see in 5th place, Ghost Gaming, total of 12 points. The reason why we're focusing on Ghost is because they're trying to qualify right now. And yeah, it was kind of risky. It was a full send, but it paid off. Zone magnets, like the caster said. And this is the Ghost Gaming of old, kind of like, no joke. We would see them get, these zones and make those, far long rotations, which does take a bit of skill. Otherwise, everyone else would be doing it. But what else takes skills is what Aton just pulled off. 21 points and the chicken dinner. Really good game by them. And also Mad, I want to highlight those 10 kills. S2G also had 10 kills. And coming into the second page, well, I mean, the Na'Vi not looking good. Once again, Na'Vi and A7 didn't necessarily clash, but Na'Vi did not have a good game this game, 7.
Yeah, they definitely forced each other to do rotations that they kind of maybe didn't want to have to do. I'm looking at Alpha 7. They had to go all the way to the hospital, and then they full send it and ended up losing. They got 3 elims, 1 placement point, 4 points total. Not bad. We do have Knights right there with 4 points as well. Team Castle, that's the one I'm going to be looking at as we talk about here. Aton Milos being able to secure 2 elims, 381 damage with 30% average team contributed. Not bad, honestly, for Aton Esports. This is something that I was kind of hoping that they would at least get a chicken dinner. We saw them being really aggressive in the Americas. We saw them being able to get some chicken dinners as well. So no surprise for me to be able to see him here. I'm sure Milos is going to be happy taking a screenshot of this and posting it on his Twitter, #PMGC. Something that I definitely want to talk about that you kind of talked a little bit there, Sue, until we go to the next graphic. Is going to be S2G. I mean, this was a team yesterday that we were thinking they were just playing for placement points. We saw it yesterday, especially they don't really want to get the kills. But throughout the day, we saw them kind of improving on the kills. And for today, for them to kind of send this kind of statement with 10 kills on this match, that's impressive.
I think it just goes to show maybe they realize they're in a comfortable position and they want to practice what they're weaker at, which is, you know, the elim department. So definitely showing they're able to do both. I'm hoping to see more of it. And speaking about S2G, we got the head-to-head between S2G Kelsey and Mad Monkey. Mad, of course, you know, got 10 elims that last game. So both of these players up here, no big surprise. 6 on the side of Monkey, though. That's a lot. With only 520 damage, less damage than Kelsey, but more elims. 7.
Definitely more elims. And as we're looking at this here, another team that we kind of have to mention that was in that cusp of elimination in a way, Unicorns of Love. I said it. We really haven't been able to give them that much love because they haven't showed us anything. Well, guess what? On this one, they were able to get 4 elims. They were able to kind of move up that, hopefully, that leaderboard. And that's one thing that I'm going to be looking at, Dave, because that leaderboard is going to be, it's changing literally every single match when it comes to 16th and 17th place.
Yeah, it's going to be real spicy. S2G representing Turkey here, coming out on top of the weekday rankings after that one. Number 1 spot going to be overtaking the Knights with 78, 1 point right behind them. And then Black Dragons in 3rd. Man, we saw the Black Dragons this last game. A little bit of Brazil on Brazil violence here as, what was it, A7 pushed that compound. Black Dragons, they just got the better half of them.
Yeah, Black Dragons definitely showing they could still hang with the tough ones. I mean, usually A7 when they're on the aggression, most of the times they win that fight, but Black Dragons coming out ahead there. And one thing I want to highlight, S2G's elims versus rank points. Huge difference. And keep in mind, S2G just now put up a good amount of kills, so before this game, a huge majority of their points were in the form of their rank points or placement points. But heading into the second page, this is where it's getting closer and closer to that chopping block. I'm looking at teams 14th all the way down to even 19th place. They still have got a really good chance to break into that top 16-7.
They definitely do. Another team that needs to watch out that I keep seeing going lower and lower, and they do have 7 matches played. I believe they have 1 extra one left. Is going to be Exit. Exit needs to be careful. They're currently tied right there with Fibonacci. Football is currently with 35 points, as you were mentioning. Ghost Gaming, though, after that match, definitely helped them out. Navi and Team Queso currently sitting. If we were to stop it right here, they would have not made it to that Super Weekend. So something that those teams definitely need to be careful of. Navi, we've seen it over and over again. I kind of feel like a broken record here with us talking about them with Alpha 7. We saw 2 players just kind of waiting for somebody to make a move. And then we saw Alpha 7 definitely having to just change their rotation because they knew Navi was probably going to be waiting for them, Dave.
Yeah. Ghost Gaming, they did climb up a little bit on the overall leaderboards right there. But to break it down just a little more, we got Zute.
Yeah, so we were talking about Ghost Gaming. They had a pretty good game. They not many elim points. It was mostly done in the form of just placement points. So we're taking a look at their rotation. So their first rotation, they made it up to that mountaintop, get a lot of high ground, be able to scout a lot. And then ultimately, they made that one huge rotation into the chopsticks, and that is where the zone kept ending up. And they managed to just stay alive up until the very end. Not many kill points, though, or elim points that you see right here. That's the one rotation that really kind of secured it for them. I would say probably a planned scouted rotation. It's hard to scout from the distance they were at. So I'm not sure if this was more of a full send YOLO type of rotation, but it worked out and they got the zone. Typical, Ghost Gaming zone magnet, so worked out for them right there. They did lose players like here and there on the way here, which is a little bit of a question mark. Usually before we would see 4 players of Ghost Gaming alive making it into these final zones and the final rotations, but this time around they only had 2. Kept it strong. They could have won the game though if they had 4-7.
They definitely could, but at least to give them some props, the duo was back. 10 science spec. We usually used to seeing them. And then this engagement right here, S2G and Navi. I mean, honestly, if you would have told me yesterday that S2G was going to be able to put up 10 kills, and on top of that, they were going to help eliminate Navi out of this match, I would have told you were crazy because of what we just saw in regards to elims. They're just not that team that's used to getting elims. But you can see the aggressiveness here. As soon as they realize it's Navi as well, too, they kind of get a little bit more aggressive. So it leads me back to what we were talking about earlier, saying, hey, these teams are starting to smell a little bit of weakness out of Navi. They're starting to realize that they could stop him from going to the Super Weekend. these teams are going to want to challenge that. These teams are going to want to eliminate that. And overall, I mean, this is going to help out Alpha 7 big time, especially if depending on how many Erangels we play, because they're not going to have to rotate as much. You can see SCG just laying. I love that SCG right here, too. They kind of just push up for it. They don't back down from it. They know somebody's knocked. They push up to this little coverage here, in a way, a little head glitch. But they're also able to get different angles and make sure that they're not going to get flanked. And if somebody does peek, they're going to get that shot and hopefully be able to confirm it into a point.
So the Knights right here, they only had 4 elim points, and that was it. But I want to highlight this play because it was beautifully done. So I think we're evolving into a meta. I will call it the one-man army meta. We see this out of China, the most dominant region. They've been doing this for years. But take a look at the Knights' positioning. They send only one player in certain crucial spots to open up the fight in certain pressure points. That's because each player of the Knights is extremely strong, and they're able to do this. They send Coops up to put pressure on the knock, to confirm the knock, and then Xenox on a different angle. Notice the other 2 players of the Knights. They're holding down the more, important position of the hilltops to make sure they don't get backstabbed or another team comes in. But this is essentially almost, you could say, a 2v4. Just because they know the positionings, each player plays it very well, and they take out Rise, one of the strong teams that we see come up huge with elim. So I want to highlight this one real quick, just show the viewers, like the Knights, they didn't do good this game. They got the chicken dinner the first game, but the synergy, the player skill level, it's definitely there. And once again, that one-man army, they're playing separate from each other, but ultimately it syncs up as a team. And that was beautiful to see. So that's why I personally want to highlight that play out of the Knights.
I love that you called that the new meta, because we're seeing that a lot. We saw it yesterday with Alpha 7, sending Carrillo forward. If you have a strong player that can definitely at least cause some damage and not have to risk everybody else, oh man, it's going to be interesting to see which other teams are going to try to do that, Dave.
Yeah, you love to see it right there. Team communication on point, like check it off the list right there. You saw Coops with the laser, the spray down, and then Xenox with that support to follow up and get those 2 knocks. That's the Knights that we all know from NA that qualified here. So I feel like they're finally getting to form within the lobby of PMGC West, and they should definitely qualify to that super weekend, and hopefully they can continue on with that momentum. And talking about momentum, well, we got 3 more games to go. As you can see, A, C, D, E will be the next groups to play on Miramar. So once again, Group B will be sitting out. That's Footballless, Furious, Eastern Stars, and NRX. So that's going to open it up a little bit here. And you guys talked about it just a little bit. I wanted to kind of get your take here. A7 rotations in respect to Na'Vi. I'm bringing this up, Zute, because Na'Vi, they are in 18th place as of right now, and almost every single game, A7, they're always near them.
So last game, we didn't see a clash, but like Seven mentioned, it did cause both parties to maybe rotate in a way that they didn't want to, maybe force them into fights that they weren't usually comfortable in taking. And like, we're repeating it a lot, but once again, A7, Na'Vi in the lobby together, Na'Vi once again has struggled. This has proven true for like 4 or maybe even 5 games now for Na'Vi. So that's my takeaway, Dave.
Yeah, well, great takeaway, and we got 3 more games to go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what Na'Vi can pull out the hat. Don't go anywhere. We're going to send it to a quick break.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans. You're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia. You took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. push your limits, and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Sidelines, and you see that player almost taken out. And you know what? Those players up there are pinging exactly, fighting with Aton. Aton about to take that one out. We're down to a 4v2, 4v3 situation. Move does not work though, but actually Syndicate does get a knockback, and just as I say that, they are finished out. 4 kills.
But is able to get that support from the rest of his squad and just abuse Mazex's Solitude. Stayed in that vehicle. Totally forgot it was.
They're taking shots at everybody.
Yeah, at this point, it's just YOLO send them, be able to save them. And
to be really had. And yeah, that's one. I think that's easy confirmed for Sam just as well. So scrappy fight. It's all around everyone. 1v1s left and right. And oh, Chico gets drop shotted.
Losing 1 for 4 points, that is solid. A7 though, in the fields, trying to avoid the gunshots from
Olo goes down, forced to hop up, and that's the one for HH. HH might just spray the grass here and take down the rest of XSET.
Nerves to steal from Boring Protocol, but will it be enough? They do get the revive, but the shots are here from Ghost. Fame Boys looking to trade one back.
And we're looking at a bit of another fight breaking out here. This time B-Town hot up the victory in the last one, running into the Knights, and they are down in addition. These nades have been looking really good.
Rise is going to be able to take the fight they want to take. Find the shots. P in a 1v3. What can they do, Dave? Can they find the shots? Oh! This one. Let's take a look at Black Dragons and those two teams I just mentioned. Team Queso seems to have their eyes. We do not want to lose a player. And oh, long range. Oh my goodness!
Put out the pressure, they'll get that revive. XSET full sending again, this time into Ogilvy. J7 is not, kill switch is done, and Thurston.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the OnePlus 9.
What is back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get game number 3 locked up, loaded up, players ready to go. We're back, Mustache Dave, Zute, and 7. Let me start with 7 here real quick because we were talking on the break. You had some opinions, you had some thoughts on A7 because we are heading into Miramar. So I'm going to open it up for you.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. Group B is going to be sitting out. Next Ruya, meaning Next Ruya is going to be sitting out. And what we've been seeing a lot, especially when we go into Miramar, Alpha 7's playing and Next Ruya's playing, they usually hot drop each other. Now Alpha 7's not going to have to worry about that. But with the cushion that they have, well, not really that big of a cushion, but with them being in the first page in regards to points, Are they going to try to hot drop Navi, or are they just going to take advantage of not having to worry about next Ruya and then just looting up and trying to get those extra points and maybe hot dropping Navi, or worrying about kind of hunting those teams down that they don't really want them to qualify towards the end? It's going to be really interesting. And with that, Sute, going into this Miramar again, we do have Ghost Gaming and Supermassive Blaze playing again. Do you think we're going to see another hot drop there?
Oh, 100%. I feel like Miramar is the type of map where your starting point is very important. On Erangel, we see Alpha 7 and Na'Vi. Well, Alpha 7 has just started dropping on the very eastern side of the map. They just disregard Na'Vi completely off that drop because it's really easy to rotate on Erangel. But Miramar, it's quite different. Miramar is a map that you really want to fight for that drop spot position. So I do believe we're going to see a clash, Dave.
Well, talking about clashing, talking about making things a little bit easier, OnePlus has your back with the flagship performance immersive 120 Hz display and the Hyper Touch technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro, it's your shot of climbing up these leaderboards here, fellas. So we're heading into Miramar. We kind of chatted about a couple teams to keep your eyes on. I'm going to focus once again on those bottom teams, Unicorns of Love, Na'Vi, Team Queso, and even Bulak all the way down there at the bottom, because remember, at the end of today, 4 teams will not be playing in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi might just be the BTR of the West, right? Like, we talked about it in the very beginning of the show. BTR, an iconic team coming out of PMGC East, didn't qualify for this Super Weekend. And Na'Vi, man, that last game, I gotta point out for Na'Vi, that should be their bread and butter, right? They come in from the edge, they had 4 players up, they had the setup to break into an entry point within the circle. That's what they're known for. That's their strategy. That's what they do. And S2G just like slapped them down and just completely stopped it. So I don't know, man. Na'Vi is not looking anything like the Na'Vi that I've been hearing about, 7.
They're definitely not. Same with Unicorns of Love. I mean, we have first place and second place out of EU championships currently on the verge of possibly not even qualifying. And then on top of that, to add that extra sprinkle in regards to top teams, we have Team Queso that hasn't even showed up. We haven't seen anything from it. Maybe we saw like a somewhat good performance yesterday from them, but besides that, we haven't seen them. This is going to be a make it or break it, I feel like, right here, right now.
Yeah, I agree with both of you. This is that halfway mark of day number 2, that make it or break it for these bottom teams. And shout out real quick to the birthday boy, Highland Wolf, as we pass it over to the casters.
Oh no, you can't do this to me, Dave. I've been rumbled. I've been busted. I thought I could get away with it. We're in match 3 already, but there's no escaping it.
Well, you can't really get away with it, man. You kind of messed up when you told me that it's your birthday today, you know?
Yeah.
I went ahead and conveyed that info to the analyst desk as well, and Field's birthday man in the chat for sure for this, man. Absolute lovely human being over here. But yeah, if you talk about things going south for teams, especially Group A, Wolf, and this is their final shot as well, especially teams like Bullet Chupton, and then you have teams like Exit coming in. Exit, they are on the 11th place, but again, in the future games, there is Group B coming in. That means teams like Footballists are pretty much going to topple them over. That means Exit are going to be in pretty much a vulnerable spot.
Yeah, there's only 13 points separating them between elimination potentially on that 16th spot. Only 18 points really separating them more so from being eliminated in that 17th position. So actually, overall, you're looking now at actually Exit as one of these teams who potentially could be taken out early on, but not as early taken out as our unfortunate NA friend over here, Ghost. Some deja vu happening here over towards Picardo. It feels a little bit sad for Ghost at this point.
Yeah, Ghost are just always falling prey to Supermassive Blaze. S2G. Oh, Timber, no, you're in massive trouble. Oh, can he get back to the cover? Yes, he does, though, but still keeps on running. Oh, he's going to get run over. There's no way Timber's going to be able to make it alive. Yep, gets ran over. Monkey gets the second kill. He's trying to confirm the kill, though. You can clearly see the struggle, though. Still, one more. There we go, another lap. But yeah, well, finally the kill being confirmed and vehicle elimination as well. Monkey has gone that secured in his bag. But yeah, as you talk about teams like Ghost Gaming, yeah, they're always just falling prey to a team like Supermassive Blaze, and well, they need to find a new way to at least try and contest Picado, or either they need to implement the plan B, and we don't know what the plan B is yet. In fact, being taken down from the side of Mad Bulls, but it's no worries, he's going to be back up on his feet in no time.
All right, he's getting a little bit too eager with the vehicle, right? He's taking out one of SCGs, like, I need to go for the next kill, guys. He's like, no, please, I'm not an enemy. I'm one of your own team, man. I mean, to be fair, right, you're looking more towards the rest, though, of this zone. And I'm a zone man myself. I like the zone. Do you like the zone, Necro? Do you like this zone? Is this a good zone for you, would you say? Is this a comfortable zone?
I would still say it's nothing really special. For me, it's a pretty standard circle.
Wow,
you know?
I can't believe you just said that. Pro zone man.
Listen, I've seen a lot of these circles in SA region, man. Not gonna lie. For me, this circle is pretty normal. I've seen a lot of these kind of circles. But yeah, this is how the first kill went down. There's a little replay. And Ghost Gaming, yeah, Tensa was the man who was pretty much popping off in the previous game, and Tensa being taken care of early off in this game. Ghost Gaming are going to be sweating a little bit there.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, that zone, of course, has gone towards the more eastern side once more. And unfortunately, it looks like it once more. A little bit of a dip down dodge Mythic. He's found 2. Can he find 3? That's the surprise factor you were looking for. And unfortunately, Team Case was feeling like it's lights out already and have only just got back onto Miramar. And this feels dastardly. That's the double knock that we were looking for. Goodbye, my cheesy friends. The Yella will be the final one to drop.
Well, that's Team Queso getting completely dismantled. Exceal, the last man alive. Rise. Oh my god. Rise are definitely rising up in this fight for sure. And, well, it's pretty much a done case for Team Queso. And Exceal, unless if he's able to run away, the final man is trying to play the survival game, then maybe we can still have hopes up for Team Queso. If he tries to fight against Ryzen, we know what the outcome will be. Other teams that the analyst desk as well is looking out for are teams like Na'Vi and A7, and especially Na'Vi, because we do know they're pretty strong. They're on the struggling side on the overall rankings.
I mean, to be fair, he's going to need some Swifties, right, to get out of this situation. They're pretty hot on the heels. But the light of this situation is to actually Exhale, if he can't get over that ridgeline, which he does, is further out towards that coastline. So he has a comfortable position in the zone. He's going to be away from all of that action of teams heading in through again, that Picado side. But you also look towards not just Team Queso, not just to Rise, but a majority of these teams who, again, have stuck towards the same position. In a similar zone, are they going to switch that tactic around? Are they those who haven't performed well, like Na'Vi getting caught in the zone, like also A7 potentially also struggling in some of these games of Miramar, getting out so far from El Pozo over in towards the zone 2, will they be able to change up their strategy and be able to then have a successful result here, given a second opportunity?
Oh, Rise running in the line of sight, so Unicorns of Love. There was a man in the clotheslines, took a few shots. But Rise looking pretty safe in that bus, and they're on their way inside the zone. Seems like they're going to be having a fantastic journey over there, but yeah, another shots, a little bit more shots being taken onto them. Rise, though, they're finally going to come to a stop. No, instead, they're going to keep on going. It doesn't matter what's in the way. The main focus here is to try and get a comfortable spot inside the zone. And talking about a comfortable spot, Black Dragons, they have one of the best spots in the zone that they can ask for, right in the smack center of the circle. They don't need to go anywhere else. All they can do is just sit down. But as you can see, Ghost Gaming, they've already moved in forward, Jake. That means Ghost Gaming, they didn't really have a lot of time to loot in Picado because Supermassive Blaze was kind of controlling the most amount of part of that city. So I'm pretty sure Ghost Gaming are going to be on the struggling phase, especially when it comes to that loot as well.
And I think actually you had a good point there through from Black Dragons in that center is Exhale, poor soul, has not been left alone. He tried his best, but it's not enough. Will be punted down by the full squadron of the Rise and the beat bus, and they honk him good night. But to head further back onto Black Dragons, that central zone, yes, it is beautiful to be already in that safety. But also, I think it's almost a devil in disguise, where you're looking at so many teams heading around you, Knights being one of them now. You're going to be a center attention point too, and you are going to have to hold this compound, or albeit around that central zone, for the entirety of these next 20 minutes. And you can see how hard it is to then look towards that information side of things, but then stay together is, of course, Knights punishing hard that wider flank coming through from BD.
Black Dragon, a little bit of rookie mistakes being made. They were not really aware of the surroundings, what was going on, and Knights, well, they striked in the exact time when they needed to. And they got themselves the opening kill as well. Now, Knights, they're looking pretty comfortable. They also do have the man advantage over here. Black Dragons, on the other hand, only have 3 players left. So I do want to see how Black Dragon are going to be defending against a team like Knights, because you can see Knights, they have surrounded Black Dragons from almost all the sides.
And the difficulty is this zone with a position of Black Dragons, they can give this compound up, yes, and move further back from the fight, but where do they go? Because there's nowhere really actually favorable for Black Dragons in this situation, and actually as a result, you're probably looking at a scenario where Black Dragons are going to want to hold this ball, and especially considering now that Knights playing this so well are wrapping around the entirety of these exit points that Black Dragons could have looked for, coming more towards that eastern exit line. Instead, now it is stoppered by those Knights players, Coops, and also Chico from the opposite side, and actually Black Dragons, they're forced into the fight. Their only option, I think, now is if they can start to move further back towards that solo player of Knights on the flank side to Xenox. But by doing so, you give up those sound cues, and rightly so. That's why Eden has to play so carefully, so slow, and giving up that position, he immediately get fired upon.
Do get immediately fired upon, and well, here comes the charge in. Here comes the push from the side of Knights. They have managed to find themselves another opening against Black Dragons. This leaves Black Dragons with only 2 players alive. There is 1 man in the clotheslines, but Xenox from all the way afar, he takes care of that man in the clotheslines, and now only left with 1 man. Black Dragons, oh man, they're already struggling. As we were talking about how great of a position Black Dragons had, they just messed things up.
Yeah, it's all down, rightly so. We've mentioned that center of attention problem. You can put yourself in the center, but inside a compound, inside that bowl, they didn't have the vision, actually, that they were looking for. And unfortunately, of course, rightly so, is nice. They walked up in, they closed them down, and the Black Dragons' 15th position with no eliminations. A very disappointing game, considering that actually, as a team coming into this, in the first day, even in the second day so far, too, they have actually been one of those top contenders.
Exactly, definitely have been one of those top contenders without a doubt. But Ghost, already off to a struggling start, even in the map of Miramar over here. Spec was down quite low. He's going to be able to patch himself back up, as we did catch up on how tense it went down early off in the game, especially having that great of a game on the Erangel side, and then now coming up to Miramar. He was the one who got taken care of pretty early off. But Besiktas now looking at charging forward against Knight. And this would be one of the fights that I would be really eyeing out for. Zessi in the clotheslines, taking a lot of damage. He's quite lucky, though. He's just caught 1 headshot onto himself.
Still, he's only going to be scouting. Zessi, who survives, knows now that there are going to be perpetrators inside that compound to take them out. So as a result, Besiktas do move smartly further into that zone. Actually do move further away from that center point, though. Potentially going to go for that wider flank round instead. But you look now towards that next shift. And actually, La Bendita in the center of that zone. The power, actually, of these hilltops. You can see why so many of these teams are looking further forward to try control this high ground position, because particularly if you are a squad like Fibonacci and also Unicorns of Love, you are heading further in onto those more high hills, coming out of Los Leones, entering into La Bendita, where you can maintain that high ground, maintain that information coming in onto the central zone, and then from there, look further north, look forward towards that western side, where it is going to be more flat, and you can take out all of those wider rotating teams who are also equally just as slow coming into that play.
Exactly. Navi, again, one of those teams. Again, I mean, this is what they like to do, making late entry inside the zone, but I'm going to hold on to my words over here, because Besiktas looking at charging against Rice. Mufasa falls down. He's being knocked off the way. Besiktas, the call has been made to charge in for it. Enjoy 7, of course, the man who likes to play on the front lines all the time for this team. lobbing in some nades to make sure if there's anyone else, he is being forced out of their comfort zone. Now all he needs to take care of is the left side. And he does know on the left side it was Mufasa who's been taken down. The kill will be confirmed easily, but Besiktas get themselves the compound control as well.
Yeah, unfortunately for Rise, they are now in a situation where they have to use that death wisely. Is it going to be a good death here, Necro, where yes, you die, but you give over the information to a team coming in behind you? Or are they going to sit here, Rise, and not do much with that information instead of moving further forward? Now, the problem is for a team like Rise is, yes, they can play well. I mean, production, please stop the savagery. I mean, Rise... We're not predicting that as the future, okay, production? Just stop right there. They do have to cross a dangerous flats, but I have faith, okay? I was going to put them down a little bit, but production, I've got to equalize the savagery with some hope. But yes, they will be able to do it.
That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I do realize. Yeah, he had to cross through an open field. The vehicle was smoking as well. Jumped out of a moving vehicle, took a little bit of damage on that as well, and then tried to blow it up. Didn't really realize that the range that he had, the separation that he had between the vehicle and himself wasn't enough to keep him alive with that explosion damage. But yeah, now Na'Vi again catching eyes against A7. Oh, these two teams have been going up against each other no matter what. If they're playing on the same group, they will be going up against each other no matter what. These two have been catching each other's eyes. But for now, it seems like nothing critical really happening. They're just doing some poke damage here and there. They did trade off a couple of bullets, but not really able to find any connection. So good for now.
The thing is, you are inside of zone, right? You're looking at the rest of that zone, particularly on that northern end. It's darn crowded. So if you are a team like Na'Vi, if you are a team like A7, yes, you could go further in, right? You could try to play more for our center, but why would you go in for our center when you can play slightly more on the edge? You're not drawing the attention of the problem of teams, especially if you have to cross that road in towards Nice later on. It's going to be very difficult, whereas actually you could just wait, of course, and hope that zone moves further towards you, because in a situation like this, where you are X-set, you can see the problem of moving further forward. Being taken out, you see now them losing two of their players for playing so early aggressive, is a nice idea that X-set are trying to do, to cross that road early on and try to get that position to then hold others out. But the problem is that they're doing it later themselves. They are coming far away from the zone, and they are not giving the respect that should be deserved when crossing such an open span.
And just to add on to that point as well, I mean, X-set and Bullock are playing on Group A, and this is the final game of Group A, at least for the day. And if X-set isn't really able to play that good in this one, X-set aren't really able to rack a lot of points in this one, that means that's going to be it for them. They're not really going to be able to make it in forward in Super Weekends. Especially a team like Bullock, it seems like the hopes are pretty down. And if I'm not wrong, they have been taken out of the game as well.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for Bullock as well. Of course, gonna likely here miss this first Super Weekend. But if you're a team like X-set and you also don't want to miss that Super Weekend, if you are Kill Switch, you can see there in the position here around Minas Generalis, you have a slight connection on the roads where there are these hills that protect you from the Western vision. That's where, if you're a Kill Switch, you're looking to enter in after that position for Minas Generalis. But I have to hold that position and that fort, because look at Adon get sprayed down by the Knights and found their next target. And Milos is the only one standing, but Milos, what you had to show for it. He has something though. 3. Can he make it 4? No, the sliver HP is not enough, and Adakar cleans it up, but it was close.
Yeah, he was pretty close. Milos tried his best to fight back in that one. But in the end, Knights came out on top in that. Aton, the props should be given to that team. Now, on the other hand, Unicorns of Love as well. Quite an important game for them. They're all the way on the bottom half. They're not even in top 16, so things have to be really close. I can imagine the nerves that they would be having right now, but still, they will need to hold their nerves with those guns. And Unicorns of Love, they do seem quite separated. On the other hand, but Besiktas, they don't really have a lot of place. They don't really have a lot of breathing space, as you could like to say. They're being pinned down inside this little shack. 2 players don't really have anywhere to go. They just have this little room to work with. I want to see how Unicorns of Love are able to fight back in this one. If this nade lands on the mark, it's going to be a knock for sure, and yes, it is.
It does. That's the one gone, and now Recent is the only one left. But we have to clean this up quickly. Look at where that zone's gone. It's gone all the way over to Knights in this singular compound. And this compound notorious, this building, for how difficult it is to gank in onto the center of zone. You can see all of these other teams now making that move. And as a result, having that firefight in Baluk, Chabtan, with that hope could potentially be gone here. Necro is down to one player. They have to win this game. They have to win this fight specifically here. They cannot, and as a result, mathematically, we'll be saying adios to that Super Weekend.
Exactly. The Alpha 7 though, Cario on the front page this time. That strat's not going to work out because the main man has fallen down. Cario not going to be happy about that one. Senatexa though is on his way, trying his best to close the distance, trying his best to get up close and personal. But again, RS2G going to let that happen? No, it's going to be the case. Cario's kill being confirmed, A7 on that aggressive page again. S2G, I'm pretty sure they're going to be under a lot of pressure. They want to try and hold this compound down, but A7 is one of those teams that isn't really going to back out from any kind of these like fights. So Mafioso utilizing his nades to try and force out Ace2G from the comfortable spots they have found themselves in.
Still, A7, they are continuing to push. Look at the flank side. That's where you're looking towards the entrance of the fight. Revo, Texa, those are the players that are going to be the impactors of this fight and trying to pincer out Kelsey. You can see from 3 different angles they pincer them down. If it can take out the front line, then it can move towards the back. But it's that tricky position of Kelsey that is what stops S2G from falling in this situation. And A7, because they now let Kelsey go, they can slide in and find a kill. And Kelsey almost confirms that that could have been a crucial knock, but we can't take it all away. And that actually gives away their own position as they further lose out on positioning at a compound overall. A7 are pushing forward. They are getting more ground, albeit.
Definitely are getting more ground, and you can clearly see S2G somewhere down line in this fight. The confidence seems missing in S2G, and they definitely need to pump it up in themselves. Kelsey was low. He's trying his best to banish himself back up, but Vol is also going to be costing him a lot of time, and that's the exact thing. He doesn't really have a lot. He doesn't have a lot of time to work with over here. If he gives more time for A7 to breathe, that means A7 are going to be able to mentally reset themselves in this fight, and that's going to help A7 out quite a lot in charging in forward again against H2G. And it seems like another knockout has been found, and well, just like that, as I mentioned, the final nail has been put in the coffin, and that's going to be it for H2G. But they don't need to worry about anything. They're sitting all the way on top, baby.
Tell you what, we got to worry about though, A7, this zone. Yeah. I think STG are counting their blessings, saying, thank goodness we don't have to work with this devil. I mean, look at how open this is. There's only really 1-2 positions you're looking at that are strong, as Mad Bulls also can see that struggle of venturing further in on the open ground. They've had 1 knock, had 2 knocks against them. They should fall here to the hands of Rise, but look at Rise also dipping into the blue. They take that damage from phase 5 and they take it hard. Is of course you only are having these spots. Knights inside that compound still, but also Na'Vi actually with a beautiful spot in the edge of map in Dita Hills. They've got some ridgelines to work with here. It is much more than actually the likes of course Rise we are mentioning have to work with, trying to fester their way into the center.
Trying their best. Rise, as Gary being taken down, Nunes has a lot of pressure on his back for sure. He needs to get the res back up onto Gary. Is he going to be able to do so? Mad Bulls being in the front lines, they're making sure that Rise aren't really able to make it in the zone. They're being the guardian angel on the edge lines of the zone. Nunes is going to be sticking the res onto Gary. Is he going to be able to patch himself back up as the wall of death is moving in from the back lines? Gary needs to be quick as possible. Rise is running out of time. And Mad Bulls, luckily they're not in the game anymore. They got eliminated on hashtag 10th position with 3 eliminations on their name. So that's quite decent, I would say. But still, not really the best you can ask for. On the other hand, Rise as well, taking a lot of damage. Nunes being taken down. This leaves Gary, the only man alive. And while he's looking pretty uncomfortable with the position he's found himself in. Alpha 7 on the charge. The goal call has been made. Gary, as soon as he gets spotted, that's going to be it for him. And yes, Mafioso takes him down.
A7 cleaning up, sweeping away the top side of the fight, but now also you head back in towards Knights, who have somehow, some way allowed Unicorns of Love just to walk their way in onto this compound, and they've given up all control, and now Chico has to make the plays, has to come in from the flank side, but he can't do it. He takes almost deadly damage, is upstairs, it feels the same situation. utility, the only thing stopping Unicorns of Love from pressing the charge.
Exactly, but still, the big threat is alive, Coops. And he's gonna be a threat until he's being taken down. But Unicorns of Love, that charge was successful, but also came in at a cost. One man went down there, but Chico charging in forward. Coop still alive, has a nade cooking in, spots one man in the out, and as I mentioned, the threat is still alive. As soon as well, I saw Coops alive, I knew that there is still a massive hope alive for Knights. And well, Coops managed to clutch that situation out. And that's how they came out on top in that. But Unicorns of Love, better luck next time.
MVP Coops keeping the hopes of the NA alive. Another slips away. Ghost slapped twice by the rest of Fibonacci. And now they move further forward down into the slides of these hilltops. And they confirm all three of those kills. Goodbye, the rest of Ghost. As it is going to be FB's time to shine. And Fenerbahce here continuing further forward, looking now towards Na'Vi, as they have the control. I gotta feel here, yes, only 3 kills, but the position is all so much stronger.
Tables turned against Knights. They had the best positioning inside the zone, and now the circle took a hard shift. Not really looking good with the positioning that they have found themselves in. But again, Na'Vi, they have a little bit of this shack to work around with, trying their best to try and rack up as many kills as possible, as many points as possible. Fenerbahce looking a 4-man strong squad, 1 man being knocked out. This leaves them with only 3 men standing on their feet. 2nd man, Rebellion as well. Rebellion is down quite low, but he's lucky to make it out alive from that.
Still, we move forward into what is this open expanse. And Necro, it's going to be a slow one. I have a feeling here. Even though we're phase 6, it's going to be even slower for Na'Vi. His A will be the 4th team remaining to 3rd. Final 3 here. Fenerbahce going to lose 1 because Supermassive, they are still here to play, but they've got no vehicles to play with, and this is a dire problem they've found themselves in, whereas Knights, they have that buggy, they have that position further forward, but no one wants to go because they know as soon as you pop your head up, you get put straight back down. Another revive on the cards here for Fenerbahce.
Fenerbahce, of course, will be handing haircuts out to all players because they have the high ground. They have a lot of intel to work around with, especially the man advantage is on their side. They have all 4 players alive. Supermassive Blaze, though, being forced in by the zone, and they're also taking a lot of damage from Knights. Chico finds the opening on a Supermassive Blaze. This leaves them with only 3 men alive. Savian trying his best to stay alive in those smokes, but again, as soon as the smoke dissipate, his position will be compromised as well.
And they tried to get rid of the eyes of Fenerbahce, focus on Supermassive Blaze, but by doing so, they blocked complete vision of them. And actually, Fenerbahce used the smokes of Knights, right, to get inside of that zone. They're the ones with the control, but it's all up to Bolivia on the back end to stop this push coming in, because inside that zone, no survivors are being ruined. Falky is gone, and Nox Bomb on the back, barely alive. It's all up here to Machine, but not so much for Supermassive Blaze. At least they've secured 2nd. There's now Fenerbahce. They move further forward to punish through, but Dokun Machine finds the star of Coops, and now it's only Chico remaining in his zone. He's not even in the zone, and this has to feel like their game. 1 hay bale, 1 player left to clean up.
1 player left. The only hope for Knights, Chico. Is he going to be able to clutch? The chances are pretty slim. And well, just like that, Fenerbahce, the circle did try to play the Spawn Sports, though. It was kind of favoring Supermassive Blaze, but again, Supermassive Blaze didn't really have those utilities, didn't really have a lot of cover to work with. That's why they got taken down by Fenerbahce. But in the end, man advantage is what really matters, and Fenerbahce proving exactly my point.
9 kills going over to Fenerbahce, but you're looking towards Nice. What a spectacular game coming through from them once again on Miramar. They feel like the Lions of the Sahara Desert here. That is Miramar itself. They look towards these 9, 13, 15 kills they were able to grab for themselves. Necro, they look clearly the most dominant team here. I mean, I was looking towards Eastern Stars, but they're irrelevant compared to the position the Knights have put themselves in on this desert itself.
Definitely got to say, Fenerbahce is looking really good when it comes to the firepower as well. And, well, in the end, that helped them quite a lot. And they had just the man advantage overall. They had all 4 players alive in the end. That's what helped them. But also talk about Knights. They got second position inside this game. And what helped them was that push against Aton Esports. As soon as they got that compound control, as soon as they were able to successfully flush Aton out that compound, I knew Knights, they're going to be having a lot of success in this game.
Yeah, I think that Knights definitely stepping up. I think also Supermassive Blaze, rightly so, also stepping up when it comes to those positions on that leaderboard. And I think that we're starting to see the rise, actually, yes, of these underdogs here that we didn't expect would be the ones, the big contenders coming in onto this tournament. We were looking at those favorites of Na'Vi, of Alpha 7, of also even some of these more decisive teams, of course, like Ghost coming in. Are they going to be able to stick up to the top? But it's not been these top contenders, the top of their regions that have been staying top here on PMGC. It's been the lower end spectrum with what we've had on terms of, as we say, our expectations. They've been rising to the top.
When it comes to Ghost, Supermassive Blaze have always been like a thorn in the way for them. They've always been the one crossing their lines, crossing their eyes in Picado, especially in this game. As I mentioned, I mean, they were being shook off really early from Picado as well. I mean, Ghost, they had to take a leave no matter what because they realized that they're falling weak against Supermassive Blaze, so they took an exit from Picado quite early. And as I mentioned, it did also seem like they were lacking on a little bit of loot as well, had quite a less time to loot there. But yeah, overall, this push from Knights against Aton, this is what helped them, or almost could have helped them win the game as well. But this is what got them the prime positioning. This is what got them that second place.
I mean, it looked rightly so when it came to some of those later zones at Knights. They were going to have everything in their hands. The zone was going to come to them. It went actually far away, but dealt with it well, actually. I felt that Knights, moving through this game, their positioning, not just their kills, were on point when it came to dodging out of the difficulty coming in later on into these fights. Holding on to that center position where actually we looked up towards Black Dragons could not. Knights could live up to that name, but also you have to announce it. Fenerbahce here coming towards his end game dominated that control, that beautiful high ground spot gifted to them. Yes, it was not easy, but yes, it was powerful enough to the point where they used it beautifully to gatekeep both Supermassive Blaze and then also, of course, Knights away from the win.
But then again, just to remind you, this was the final game of Group A, man. This was the final game of Group A. That means teams like Bullock and Exet, they were in the red zone. I mean, Bullock was the one, and now it has been confirmed. Bullock aren't really going to be making it in the top 16. They aren't really going to be in the super weekend of the week 1 over here. But again, I mean, Exet, they're on the edge lines, man. They don't really have the safety cushion to work with. And that's a thing that I'm really afraid for.
Yeah, I think they're definitely unfortunate for Bullock, but also danger zone for Xset, as we will have to discuss all of that even more on the analyst desk.
Wow, what a game. Miramar, game number 3 in the books. Group A done. Done here for the league stage, the weekday play, and that's going to be Knights, Bullock, S2G, and Xset looking to rep that set. Knights, 15 kills, but of course, the winner, chicken dinner, Fenerbahce coming out on top here, fellas.
Fenerbahce with a really good chicken dinner right there, but the Knights not getting the chicken, but just, the kill points, or the elim points, they were raining in right there. And take a look at this. It was actually the Knights that got more points than the team that had the chicken dinner. Of course, 15 eliminations. Well, you might have gotten 15 points for rank, but the Knights, they just took it in the form of elims, 7.
Yeah, the Knights just decided to flip it upside down. And YouTube chat, you disappointed me, YouTube chat. I asked you if you guys just take a guess on who was going to win. They didn't guess Fenerbahce right. So shout out to Fenerbahce for surprising everybody here with the 24 points total. Supermassive Blaze. We're going to definitely be talking about them here in a little bit because they decided to hot drop Ghost Gaming. They got one kill and he kind of pushed off Ghost. Don't worry, we'll cover all of that. They do end up with 15 points. Alpha 7, seeing that aggressiveness again, being able to get 8 Illims out of Alpha 7 is great. With 14 points, I feel like it's a little bit safe to say that they're going to definitely be moving on to the Super Weekend. Navi was able to collect 9 points. And then we move on here towards the second page. Ghost Gaming, only being able to collect 4 points, and it is only for placement points. We've seen this a lot so far, especially today, in regards to Ghost Gaming being able to secure mostly those placement points. Blue Chaptan, as Dave said it, I mean, this team definitely not going to make it to Super Weekend. They are done with all their 8 games. Same with Exit. With Exit, it's going to be interesting. I think they maybe end up with 41 points here too. So they're going to be coming down probably to the last game with all the teams that have missing games.
Yeah, and take a look at the MVP from the Fibonacci Rebellinov. I hope I'm saying that correctly, but 4 elims, almost 600 damage, definitely putting in work for the team. And yeah, I gotta agree with 7. YouTube chat, come on, man, you gotta trust in some of these teams. And actually, we've seen a lot of the teams that we weren't expecting to do well to do really well, and the teams that we were hoping to do well kind of fall to the wayside on the opposite end. So, I mean, anything could happen. It is a league weekend. Maybe that's why, you know, we're seeing a lot of shenanigans, but still, it does not excuse the performance of some of these teams, 7.
It definitely doesn't. And I mean, we always talk about when we go to Super Weekend, it's a completely different animal. I mean, if we see Navi, if we see Ghost Gaming in there, hopefully we do get to see that different animal, right? Because we always talk about this is weekend league play. Some teams will cut some slack for you. But when we get to the Super Weekend, we got to see the real thing. Talking about the real thing, look at the stats right here coming out of Coops to head-to-head. 2 Knights players. And I just, as an ANA fanboy myself, I love seeing this here, seeing Coops and then Chico. I mean, both of them by themselves, Sute and Dave, they were able to put up 2k damage, just 2 players. Like, what? Some of these teams wish that they could have this kind of numbers for the whole team, and these guys are just putting up this number, Sute, by themselves.
Yeah, it's amazing to see. The Knights are definitely in form. Out of all the NA teams, only the Knights are playing like they were back in their home region. As far as Xset and Ghost Gaming goes, like it is nothing like what we are used to seeing. And I don't know, Dave, what are your thoughts on... let's focus on the Knights. What are your thoughts on your boy Coops, Dave?
MVP. Hey, I ain't stressing at all. Coops is the main man out here. And right there, Coops, Chico, they had 60% of the total damage done to themselves from the entirety of the team that game alone. And you can only assume once when Xenox starts to pop off, that team, nothing is stopping them. And this was their last match of league play. We see them up there at the top. They are going to be group number A. They're safe. They're good to go. They booked their ticket to the first Super Weekend. They are good. Hopefully they can continue on with this momentum, with this aggression that we saw here during the league stage, and they don't just sizzle out, right? Because, man, 15 kills one game, that is huge. But these points, at the end of the day, I hate to say it, fellas, these points, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, your top 16, that's all you need. After you get that, you're good to go. You could be first, you could be 16th. That's the only thing matters. But the league play, once we transition to the Super Weekend, those points is where they accumulate for the total. And getting back down here to nuts and bolts, Buluk, done, son. Not going to be making it to Super Weekend number 1.
Definitely not. Something that I kind of wanted to point out from that first page is we have first place and second place team. They're pretty much done with their matches. They're going to be sitting now. We're going to be seeing this next 2 matches without those big dogs in a way. So hopefully some of these teams that kind of need the points, I'm looking at you, Unicorns of Love, I'm looking at you, Besiktas, they need those points. And hopefully they're going to be able to take advantage with Knights not being here. You saw Knights, how well they were performing. They have 50-something placement points, 50-something Illim points as well. Like, those are very consistent stats. I feel like so far this week, so we've been seeing a lot of teams kind of focus heavy on just one thing, and so far Knights is being able to kind of just secure that nice marriage of placement points and Illim points.
Yeah, the Knights definitely having a really good balance. But back to that bottom of the leaderboards, you guys see how close it's getting. We've got 2 games left. All of those teams on the bottom of the leaderboards have 6 matches played, so we'll be seeing those teams duke it out for the next 2 games, Dave.
Yeah, it is going to be exciting. 2 more games to go, decides who makes it to Super Weekend #1. We got Unicorns of Love, Bashik does, Team Queso on the hunt, on the grind. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be right up after the break. Recap. Oh, psych. Recap. That's what they said, Zute. I'm seeing if you're on your toes here. Let's send it to Zute's recap.
I was hoping I could sneak off on that one. But yes, we are going into the recap. Of course, we're going to be starting with Na'Vi. I know we've been showing Na'Vi a lot, but that's only because they might not be going into the Super Weekend. There's a chance we might not be seeing them at all after the next 2 games. So let's give them a little bit of a spotlight here. So Na'Vi, once again, with the rotations, you see they only managed to only have 1 elim, but with a total of 990 damage. And right here, you guys can't see it, but Alpha 7 was right in front of them on Junkyard, and 7 pointed it out to me. Because of that reason, Na'Vi just completely backed off and rotated down a pathing, down those buildings and minas, which is kind of hard to rotate through, but it did work out for them. They ended up, securing a nice, little edge position, and they ended up in the late game. So they secured some points in the form of placement points, not many elim points, and of course, in a rough spot like that, they get taken out right there.
They definitely do, and let's talk about Ghost Gaming. I mean, we've been seeing them landing Picado this whole time, and then guess what? They got pushed off real quick. I don't think I've ever seen Ghost Gaming get pushed off that quick out of Picado, Sute. We saw Supermassive Blaze. They got that 1 kill on the Ghost player, and then Ghost Gaming said, you know what? We saw what happened earlier today. Let's not do that again, okay? We don't want to really engage like that again. With Ghost Gaming, though, they were able to get some circles. They were able to at least secure with 3 players. It was the final rotation. They just had absolutely 0 cover, and they got picked off. They got picked off massively by the other team. Overall, Ghost Gaming, even though we are seeing them here get this placement points, even though we're not seeing them get the massive amount of elims that we're kind of used to seeing,
0.
They're being able to at least secure some points and pushing themselves towards those top 16 too.
Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, looking back at that, they did 1 rotation and once again just got like all the circles. But usually when they have 3 up, they could do something, but they got 0 elims with 3 up, so not looking strong at all. And of course, Rise though on the opposite end, looking extremely strong. We saw this in the very beginning. Rise and Team Queso did get into a fight, and Team Queso, they are one of the teams not yet in the top 16. Team Queso sitting in 19th right now, quite a few points behind, so they really need a good next 2 games. And well, Rise Esports, man, they are ruthless. You see here, Axel, he drives off, and that's a very far distance away. We thought this would be the end of it. Rise Esports, they won, they're gonna loot. They're going to, take their time because they claim the city. But all 4 in a bus immediately, just chasing this last player of Axial down 7. And, well, the ending was not pretty.
The disrespect that we're about to see. And I'm all for it, man. I love seeing this kind of stuff. And I mean, remember, this is a Brazilian team versus an Argentinian team. We like seeing this kind of action right there. Oh, you didn't get to see it, but everybody just started shooting at that box saying, hey, you guys are currently not even in top 16, baby. What are y'all doing here? Rise Esports, though, I am loving the aggression, Sue.
The aggression was there, Dave. I mean, what do you think about the aggression? Is this what you want to see? Box shooting?
The box shooting, I mean, it's to be expected from Rise. They are a very aggressive squad. That's where they get most of their points as of right now when we look at the overall leaderboard. But on the flip end of that one, Team Queso, there has to be a surprise, because I remember talking to one of the players. They told me coming into PMGC, they were pumped up, they were ready to go, and they were looking for that comeback to get that respect on their name once again on the global stage. And I gotta say, right here, right now, every single time we kind of pop in with Team Queso, they're just getting mopped up here, fellas.
Yeah, it's not looking like the Team Queso that we saw in America, Sue.
Yeah, Team Queso kind of looking like Queso in the sense of, they're just getting riddled with bullet holes right there by Rise. But, Team Queso, if we think back to last year, they were a team that traditionally is very slow to start. They kind of fixed that while we watched them in the Americas, but maybe they're just falling back into that trap again. So as long as they make it into the first Super Weekend, we might see them ramp up, might see them, playing a little bit better again, Dave.
Yeah, that is true. And on a positive note, Team Queso, they will be playing in the next 2 games. Groups B, C, D, and E playing the next 2 games to end off the night. And I believe I heard it is now time, Zute. I was testing you earlier, but this is the real time. We're going to send it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Aynısını söylemeyeceğiz. Son HP Vesi'yi çekecek. Sonrasında uzun mucizeleriyle beraber tabii ki Erangel'de çok güzel puanlar toplamıştı ama ikinci bir mucize yüksek ihtimalle gelmeyecek burada.
And their careful approach, their caution, their patience, it's paid off. They've had to wait a couple of months for the package to arrive, but the circle's here finally. But jumps out of the vehicle. Now it has to be a really slick movement. They've controlled the lower floor. This is really well played getting that. I mean, there's nowhere for him to...
Come on, Mad Bulls, you can do it. The advantage in terms of position, they push on forward. Effect is trying to help him on the sideline. Solke gets a knock on the yin yang, and Effect can do nothing about that.
У них серьезные проблемы. Вивигар продолжает душить, но эффект падает ног с помощью осколочной гранаты, которые слетят масоны, потому что Сузи очень агрессивно въезжает. Yin-Yang с двух сторон будет прострел. Сейчас пасут.
Продавили они в меньшинстве. Коллектив Magic Pride.
He's going to cook up a nade. We've seen the next phase pop up. It's shifted down to southeast. It is going to be that coastline finish. Rip 7 takes a hell of a lot of damage, but yet to get confirmed. So this is going... There you go.
Rotasyondaki rakibine oldukça iyi headshotlar yekti. Hemen burada Timur görüldü. Kudur. Bunu almak isteyecek. Bedava bir puan var burada Kudur için. Next kaldı.
Açı vermek isteyecek orada Dark.
Vermek istemiyorlar Fenerbahçe'ye. Rip 7'da bombasıyla...
Güzel bir bombası var.
Araç var. Araç aracı çarptı orada. Bir kıvılcımlar çıktı. Rebellion ne yaptı? Ne? 24 players alive, and Savian tries to make something happen for Papara. The blue is ticking away.
Beautiful nade from Lavaz, and that sealed the deal for Fenerbahce. Now we see Supermassive Blaze, but power coming in. Tron!
Ranan gonna take the buggy, and that's how it ended up. Meanwhile, amazing spray coming from Fresh, finds one.
Continues to put pressure on the last player, 12-18. Lin jumps in.
Лед — это отличное место, чтобы остаться наедине со своими мыслями, для того, чтобы sfocussироваться.
Só me vem Dubai na cabeça. Aí eu olho o Discord, Loops classificado. Aí caiu a casa.
Que melhor.
Menurut gue tim Nova juara mulu, gila. Gue bosen sampai lihat dia juara.
而且上个问题被重新来一个特别强的队伍嘛。其实我们中国的战队其实就我们2个战队一块去的嘛，然后感觉双方都是很厉害。在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，要么是其他队伍击败你。
Kalau Jimmy tuh kayak gue, menurut gue ya, para boy kayak Bagas dan Order tuh kayak playstyle mereka tuh mirip kayak kita bertiga sih.
Но в этот раз я увереннее в будущем китайце и вообще наша команда, потому что мы тренируемся столько же, сколько и они, и так же, как они. А больше у нас, по sути, конкурентов nету, кроме как китайцы.
Muitos aí julgam fora, como eu já disse. E hoje eu posso dizer que eu sou um novo Carrilho.
Okay, okay. Let me write that.
You could be like trying to figure out what is exactly behind the Maxman curse, you know? Who is Maxman? Where does he come from? All that
Is
kind
he
of
a
stuff.
demon?
Is he even real? Look at the refilming, have fun, tell me how it goes.
Hi, Jason.
Hey Kaya, how you doing? Long time no talk.
Pretty good. And you?
Not bad, not bad. How's things down there?
Trying to get ready for this new split, this new year, you know. How are you preparing yourself for the next PMPL?
I'm really excited. PMGC finished, and I can't wait to get this new year underway.
Definitely, definitely.
Honestly, Kaya, PMGC, I still don't know what the hell really happened. I mean, you had Loops get disqualified and disbanded, and then you had Alpha 7 finish 9th place with Carrillo there with the team supporting them in the finals. Like, what's going on with the Brazilian scene? I got to cover them. I know how good they are.
I think everyone is kind of shocked right now. They're still trying to figure out what really happened, and I don't think we're going to know it so soon. It's a great opportunity for all of them to get a new start, a fresh start, to show what they're capable of and to be on the top. Now that there is no loops to be on the top of everything, it's a chance for everyone to get better results, to, I don't know, to try to beat the new loops or something like that.
Okay, well, I mean, getting better is a good sign, but like, can they compete against Nova, 4 Angry Men, like Bigatron? There were so many teams above them, and a lot of teams we never expected to be better than them. Look at Zeus.
Definitely Alpha 7 is the strongest team we have right now, because they went to PMGC as well, but there are a lot of good teams on Red Souls, like Dragons, Vivo Cage, Influence Rage, which is a great team as well. I think they all might surprise us.
Yeah, Kaya, honestly, I appreciate you so much. Like, you give us such good info for the shows and some really good background, and I really appreciate how you have your ear to the ground.
I'll call you again. Bye.
All right, talk to you soon.
Loop's having a little bit of a meeting here about what they're going to spend their $20,000 on from qualifying in 6th place.
Let us pray.
What are you going to spend your share of the 20K on? Oh, I don't know, I think. Not yet, not yet. But either way, they will stay strong. Taking free shots on towards Carrillo. He knows he wins these trades. Still vibing.
They're absolutely vibing.
We'll have to get a double check on that. Someone needs to give them a little bit of a pep talk. Yeah, there they are. They are still vibing. I can confirm the Loop's vibe continues.
Spots the weird ritual, and we'll take the points.
Dá maleta. Dá maleta. Sai de fininho. Vai, 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 vai. Mete bala, mete bala, mete bala. Nice, é isso.
Bom, acredito que para ser um jogador profissional não tem segredo. Basta ter muita dedicação, foco e força de vontade.
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back Week 1, Day 2, PMGC. West side is the best side. Zute 7, Mustache Dave. First of all, gentlemen, I gotta ask you a real serious question. I need a true answer here. Did Jason call you guys up? I didn't get the call. I see Jason riding that bike, working on the calf muscles, but I never got the call. Did you?
No, I haven't. I mean, I got an invite to the pool one time like 2 years ago in Malaysia, and then after that, it's just no invites anymore, man.
What about you, Zoo?
I mean, I didn't get one either. If it makes you guys feel any better, honestly, like I think we're cooler than Jason. Anyways, next time we should go do something and just not invite Jason. Yeah, I said it.
Sounds good.
Ooh, Jason, still looking for them diamonds, I bet, out there. So getting into the last 2 games, B, C, D, A. These groups will be playing back-to-back games. Pretty good stuff. And I want to bring it up because we saw after that last match, Na'Vi, 16th place. About time, right there on the cusp. Na'Vi, the team from CIS with that direct invite. Whoa, right behind them, gentlemen. Unicorns of Love in 17th position. That team with the direct invite from the West Europe League. So what are we going to say? Like 2 points difference? Who walks out alive here today? Who's going to be qualifying? Are both teams going to be qualifying or only one? 7?
I think with this one, man, you put me in a spot here, but I'm going to actually say I don't think both teams are going to be qualifying. I think it's definitely going to be Unicorns of Love. Na'Vi has kind of showed us a little bit of them waking up, a little bit of them just trying to focus a little more on their rotations. They're more aware now that this teams will challenge them. I did ask YouTube chat. I asked them, do you guys think A7 is going to hot drop Na'Vi? They're saying no. So we'll see what happens. I personally think if now it's the time. We've seen the leaderboard. We saw where currently A7 is. They have a lot of cushion. For me, they already qualified pretty much to the Super Weekend. If you can stop a rival of that magnitude, Sue, I would totally hot drop it, especially going into Erangel. You know where they're going to be going.
Yeah, if anything, I don't think Alpha 7 will hot drop them. I think Alpha 7 is going to actually just hunt them down because we've seen their rotations. They end up running into each other like almost 100% guaranteed. In a hot drop, it's almost a little bit RNG in terms of who wins, right? So Alpha 7, they could lay a trap out of North George Pool. They can hunt them down later on in the circle. I think that'd be more comfortable with what Alpha 7's already been doing, right? Alpha 7 hasn't dropped on them at all. Of course, Dave, I want to get your opinion in on this too.
Zute, you totally avoided the question, man. I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to be on the fence. You're trying not to get roasted. 7 said Na'Vi. Zute, 7 made a pick, dude. I want you to make a pick. You have to. It's either A, it's either A or B. Unicorns of Love, Na'Vi, or both. Who's going? Who's going to qualify here? Top 16, and then I'll answer your question.
I'd have to go with the Unicorns of Love also.
Oh, no. 7 picked Na'Vi. So you're going with Unicorns of Love.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm going with Unicorns of Love because I think like coming into these last 2 games, Alpha 7, like, well, I mean, it's just, I don't know. Na'Vi's just been looking so shaky, man. I'm not feeling it with Na'Vi. I feel like Unicorns of Love still have a chance to kind of like spring back. But Na'Vi, like when you're at that top and you perform so well and you drop down this low, it has to do something to the mental.
So how do we feel about Ghost then?
Oof. 15th place. So right now, Ghost, they're clearly just playing for placement points. I think we can all agree on that one, right? That's why, in my mind, I'm kind of thinking both Na'Vi and Unicorns of Love both have a chance to actually qualify and make top 16, just because I feel like Ghost right now, I'm a big fan. Everybody knows that, but I feel like they're playing really scared and they're only going for placement points, and I feel like that can really bite them in the butt if they don't try to get some elim points along the way.
I love that you say they're playing scared. Because, Sue, if we go back, I mean, didn't you do an interview with Tensa a couple months back when we kind of had Ghost gaming on a certain, pretty much at the top, right? And what did they tell you on that interview? What did Tensa tell you?
Yeah, so I asked them, like, you know, like going into PMGC at the end of this year, and this is like 6 months back when Ghost Gaming was like in their prime, when we saw them like just absolutely dominating the North American scene. I asked Tensa, like, you know, you guys drop in a very hotly contested area. Like, I look over across the seas on the other side, on the eastern side, so many strong teams want Pachinki, Picado, and so on. I was like, what are you guys gonna do in that situation? And Tensa's like, we're gonna be stubborn. We're gonna drop there. We're gonna fight them. We're not leaving. Like, we're a strong team. And at the time, I was like, yeah, I could see that. But we just saw just now, you know, in Miramar, they dropped, Tensa went down, and they ejected really quick. And right now, like, we know they're gonna drop Pachinki. Are any of these teams gonna like try and target them? There's so many teams sitting comfortably right now that can afford to target. So I don't know, Dave. Like, yeah, we'll see soon.
It's going to be exciting. 2 more games to go. This is going to be the final Erangel of the evening. So let's see if it will get stinky and Pachinki. Let's pass it to the casters.
Man, I tell you what it is going to be. It's going to be the rest of the X-Set here, Necro. Whipping out their Bible, and they're going to start praying because they ain't played the next 2 games. They're in 12th position, 41 points, but below them in 13 footballers. Necro, basically 5 points between them and elimination spots down in 17th and below.
Yeah, exactly. The bottom lines of the overall leaderboards, man, they're definitely looking really shaky, especially Na'Vi, and then you have Ghost Gaming as well. Ghost Gaming on 15th, Na'Vi on 16th. They're barely hanging on the ledge, man. And all they need to do is just either try and hold on or either try and get a little bit more safety cushion on their backs. I also did like the conversation that the desk was having. Is A7 going to challenge Na'Vi on their drop spot? And well, seems like the case is. They both are dropping on the Northern Georgia pool. This is going to be an interesting one.
Oh, baby, I wanted it since the start of the tournament here, Necro, and
here we go.
Get it. A7 v Na'Vi in the north side. That's where the best side is, Mustache Dave, because we finally get the fight, and we've got a rogue footballist, keep in mind, who are also in Georgia Pole too. You can see them being extremely split around that South Georgia Pole side to the Georgia Pole breaks. Could see some action there. It's going to be A7 though to land first on the northern end, and they can see, rightly so, where Na'Vi put their feet down to.
Oh, Matic being spotted. Lucky that was quite. Oh, no, that's not a good thing to start off with. Na'Vi opening the fray over here. Senetexa going down, but again, to confirm the kill is going to be a difficult task. Actually, pretty much next to impossible because Mafioso is there in the clothesline, so he's probably successfully going to be able to get the res back up on his Senetexa. Yep, that seems like the case. Make you going to be cooking in the nade. Just hoping, just praying that the nade would try and confirm the kill, but doesn't really seem like that's going to be the case. Instead, Na'Vi, though, again, with that kind of initial knock being found, they can at least try and get their hopes up a little bit in this fight. Maybe? I'm not sure.
No, I think it's a little love tap is what we could call it. It's a love knock here, Necro, just to start it off. I mean, they throw a nade out. I think the nade should have been saved. It didn't need to be used. There was realistically no way that A7 would ever get knocked by that nade unless it's got Matrix level powers that can bend around a building. It's more towards now A7. How are they going to get Revo into this fight? Because Revo is the opposite end of that road, and Revo is so important on, again, this information standpoint on where Na'Vi are going to be rotating to, and particularly also Kitsune rotating down also in that compound. Opposite to that, however, though, yes, there's going to be that firefight that we expected, but the zone is, for the most part, very kind this time around to these teams, because we know that all of these teams majorly love to drop towards that southwestern side. The playing path has been going well for these teams from the southwest upwards, and the zone this time too.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a similar kind of zone as well, but this is where Ghost Gaming got themselves kind of positioned in those trenches. They were able to survive till quite late. They were the zone magnets, but, I mean, we can only find out if that's going to be the same case again or not. But, yep, over here, a few shots being taken, Fenerbahce. As you can take a look at these highlights, this is how it really went down in the end in the game of Miramar's, I mean, Supermassive Blaze. Yeah, the circle kind of shifted on top of them. But in the end, yeah, didn't really have a lot of cover to take, and then that's how this Fenerbahce just got themselves that win in that previous Miramar game. But now we need to get back our heads in this Erangel. As we did see, A7 and Na'Vi, they have locked horn against each other, and it seems like A7, they're ready to take Na'Vi out. And as they mentioned, if they're able to take Na'Vi out, if they're making sure Na'Vi isn't really going to be making it in the Super Weekend 1, that can be a huge thing for A7.
There has actually been a deep change as well. When you look towards the drops too, they have developed. Even in the second day, we saw in the first few games, rightly so, there were a lot of teams actually towards the South Island in particular. Yes, the playing path goes away for the most part, but there's still teams that we expected potentially Aton, who previously have been to that South Island, starting around Novo, to stay there. Instead, we see these developments through the second day as well, and I think that we are going to continue to see these developments, particularly with Erangel, because there are many different teams who actually start fairly split and don't stick together. Fenerbahce actually being one of them, over in on this farm side, where we have this 4x1 split across the entirety of this South mainland Erangel part, they actually can be punished. And if teams are looking for these points, you can look towards Fenerbahce in this situation, or similarly also to the likes of Unicorns of Love, who also take this very wide split just to the west side of Gatka.
Ghost always quick on their feet, man. Gotta get that centralized spot inside the zone. Mad Bulls is the one pretty close to Ghost, but they don't really need to worry about them right now. Besiktas, another team. Again, they aren't really looking that great in the overall rankings. They as well need to step their game up for sure. Black Dragons, another team that hasn't really had the best of the days, but we do know what they're capable of, and well, they're in quite a decent position already.
That's true. I think Black Dragons, of course, they had such a spectacular game, right, in that day #1 series.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry so much about this lackluster performance, we could argue, coming into day 2. I think that they've saved themselves that initial performance, but it's still something that we are potentially looking towards. Is this a drop in Black Dragons? Are they struggling to play, or are they just trying to experiment because they know that they've essentially already made that? And that's actually a strategy that teams may be looking to try, fester, or toy with here when it comes to making it enough points in that first day to having the luxury actually of being able to experiment around with drop positions, around fighting different ways, or grouping up in positioning different ways on that second day, to heading into that Super Weekend with potentially a better read than other teams might have of more rarer situations.
Furious Gaming, another team, got in this group now. Trig is in. We do know had some good moments, also at the same time had some questionable moments. But yeah, Black Dragons, as we mentioned, now they're on a move. They do realize they need to make it in though, but look at that. The bridge, it seems like there are a few teams trying to guard it, making sure that they aren't really going to be able to make it kind of that safe out that bridge. For now, it seems like they don't really need to worry about it. Team Queso is a team that is in the clotheslines of the bridge, but Team Queso got no intentions of trying to go up against Black Dragons. So Black Dragons, they are going to be having a safe rotation outside of that military outlet. Football is another team that I'm going to be eyeing out for how they're going to be having a performance inside this game.
And something I'm surprised about, actually, Team Queso not punishing Black Dragons, because we know that Team Queso always drop down on towards that very peer side, and to actually see them give up the position onto Black Dragons to allow them so easily in, you can argue that yes, Annie and Rema are further towards those woods, but now we're in this troubling spot where actually your other two players are all the way over, yes, towards that more fairy pier side, and you're fighting effectively this 4v2 situation because you didn't stop Black Dragons at the bridge. Now they have the positional advantage. It forces Team Queso backwards into those other teams, into the uncomfortable spot, of course, of Gatka, where it is more flat. We don't have the high ground of the hills themselves to look down upon all of those players in front of you.
Ghost. Again, they have spotted Mad Bulls. Effect, though, has no intentions of getting in a fight this early on against a team like Ghost. And as you can take a look at the maps as well, look at that. It's just all these teams, just a wave of vehicles coming in. most of the teams aiming for that centralized spot inside the zone. That's not going to be the case. Instead, not each and every single team is going to be able to get that central spot. But again, as we were talking about Na'Vi and A7, I do want to know what's going on there, because it seems like they haven't really fought against each other. It seems like they aren't really interested in fighting.
I can hear the disappointment in the analysts right now. I mean, they're begging, right? They're on the edge of their seats for A7 and Na'Vi. Instead, we're getting fights elsewhere. This time, a Black Dragon's going a little bit too deep, you could say, versus Fenerbahce, getting punished, rightly so, for not respecting the position on the open flats for Squeezing because to get knocked. And it will be Dokkan Machine to actually clean that kill up. The smoke's not going to be worth it for Squeezing, only going to try taking away from Dokkan Machine, as he does confirm that first kill for his team. The second kill, though, of the game. And actually, I think, well, it's been actually a slower approach on this early game. We see teams being slightly more respectful as the PMGC West goes on. Could just be a safer strategy for teams not willing to go for those risky fights early on, particularly because we are approaching the end of this qualifying stage to the Super Weekend, and teams realize they need to start getting these points and relying on those placement points more so. As Na'Vi going to be the third to lose out in this game is A7. They are away, but they weren't quite far away enough.
There we go. This is going to make the analyst desk happy for sure. They're going to be happy.
They've got the bloodlust going. They've been satisfied. There comes the return. That's what we were looking for. The back and forth. That's what we wanted to see since the first few minutes of this tournament. I'm, by golly, proud to see it. A nice park over by Senetexa, but just not quite quick enough. But we will stop it through for Rever on the opposite end. And now that forces a stop through from Tixi. He's got to take the fight, but you can see the blow zone is ticking them down slowly, and you can see his health bar isn't so pretty. Neither narrow is a health bar of Revo as he does tank a few more shots, goes back for the heal. This could be the push potential for Revo, but again, pushing further down is so risky, so he does to do the same. Heal back up and a reset of the fight.
Na'Vi replying fire to fire, and it seems like A7 are falling apart inside this one. Senetexa is well taken down Na'Vi. As soon as Kerio went down over there, well, I did know that Na'Vi are pretty much going to be able to at least try and deal as much damage as possible on to A7. Senetexa have been taken down the sleeves. A7 with only one last man alive, one last man standing. It's Revo. All eyes on Revo now. Is he going to be able to make sure that Na'Vi is having the worst game of Erangel this time? Or is he going to be just going down without dealing any kind of damage? Now, Revo's main intentions over here is to try and make sure Na'Vi isn't really having a good game in this Erangel one.
He's getting to the Jeep. He's trying to get out of here. That's what he's trying to do, Necro. But the problem is he's misparked his vehicle. He parked it all the way to the top of the hill, and Na'Vi can see the moment it starts to move. Had actually Revo parked it behind the hill, would have been better. Instead, he has to take the fight, and it's not going to work out for him. Na'Vi secure 4 kills, and I think this is important for Na'Vi, more importantly, though, getting these kills on board, because they are one of these teams who are on that bubble, on that potential elimination position.
Exactly, and this was a proper team fight as well. I mean, you can judge which team is better from this fight because there was no other team trying a third party. There was not a lot of pressure over there. It was just one of those fights that was pretty much out of like any other fight that was going on. It was out in middle of nowhere. So Na'Vi and A7, these were the only 2 teams that got their own time to try and figure out who's going to be coming out on top in that one. But Fenerbahce, I'm going to hold on to my words over here. Fenerbahce going against Aton, and Milos seems like he did try to do a decent amount of damage with that nade. Rebellion was taken down to quite a decent amount of HP, but again, Fenerbahce, that's a huge split coming in from their side. Rebellion is all the way in the front lines, while Flaky is trying his best to give him that cover fire.
It's actually, though, Aton who controls such a strong compound. Of course, Fenerbahce trying to go for the side rotation of the zone, but here also too, Mad caught out on the northern side. They'll be forced into the fight versus Next Warrior, and actually, it's Next Warrior who are struggling. They're losing one. They get run over with a second, destructed down into the tree he goes. He's fertilizer for it all is now yin yang as a balance is set completely to Mad Bulls. They take all 3 of those kills.
Definitely did take all three of those kids. That was a crazy fight for sure. Eastern Stars as well taking an exit from this game on 15th position. Not really the placement you want to get eliminated on for sure, but Besiktas, they're definitely going to be feeling good about that one. Aton don't really have the best position. They're all the way on the bottom right of this circle. They're kind of on the edge. If the circle takes a hard shift against them, then Aton will definitely have a tough time to make it in. But Fenerbahce, again, they're trying to take the control from Aton, and that's not going to be that easy.
Still, over here, though, you have these early fights, you have the zone, of course, again going towards that south side. Very Pier was where it stands, and actually, you have to then take a step back here. Necro, where are these strong positions? Well, there's a lot of fields open in this more central belt of the zone, and actually avoiding all these fights and going round towards actually where Team Queso are. Team Queso have a beautiful spot right now on those hills, Erangel 2.0 hills, just above Ferry Pier. They can spy down everywhere out of these hills and those coming from the quarry side, but they can also, more importantly, stop those teams down below. Ghost, Unicorns of Love. That's why it's going to be such a strong spot for Team Queso, and unlike Na'Vi, who are trying to enter in onto this more open expanse, they're going to have a harder time because there is not as much cover and it's much more difficult to navigate, because even if you do have this cover, you have these tricky situations like this where the ground is in an awkward elevation point. You can't see your opponents heading further up, or you can't see your opponents through the dips in between these grounds, and that's what creates that surprising factor from these teams being able to snipe down, just as you can see through, unfortunately, Furious Gaming feeling that surprise heading up into the open arms of Supermassive Blaze.
Supermassive Blaze already opening the fray up against Furious Gaming there. But yeah, the circle moves out in the open. You don't really have a lot of covers to work with in that upcoming circle. But Fenerbahce now looking to go ahead against Footballists. Footballists are the one to open the fray up against them. They have found the opening there, and Footballists Lutz as well finds another one. The kill will be confirmed instantly, but that nade deals a lot of damage on Lutz, and he will be taken down instantly. Trades are happening back and forth on both these sides.
Crucial, though, Fenerbahce, that nade, that beautiful trade back with Dokkan Machine to make sure they confirm the kill. They execute it perfectly, but those nades, those ones go wide onto Footballist, and that means that a revive comes through. Rebellion has the eyes on it, but it wasn't cooked to perfection. Actually, now Footballist, they've set the fight back to themselves. There's also Team Queso, that beautiful strength of the Erangel 2.0 hills. They went away from it in towards Supermassive Blaze. They took the kills themselves and down towards the bottom right of your screen, and they win that fight, but who wins the main one? That's to be said.
Team Queso for sure looking pretty confident in challenging that fight against Supermassive Blaze, but Footballists and Fenerbahce, this is way much more interesting one, because Fenerbahce came in hot, and now it seems like they have a huge man disadvantage inside this one. It's a 2-on-3 situation, and Lovazin charging in forward, but here comes that beautiful double peek from their side. Fenerbahce just lacking in on that man disadvantage they have for sure. Nox being the only man alive right now from Fenerbahce is trying his best to hold his ground, and he's going to be finding another one. He's replaying back in style. Footballists, they have a lot of things to worry about because Lovazin is quite low, and here comes Black Dragon charging in. The third party is in.
That's right here, Necro. It's unfortunately a disaster here for football. As Fenerbahce on the outside of the fight, they might have struck luck right now. As it looks like even a fourth party is going to join the fray. Aton wants some of the action too, but it's break back down onto Unicorns of Love as Roll Kids, Unicorns on their final stand, trying to pick up the points where they'd missed them in day one, taking down the final pieces of Supermassive Blaze.
He ran
there
into
goes
the
an
nade.
aid. He got it. GK first finds a kill, but to look back again towards this warehouse fight, Football is excellent recovery, to be fair, using the opposite end of that warehouse, using the interior inside there as some form of defense against Black Dragon's push.
But again, I mean, the man disadvantage is clearly being seen in Black Dragon. They do seem like they have a lot of confidence up their sleeves for sure. They find one. Kill being confirmed instantly. Golden, the man charging from the back lines. He has a flank covered. And just like that, Footballist weren't really able to withstand the damage that Black Dragons was doing on top of them. They get eliminated, they get taken out. Furious Gaming, another team, they are in quite a decent kind of a compound, and that's the only cover you're going to be finding in this kind of a zone that you have gone. That means teams will need to start to stack up on the smokes.
Yeah, but I tell you, I think actually Unicorns of Love's position slightly better in this situation because you got the hill, and that's the high ground that you're really wanting in this type of scenario. Because all of those fields, they're more flat, they're more open, which means teams far from that eastern end, far from those north, south, eastern regions, they're gonna have to walk in onto you, and that's when actually, as those three members on the top of the hill can look to try find those kills. It's surprising not though, onto Lin actually steps a little bit too far, and that punish onto Unicorns of Love might be the thing that hampers them because they don't have that more frontline player in onto the fight. They're still relying on that high ground information on the back.
Definitely are relying, but I also want to take your eyes on to Navi. They're still in the game. They're still live and cooking in the game. They do realize there's a lot of pressure onto them, especially inside this game. They want to make sure that they're at least securing decent amount of points inside this one. And Navi, they have 2 players alive, and they have gotten themselves 5 limbs. Quite good on the board. Or now, Nate being locked in on their side. Rise charging in forward inside the shack. They get the control easily without any problem. Black Dragons is the one the closest to them, nearest to them. And Rise, they're looking to get the rest back up on the Mythic. I feel like that shouldn't really be a thing that they need to worry about anymore. It should be no problem. But now Effect and Mad, Yin Yang, both these players from Mad Bulls, they're looking quite good at the position they have found themselves. But again, as I mentioned, the thing they're lacking is cover. But they have the high ground. They can always prone back to safety.
It is, unfortunately. Yes, it had to lose out on that cover because they send Lin, GK first over for that revive. They're forced into the fight. They have to send all of their members down. And it's unfortunate they do lose out on that position. They lose a member overall, unfortunately, as a result of being so vulnerable, but not as vulnerable as actually Rise here, who, yes, he took the fight, but find himself in exactly the same problem that their predecessors had. After now coming in, the only saving grace is that Mad will stay in this spot, continue looking for his kills, because Mad, with this zone, with this slight edge in the high ground, this is what Unicorns of Love wish they had, is this ability to look down upon the entirety of the map and be able to find these picks.
Mad Bull's just tapping away, able to find those picks there. Navi in quite an uncomfortable position. They will need to push out in the open if they want to make it in the zone. And well, guess what? Who's in control over here? Mad Bulls for sure. They have the high ground at the same time. They have a lot of intel to work with. They can see all the teams where they're positioned themselves. And I feel like it's just going to be another game, just like how Eastern Stars had yesterday in the game of Miramar. When you have the high ground, all you need to do is just shoot anything you see in front of you that's moving.
Don't jinx it, okay? We've had one good game, we had one bad game of that. I'm not going to speak of who, but we know who we're talking about, Necro. Mad Bulls, it could still go, it could still go wrong. Don't jinx them, okay? We don't want to max curse in here.
All right. But yeah, Anton, though, I mean, they do realize the same thing, and Rise as well. They're trying their best to close the distance, but guess what? Mythic falls again. Mythic, he has been knocked quite a lot of times in that position. Needs to be a little bit more careful with how he's positioning himself the next time. But Rise, they will be able to get the rest back about a Mythic. Unicorns love making quite a risky rotation out in the open. Rollkiss will not be spared by Black Dragons. The position being revealed of Black Dragons as well. They know exactly where they are. Black Dragons will be pinned. How are they going to be making it inside the zone? It's going to be a full send for sure.
It has to be a full send. It's all they've got left to these solo players, these duo teams down on towards the south. You can see Furious Gaming, they're making that defensive push. They're trying to go in, they're praying, they're hoping they can get up to the top of this hill. Mad, they're being pressured from the side by Navi. This might be a fall off them, and Furious Gaming, they get in. 3-man in the vehicle, not punished. Finally, now as the smokes begin to appear, the players of FG begin to fall. One knock. But it's potentially into a second. Matic, he's still alive. He's trying to find that spray down, and he finds Trigger too. That's the confirm that we were looking for.
Exactly. Furious Gaming using those smokes at the right timing. But again, they did get a man down, but do you want to find out if they were able to get him back up on the feet? And no, it's going to be the answer. Well, even Poppy Porto is down quite low, and the man needs a hand, but that's not going to be the case. Instead, they get bombarded down, and just like that, they also get taken down. Black Dragons is racking a lot of points up for themselves. Even though they're not really looking that great on that position, they still are getting those elim points for themselves. Na'Vi moving in, sweeping the ground, slowly and steadily, trying their best to stay alive, but that's not going to be the case instead. As I mentioned, Mad Bulls with the prime positioning in here, all they need to do is just shoot down on the enemies. Whatever you see moving, all you need to do is just aim it and shoot them.
But this, as much as it's Black Dragon's game, they survived to second place. They can survive and get those 12 points. But here comes the pain train of the Mad Bulls. It's just like a Spanish bullfight. They're gonna charge their way up. And there's no escape. There's no jumping over the wall this time. Dragons get punished.
Well, those bullets of pain, definitely Black Dragons are feeling those, but what a positioning coming in from the side of Mad Bulls, and well-deserved game as well. But as we talk about what the teams really needed this game was Na'Vi. Na'Vi, though, I mean, I would say not really a bad outing, quite a decent one, but still, it could have been better.
I think it could have been definitely better coming through from Na'Vi, but they played the best out of what was a, quite frankly, horrible situation coming through from so many of these teams. Mad Bulls, as soon as that zone goes to them, you have to play that zone very, very slow. You can't be the first one to engage. And actually, I think the mistakes made by the likes of those of Furious Gaming, by Rise, Atten, all moving in onto these fights inside the open, whereas had they stayed back like some of these other teams, like Ghost even to an extent, they start to rack up the placement points, which is the best out of what is, as we say, a horrible situation that all of these teams found themselves in.
Exactly, but gotta give props to Mad Bulls, man. They always just stick with that position they had for themselves. They did realize they have the prime positioning, they have the high ground. And as I mentioned, all they needed to do was just shoot at anything they see moving, because they had a lot of intel to work with. And well, they used it to perfection. Talking about Rise though, Mythic kept on going down in that position he had for himself over and over and over again, but luckily his teammate had his back.
There's still one alive, right? If there's one alive, I'm still getting the points in this game. You only need one player your team to win, Necro, and that is why Black Dragons came out on success. I think they rightly so. We begged for this fight early on versus A7 versus Na'Vi. It was a little quiet. I've gotta say, I wanted to see the 4-on-4 quick, decisive blowout play. They still came out on top. Na'Vi equally so did. Mad Bulls roaming their way across, and you can see overall that teams are starting to improve. Teams are starting overall to get into their comfort zone coming into the end of this day 2. And what excites me the most is going into this final day and this final game of play, how are these teams, particularly on the bottom, going to adapt? Because teams are adapting to them. There is no surprise factor of day 1 to have on your back to try get those pity points, if you like. Now they've got to step up with big dogs. They've got to be able to show that they can muster those wins, because the likes of Unicorns of Love as one, they haven't showed that. And there's these mistakes that they had the high ground but still gave it up that are why they are where they are.
Exactly, and I mean, as I was talking about, right, I mean, Super Weekends is what I'm really eyeing out for, okay? And I mean, I just want to see if League Days are already being this crazy, I just want to know how crazy Super Weekends can be, right? Because we're already seeing some high action games already. And A7 tried to contest Na'Vi in that drop spot, but in the end, A7 kind of struggled. As soon as Cardio went down, I felt like, all right, well, things are looking pretty slim over here for A7, man. Because Na'Vi, they were able to reply back no matter what. They were able to reply fire to fire. And in the end, A7, just I would say you can try it again. You can try it again, definitely, for sure. You can go for it again. Why not? We all love to see it, right?
I like to see it. They're not going to be able to try it this time around. On the Super Weekends, maybe, because that's the last round game we have before we head on to the final Miramar game. We're heading back to the Analyst desk.
Yo, huge game. Thank you, gentlemen. And once again, happy birthday, Highland Wolf. I think for his birthday, he blew a candle out for Na'Vi that game. And I'm bringing that up because Na'Vi, pretty solid game. Same could be said with Ghost Gaming, gentlemen.
I agree. Na'Vi and Ghost Gaming look like they kind of punched their ticket in. We still got one game left, but they're looking pretty comfortable right now. Na'Vi, of course, you know, taking that fight with Alpha 7, and they dealt with Alpha 7, and they had a good game. And you can see right here, 12 points for Navi. Definitely not bad. Good enough to break into top 16. But look over at the chicken dinners. I think that's a record. 18 elims plus the chicken dinner. I think that's the highest amount of elims we've seen in a game yet, 7.
It definitely has. I think we saw maybe a 30-point match. That's the max that we've seen. But for them to be able to put up 18 elims, that's impressive for Mad Bulls. And then we have Black Dragons, a team that was kind of becoming a little bit quiet there. They were able to get 8 elims of themselves, 20 points total. Rise Esports as well, continuing on that trend that we've been talking about. They don't want to be known as the little brother to Alpha 7 anymore. They want to become that big brother, and guess what? They're currently able to do that with 14 points. Ghost Gaming, honestly, we got to give them props for this match right here. They showed up when they kind of needed to show up. I don't like the way they're currently playing, but hey, if it gets you the points, whatever works for you, right? And then we do have some surprises here. We do have Besiktas Esports right there with only 4 points. Footballers with 4 points as well. SMB only 3 points. And then Next Ruya. This is going to be interesting for Next Ruya because they weren't so hot, especially with Navi and Ghost Gaming having good games. And then Alpha 7 being able to only get 1 elim. Overall, man, I am so happy that we finally got to see that fight. We've been hyping it up for the longest time. As we go to the MVP of that last match, we have Mr. Effect with the 1,000 damage to 8 elims and 37% team contribution.
You know what's crazy? 8 elims and 1,000 damage and only 37% team contribution. That means the rest of the team was putting in work. 8 elims and 1,000 damage. That is definitely nothing to shake a stick at. I mean, we saw them up on that hilltop. They had full range, full sight views of everything, and they took really good advantage of that. So shout outs to the Mad team, definitely pulling through. And Effect, man, I think that's one of the highest damage numbers we've seen from a single player so far.
It's definitely up there. We've seen a couple. I think maybe we've seen a 1,000 as well, but we've seen it close, right? But overall, what a performance. 18 elims. I'm still kind of stuck with you on that one too, as we do go here to the head-to-head. Hey, there you go. This is the man that I've been wanting to see. This is the MVP out of PMPL EU Championship. Mr. Navi Tixi, who was able to secure 3 elims with 704 damage and 43 contribution, which is actually super impressive for him. It's good to see this kind of player show up when they're needed the most. We will be breaking down a little bit more that engagement that we saw there between Navi and Alpha 7. But overall, for me especially, I feel like this might be a turning point for Navi. I feel like now they're kind of giving themselves hopefully a little bit more cushion. Now they won a fight that we've been waiting for it to happen. This is why I was kind of pushing for this fight, because I didn't want to wait until the Super Weekend. I wanted this to happen right now and for the teams to kind of feel each other out. And it's going to be interesting when we do break it down. But Sue, how did you feel about that fight? Did you want to see it now, or did you want to see it in Super Weekend?
Super Weekend. If
Super
I had
Weekend?
to assume.
All right, there you
Super
go.
Weekend, if I had to assume. I was giving him a chance to kind of get his thoughts out there, but he is starstruck because I agree with both of you. We keep talking about the Navi. We keep talking about the Alpha 7 clash going back and forth. And looking at it right here, week 1, day number 2, Knights up there at the top, but Mad Bulls having one of their best games yet here. I believe their best game actually going to be sliding up them leaderboards, grabbing that second place here, 7.
They are going to be grabbing that second place, and more than likely, they're not going to be moving away from it because S2G is done with their matches. Black Dragons more than likely looking to pass up S2G as well. Rise Esports, I mean, looking to Rise as well. Something that I'm not seeing here, though, that we did see at the beginning of the day was Exit. Exit is nowhere to be seen here. Alpha 7 with 55 points. I mean, they're pretty much, as I said earlier, they secured that entrance into the Super Weekend. And now we go to the shakeup here. This is when it gets interesting, Dave. We have 12th place, Ghost Gaming. Obviously, that's only Esports there at the top with 11th place with 46 points. We have Navi tied with Ghost Gaming with 44 points apiece. But now a different NA team is currently within that cups of getting eliminated. Exit's pretty much done. They're not going to get a chance to play this last match. I've been saying it all weekend. You don't want to be that team that's waiting for the last game and waiting that just kind of hoping that some of those other teams are going to get eliminated, because guess what? You have next Ruya that they're definitely going to be playing, and then we go here towards the recap. So it's interesting overall. I mean, you know what? Let's go into the Alpha 7 rotations here, as we do see them land in Georgetown, trying to contest that Navi fight. We see them try to rotate around, but ultimately they decide to go back and actually engage with Navi, which I personally, Dave, I love this right here. The only problem is that we do see that car a little bit running behind. I think that's the only part that kind of threw for them, Dave.
Yeah, I love it, though. I love that they recognize, okay, we have enough points. We can kind of mess around with these points and get a little riskier. Risk it for the biscuit, as some would say. And, well, they did their best to try to gatekeep Na'Vi. Of course, we see Na'Vi. They ended up with a couple players still alive towards the end here. But I really appreciate just the overall game plan that A7 are bringing in. And I know, Zute, I know you really wanted to talk about this one, Zoo.
Yeah, I'm back. Had a little bit of issues there, but Alpha 7, they finally did decide to, fight Na'Vi, and it was in the form of a hot drop in the beginning, but I love the trap that they tried to set up, emphasis on try, because, I mean, we saw earlier Na'Vi did end up, taking Alpha 7 out, and with that, Na'Vi having a really good game. So we'll see right after this fight ends, just like the rotation to the rest of the map, and they did pick up quite a few points. I believe it was 12, but Alpha 7, I think it could have worked out, but both of their players at the compounds, they might have just gotten taken out by an off angle, and you see here Tixi down to like 1 HP, gets a first aid dropped off to him by the rest of his teammate. And well, I mean, this fight, it was definitely a long one. They're way deep in the blue. It was a huge stalemate for a long time, but good to see both teams committed. Neither team just kind of, backed away. Same for Na'Vi. They didn't back off. They pressed the engagement and they got the knocks. So good to see.
Real quick. The major impact on this fight right here definitely had to be Revo being late to that trap, right? Revo, by the time that Na'Vi was actually crossing the bridge and pretty much now having to engage with Alpha 7, he was still by crates. He had to, once he realized, I think it was Korea that got knocked first, if I'm not mistaken, and then killed, he was like, oh snap, I need to hurry up. I can't try to get this off angle. I think they were maybe looking to see both bridges, seeing where Na'Vi was going to push off. They were a little bit caught off guard in regards to that. I think that's why the trap didn't happen. But overall, Na'Vi was able to execute that defensive really well, as we do see here, the rotations too.
Yeah, so Na'Vi, we saw the Alpha 7 rotation. They stopped short for the trap. Na'Vi obviously got the better end of it, and you can see right there, they actually left North George Pole to get some more loot because both teams were dropped on each other. This is where the fight breaks out. Na'Vi lost one player right there, took down a few of Alpha 7. Well, once they got Alpha 7 out of the way, they pretty much could rotate into the zone and not worry about them. And you see here, they got to the edge, as they usually do, fought their way in, and Tixi, he made a valiant last push, got the team some more elims, put in some more damage, and most importantly, got them enough points to, look a little bit more comfortable as far as the top 16 goes.
Birthday. It's his birthday. I'm telling you, Highland Wolf, it's his birthday. He blew out a candle for Na'Vi right here, and I think a little bit of that wishing went a long way, because I really thought A7 had Na'Vi dead to rights here in this last game. Now, with one more match to go, though, there's nothing to say that A7 don't attempt it once again. Although it wasn't that successful here this game, they still have one more game to work with, and that's going to be Miramar. Both teams will be playing, and we kind of touched on it just a little bit here. We're pretty confident Na'Vi Ghost Gaming are going to be up there towards that qualifying spot, but with one more game to go, fellas, you never know what might happen.
I see it happening. I definitely see it. I don't really see the hot drop happening like what we saw there in regards to them landing in the exact same location. But I am with you, Sue, in regards to this team, especially with Alpha 7, trying to find a way to gatekeep them. We've seen them just engage against each other in rotations over and over again. I mean, I would love another engagement. And Alpha 7's got that chip on the shoulder like, oh, we lost that? That doesn't feel good. Let's try to equal it out.
Talk about equaling it out. Talk about a little love. I see the chat going off right now. Yeah, this mustache is real. It is thick. And ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We got one more game to go. But before we get to that game, let's send it to a quick break. Get that water.
happens, and you see that player almost taken out. And you know what? Those players up there are pinging exactly, fighting with Aton. Aton about to take that one out. We're down to a 4v2, 4v3 situation. Move does not work though, but actually Syndicate does get a knockback, and just as I say that, they are finished out. 4 kills.
But is able to get that support from the rest of his squad and just abuse Mazex's Solitude. Stayed in that vehicle. Totally forgot it was.
They're taking shots at everybody.
Yeah, at this point, it's just YOLO send them, be able to save them, and
to be really had. And yeah, that's one. I think that's easy confirmed for Sam just as well. So scrappy fight. It's all around everyone. 1v1s left and right. And oh, Chico gets drop shotted.
Losing 1 for 4 points. That is solid. A7 though, in the fields, trying to avoid the gunshots from.
Polo goes down, forced to hop up, and that's the one for HH. HH might just spray the grass here and take down the rest of XSET.
Nerves to steal from Boring Protocol, but will it be enough? They do get the revive, but the shots are here from Ghost. Fame Boys looking to trade one back.
And we're looking at a bit of another fight breaking out here. This time B-Town hot up the victory in the last one, running into the Knights, and they are down in addition. These nades have been looking really good.
Rise is going to be able to take the fight they want to take. Find the shots. P in a 1v3. What can they do, Dave? Can they find the shots? Oh! This one. Let's take a look at Black Dragons and those two teams I just mentioned. Team Queso seems to have their eyes. They do not want to lose a player. And oh, long range. Oh my goodness!
Put out the pressure. They'll get that revive. XSET full sending again, this time into Ogilvy. J7 is not. Kill switch is done, and Thurston.
Watch out.
Get it, get it, get it.
Watch out.
Não conta pra ninguém, tá?
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the OnePlus 9.
Ladies and gentlemen, Day 2, Week 1, PMGC West. We got one more game to go. This next game decides what teams are going to make it to Super Weekend number 1. We've been chatting about these teams all day long, and for a reason. Fellas, we got teams at the bottom, on the cusp, going to be fighting tooth and nail this last match to make sure to secure that spot.
It is going to be tooth and nail indeed. I took a look at the points. It is so small, the points separating these teams. And the very first Super Weekend is, I would have to say, it's more important than the upcoming ones, because this is where you get to really kind of see what you got in comparison to the other teams. Because in the Super Weekend, that's when everybody's going to be trying their hardest. So up next, we do have Miramar. We might see that hot drop again between Ghost and Supermassive Blaze, but Ghost, I think they're good. Even if they were to get taken out very early, They should be fine. What a team I'm worried about that Seven pointed out is actually XSET, right? They're one of the teams that aren't playing the last 2 matches, and based on how they've done so far, they could potentially drop out of the top 16, Seven.
Yeah, what's crazy to me is that we've seen XSET with this, in a way, flamboyant team, right? Being able to get kills, being able to get wins. We haven't seen any of that out of XSET, at least so far these 2 days. And it's going to put them in that spot where they can be like BTR. I mean, they might not be able to make it to the Super Weekend. It all comes down to this final match. And another team that I'm actually going to be looking at, especially as we go into Miramar, and we do have both of them that usually tend to kind of hot drop each other. I'm going to be looking at Nextria. I'm going to be looking to see if they decide to land close to Alpha 7 again. Every single match that they have played together, at least in Miramar, those 2 teams always tend to drop right next to each other. We've seen Alpha 7 be able to win some of those engagements. We've seen Nextria being able to knock some of the Alpha 7 players. I'm wondering if they're going to be changing their tactics here, Sue, going into this last match and knowing that they need to at least, and I mean at least, be able to get 7 points.
I think Nextria should change their drop position. We saw last game, right? Alpha 7, knowing they're comfortable, at least as far as the top 16 goes, Alpha 7 went out of their way to take the fight to Na'Vi. Alpha 7 could very easily do the same thing against Nextria because this team is dropping on their territory. And just like Na'Vi earlier with Nextria needs the points to qualify.
Yeah, and talking about getting them points, it all starts with the OnePlus. That's how you want to be gaming out here. The flagship performance, the immersive 120 Hz display, and hyper touch technology made for gamers. The OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro, well, that's going to be everybody's best shot of climbing up these leaderboards. With only 1 more game to go, it all comes down to the wire. Unicorns of Love, 16th position. Football list, 15th position. Nextria just got knocked out. They were in that top 16 all day long. I'm looking at Besiktas though. I'm looking at Team Queso. They've been below the top 16 all day. So whatever they've been doing has not been working out so far. I think that is very fair to say. With 1 more game to go though, they can still do it. I know it might be a miracle in some people's eyes, reading the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat, but they could get that chicken dinner. And if they do, they could easily find themselves in that top 16.
Well, just like Nextria, I think Team Queso might need to change their spot too, right? It's just these teams, the hot drops, the teams are definitely showing out to contest it. And I love that about the regular week, right? Where you can afford to not be in the top 5 and you're perfectly fine. It gives these teams a chance to assert dominance. And we've seen a lot of that happen yesterday and today. So Queso coming into the last game, also with Nextria, got to play it more safe, but at the same time, right, Seven? You can't play it too safe because they do need some points as well.
I'm glad you mentioned that, and that's exactly what I was thinking when Dave was saying if they get a chicken dinner, they might be able to make it. Well, technically, with the way Team Queso is currently at and the deficit of points that they have on them is if they get a chicken dinner, right, that's 15 points. But they would have to secure at least some kills, at least 2 to 3 kills. We've seen some teams get, I think it was a 2nd or 3rd place with 0 illims, but being able to collect those placement points. Team Queso, it's currently at a point where not only do they have to play it safe, but they also have to get those illims. So what are they going to be doing here? I personally don't think, as much as I love Team Queso, I personally don't think that they're going to be making it to this Super Weekend. And I feel like, and this is just my opinion, I'm going to be throwing it to you guys too, I feel like XSET might not even make it to Super Weekend. How do you guys feel about XSET making it to Super Weekend?
Dave, I'll let you go first because I need to.
I think they got it. I think they got it. I know they've been kind of slowly sliding down the leaderboard all day long, but I think just go for those placement points, play a little safe, and maintain. That's really all they need to do. Because Besiktas, Nextria, Team Queso, these teams are the teams, in my opinion, that really need to show up here in this last game.
Okay. I'd have to agree with Dave. I think those squeak on by because we'll need to see more than just one team overtake them to officially kick them out, so to say. So yeah, Dave, I gotta agree with you on that one.
We'll have a tie.
Last match. We'll have a tie. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot decides it all. Last match, ladies and gentlemen, week number 1. Let's get it going. It all comes down to this. Who makes it to Super Weekend 1?
It's down to the final match. That's right, Dave. Final 30 or so minutes to decide who will be partying all weekend and who has to sit back in the pity pool back with Balucha Tan for 3 more days before we join in next week. I'm telling you, I want to ride that party. I love that Jinx. Look at the skateboard. And love with that beautiful Death Mega Rocket.
Oh man, Nextria in the bottom 4 though, Jake. That's the thing that's really worrying me, because when the day started, Nextria was in top 10 and now they're in the bottom 4, especially in the end of the day. This game is just going to be putting up so much pressure on teams like Nextria and even Team Queso, man. It's going to be an important one for them for sure.
Oh man, Queso I think are one of the biggest surprises, right? Coming in onto this final game. They looked like, starting out in this tournament, they were going to be one of the top teams coming out from South America. Instead, they had flopped off the face of relevance when it came to the rest of today's games, especially. Is again, I think, around these team fights, around these certain positioning situations, they have not been careful, they have not been as respectful as required. It has been something, rightly so, they've been punished for it, but it's certainly not what we expected coming through from one of the top South American teams.
Exactly. I mean, definitely pretty unexpected from Team Queso. But again, they have another chance, man. They have another chance. But the problem is they always meet against Rise in that Impala. And this is where there are a little bit of problems meeting Team Queso as well. But that's a thing to worry about later on. Because right now, Team Queso and Rise both will need to loot up. And then maybe they will start fighting. I'm not really sure how things going to go. But the last time they fought, Rise was the one who came out on top in that one.
Yeah, and I think for now, Team Queso, yes, they're going to have a reshuffle versus Rise here, but this is even more crucial than the past, because if Team Queso fall down early here, there's no mathematics in the world that's going to save you, like Xset praying for that miracle. They are already in that elimination space, and that's going to be music to Xset's ears if you see a team like Team Queso fall down, because it's one less team that you're having to worry about having that potential rise. However, in saying that, this is so wide open on who could still get through because of the fact that that leaderboard is so tight coming down towards the bottom. Even if Team Queso, they can have a big game here, it would be a miracle in itself, right? If they could come out with a 20-kill game. But if they came out with that, they came out with a chicken dinner, there's still a world where Team Queso can qualify.
Exactly, team. As you mentioned, Team Exit as well. They're on 14th position, and still the threats looming on top of their heads, and they need to. I mean, as you mentioned, they need to keep on praying, man. There's nothing else they can do. Their games are done for the day. This is the final game as well, and same as you mentioned, Team Queso, they need to make a miracle happen inside this one. They need a good game, at least to end the day on a good note, and make sure they're getting their entry in the first week of the Super Weekend. But now here we have Furious Gaming taking a couple of shots on the Supermassive Blaze, Savian being found, and Supermassive Blaze already being handicapped down to a 3-man squad.
Actually, Supermassive Blaze, yes, they lose one, but I actually am fairly impressed with where Supermassive Blaze came from. I don't think at all anyone had them on their radar. And to reiterate, I think once again, the Supermassive Blaze have been taking chicken dinners. They've actually been performing very well when it comes to the majority of their team fights. Yes, they have a hiccup here and there, like every other team we can expect. But on the whole, Supermassive Blaze has felt like a lot cleaner team than a lot of the people, even us as analysts, as casters, were coming into the tournament giving them credit for.
Exactly. Supermassive Blaze definitely have been doing pretty well up till now. Furious Gaming, another team. I mean, there's not a lot of players for Fury Gaming in that kind of close vicinity of Supermassive Blaze. So Supermassive Blaze have 3 players again over there. And I do like Trons' position. As soon as he sees any kind of movement, as soon as he spots one player of Furious Gaming out in the open, he's going to strike in. And that's going to be a goal call being made for the side of Supermassive Blaze. And yes, as I mentioned that's the exact same thing happens. Tron steps out of the cover. Or actually, Papi Patro was the one who stepped out of his cover and got taken down. And Furious Gaming now, again, they're in a bit of trouble.
It's those criminal plays like that that really changed the fight. I mean, had Tron not been allowed to get such a crazy flank off, Furious Gaming, right? They can play, they can toy with Supermassive Blaze all darn day because they have the positional advantage. Supermassive Blaze can't go anywhere in that compound. It's actually Tron making a scenario where he is a 1v4 player in this game. There is nothing that really Supermassive Blaze on his teammates can do to support this until these knocks start to come through on the front line. Then actually you can see the rest of Kev. Then you can see Crucera move further up and try to also impact just as much.
Exactly. Still, for now, Supermassive Blaze not really over-aggressing things, taking their time to think what's going to be happening. Seems like the same thing that happened between Ghost Gaming and Supermassive Blaze and Picado while ago, but yeah, the stalemate is definitely like both these teams are wasting a lot of time. Instead, they can try and go for the loot and they can try and get better positioning inside the zone. This is where this time can be utilized in so many different ways. A Supermassive Blaze, the positioning that Tron has, he has the prime positioning over here, but guess what? Mad Bulls and A7 also locking their horns against each other. Mad Bulls are the one to find the opening against A7. Revo being taken out, spotted out in the open. The kill should be confirmed without any problem, and Mafioso as well on a charge.
It's a really interesting, actually, change. And we talked about adaptation in these drop locations. You can already see A7, who have actually left El Pozzo. They always went to El Pozzo in the past. That has been taken up by Next Warrior. Instead, they went through a completely different area of the map on Cruz de Val and are challenging Mad Bulls for that position. You could say, and you could argue, is that decision a good idea, considering Mad Bulls have been such a form? That's something to question. But right now, I question in a position of Kef, because look at, though, the back line. Yes, they find one, but it's two with Furious Gaming that get returned on through. It's a brilliant initial engage from FG, but Supermassive Blaze, Crucera, he's the one who's going to have to sweep through. He's the one who can get the kills, but it's down to the 1v1 who can rescue their team. Is now Furious Gaming, they move further up, but Crucera, he goes for the peak first.
Exactly, Crucera, again, trying his best to make sure his team's staying alive inside this game. Same thing goes with Big Milo, but this time it's Big Milo who comes out on top in this one. Furious Gaming looking pretty good. Poppy Potro should be back up on his feet in no time. On the other hand, Team Queso, we realize how important this game is for this team. Team Queso, a lot of things in line. Rise and Team Queso again lock their horns, but instead, it seems like Rise this time are the one in a little bit of disadvantage. And guess who's knocked down first? It's Mythic.
Still, Team Queso, they have been holding on a slower game here. Now as that zone continues to push away, it's going to be a long path through into more of that central zone. Of course, it's not an easy path coming through La Bandit, so they're going to have to take it slow. Yes, we know from our point of view there's no one around there, but Team Queso certainly don't know that, and that's something they will and should be respectful of, which means that slower rotation, less information coming, of course, into the center of that zone later on. And this is why you can see now it's starting to pick up the pace. You're starting to feel the rise of making these more riskier movements. Team Queso also now engulfed in the blue, trying to push out those final players. They're trying to find the kills, move on with their lives.
Team Queso landed found in the open, didn't really have a lot of cover to work with. Landon being taken down instantly. Rise should be feeling a little better after that one. Mufasa moving in forward, does realize it's time to go. Ayala quite low from the side of Team Queso. Both the teams are struggling, gotta say that for sure. Both the teams are on the struggling phase, but Team Queso, a little bit more struggle being shown from their side. Letting the kill should be confirmed. That leaves Team Queso with only 2 players alive, and they should not be falling short this early in the game of Miramar, because this is the final game.
But they tried to go really for those flushies, for those punishes onto Rise, but they got a little bit too aggressive, and that's beautiful shot through the windowsill.
Oh my god.
That's gonna be the nails in the coffin for Team Queso. One left standing. They need to come up with that miracle game, but it's not happening this week. Gonna have to sit out. You gotta believe Exil. It might just be able to survive both for now a little bit longer as Eastern Stars. They heard heard those shots. They come in for the third party, and Eastern Stars, who have felt a little bit of sleep all day, finally stepping up with the kills.
Eastern Stars joining in the fray as well. Got themselves, they're just trying to rack up those leftovers, man. They're just trying to sweep up the field over here. Team Queso Exil, the last man alive, and I feel like Mufasa might have heard him. He was running there a little bit. Exil, though, he needs to make sure he's not giving his position away.
Gary.
He needs to play this one as safe as possible. And no, Gary Berry is out in the open, and he will not be spared this time. From the backlines, it's Eastern Stars Bozzy taking him out the game. This leaves Rise with only one last man alive. It's Mufasa versus Exil from Team Queso. One-on-one situation in these compounds. Eastern Stars definitely do hear those gunshots, and while they pretty much do know that they have done most of the job over here. Rise, with only left with one man alive, I don't really think so they're going to be able to pull off a lot of things here. And Exil able to find that cheeky angle on him, and that's going to be it for Rise. They got eliminated.
The problem with Rise in that situation was you look actually Gary, a prime example, no healing, no bandages, no first aid meds, no adrenaline. There's nothing left inside that blue zone. They're trying to take an extended fight where they just don't have the equipment to take an extended fight. And actually Rise, they stay there way too long instead for trying to go for the push onto Queso. Yes, they grab the kills, but they lose their lives for it, and it's actually Exil who is left standing in the 1v1. Although Exil also is going to struggle, he also doesn't have a lot of healing left, and Eastern Stars should punish through Team Queso once more. Wherever they try to go, it could be a similar situation. I think that Exil has done still a better job, and it's a better out of two bad plays, we could argue.
Maybe, Jake, though, it was on purpose, though. Rise maybe try to take Team Queso down on purpose. As you mentioned, yeah, there was no need for Rise to commit that hard in that fight, but they still did anyways, and they got a decent amount of damage done on the Team Queso, but still, Team Queso and Eastern Stars are engaged in a fight up till now. Exil, of course, was the last man alive from that side. I do want to see how far he's going to be able to make it inside the zone. On the other side, Eastern Stars, they seem like they're not really interested in fighting that last kill left over from Team Queso, so they're going to be heading inside the zone. But look at Na'Vi. They have a really good position. They have the high ground working in their favor as well. All they're waiting for is that circle shift. And guess what? It is quite close to them, but again, they will have to leave that high ground soon.
Phase 3, it shifts all the way up, away from Picardo. We're playing on towards Hacienda and San Martin, and I love this because you look at Footballer's position. Look at how great their position is. You think immediately, oh, well, Footballers, they must have this one Necro in the bag, but it's again the problem that we saw with Black Dragons, right? In the previous Miramar match, you can be the center of attention. Everyone wants that position, and unfortunately for you, you got to fight for that. And Football is a team that now, are we going to see them step up? Are we going to see Footballers rise to that occasion and show us that aggression that they've actually been missing for, albeit the most part, of these previous 2 days? Because again, Footballers are one of these teams in that close to elimination space where they need to survive. They need to get these points on board.
Matic just peppering those bullets on the Vlads of Fenerbahce. No damage being found, though. It's more kind of like bullets to scare them away from this spot they have gotten themselves. And he does realize this is not really worth it, burning through his own bullets, so it's not going to be doing so again. Another rotation being spotted. It's going to be next Rhea, right underneath Na'Vi. And finally, the opening gets found from Kitsune, taking down Rebellion from the side of Fenerbahce. That's going to be putting Fenerbahce in such an uncomfortable spot, because now they will need to try and commit if they want to make sure Rebellion is staying alive for the rest of the game.
Kitsune, though, he's in an awkward position himself. Of course, he tries to knock down one, but now the cavalry arrives, and Kitsune knows that it is time to get out of there as he jumps straight in onto the zone. I think this is the right play coming through from Na'Vi. You have that zone shifting away from you. Don't play for those kills. Play for the positioning, and then actually just take out Fenerbahce later when you have, again, another good position in zone. Don't wait and actually let other players leapfrog you, because actually leaving that too long still takes the, again, going to be another casualty for Na'Vi, where they leave that too long to move in. They're in that infamous death spot in between all of these hillsides. Yes, Next Warrior aren't going anywhere. Aston, though, they know that. They don't need to focus on Next Warrior. They've got their eyes set on to Tixie, they take him down, and now Na'Vi, they suffer another unnecessarily loss by going through such a risky space.
Yeah, Na'Vi definitely, suffering another necessary loss for sure. Matic just tapping away, was able to deal decent amount of damage in the enemy lines. Na'Vi, I do like that kind of separation coming in between Meku and the rest of the two lads, Kitsune and Matic. But again, I do understand Meku kind of is holding that safety line. He's already holding that forward position inside the zone, and the circle luckily is covering Na'Vi in that as well. That means they're gonna be the guardian angel on the edge lines of the zone. That means they're gonna make sure next Ruya and Aton aren't really crossing over to this side.
Na'Vi, I hold my breath. I hold my breath for them, but they got the zone. They've got the position in hand. I think this is probably the best position you could ask for in such high ground. You're going to have absolute vision on everyone walking in, but now you need to push a little bit further. You need to show that you are the dominant team over there, and you can see, yes, you've already got Meku on the absolute high ground who can actually look over so many of these different players rotating their way in. Where are your other players on behind though? Because you're letting these opponents, like Ghost, move further forward, and if that zone then shifts next time over towards the east, Na'Vi are going to have a horrible time navigating through a team that they, quite frankly, let in on the rotation.
Ballist, so we're talking about, this game is also pretty important for the team like Footballist. Looking pretty decent in the position they found themselves in. They're inside the zone. But Shiktas is a team now they need to worry about getting in, including Black Dragons and a couple of teams in the south side. As I mentioned, Na'Vi is making sure that no one's going to be crossing over onto their side from the left side. But next Ruya, they're finding some cheeky rotation. They're trying to find some cheeky spots they can try and sneak in. But the high ground that Na'Vi has, they're just able to gather so much intel.
You can see as well, yes, Na'Vi are there, but those trying to cross over Eastern Stars. Also, there you've got the likes of Furious Gaming trying to cross further forward. Both of them are stopped in their tracks by Aton, who can punish through that rotation across the road inside that open space. That's where they're vulnerable, and one falls down for Eastern Stars. Now it's time for the rest to try and roam across. Final player has made it through, and it looks a little bit dicey for Furious Gaming. Looks a little bit dicey here as well for Unicorns of Love, who are on the opposite end of that zone, more towards that northeastern side, and they cannot find that solution versus A7, who seem to have them completely pinned. It's all down to Fresh, the 1 versus 2 versus Senatexa, and Carlahilo behind him is only but surely going to take him out as it dropped to half HP. The tree is the one thing it saves him.
Cario deciding to back off from that one. A7. Senatexa is still in the front lines. Cario, man, should be in the front lines. Decides to back off this time from this fight. Unicorns of Love, they're already a man down. Not really looking good when you talk about those. But Football is in Black Dragon. Seems like they're also engaging. You can see on the kill feed. But on the other hand, Na'Vi with the high ground still looking pretty tall in this one. Next Ruya, as I mentioned, they're trying their best to find a little bit of gaps to try and flow in the zone. And Na'Vi are trying their best to make sure the next Ruya isn't really able to do so, but they've already slipped past through Na'Vi.
Still, it comes down though to one of these 3 teams. As we might be down to 2. Besiktas is one of those in the elimination space. Bad Dragons, Black Dragons are going to suffer another knockdown. And actually, when you're looking towards the rest of Black Dragons and you're looking towards Besiktas, you have also them in Unicorns of Love. These are the 3 teams here, Necro, that we're keeping our eyes on. Because these are the 3 teams that make a difference in who goes through and who doesn't. And next Warrior, they might be one of those teams to fall down. Of course, only one of these 3 can make it in onto that safety net.
Exactly, but the next circle shift comes here as well, and Fenerbahce has found themselves in the lucky bunch. They're in the zone, including A7 and Ghost Gaming. These are the only few teams alive until now. You gotta give props to Ghost Gaming. They're able to make it up until now with all 4 players alive. So we have a solid competition in the final game of the league days of week 1. So this is what we really wanted to see in the final games. All the best of the best teams alive in the end, including Na'Vi, Ghost Gaming, Fenerbahce, and A7. But I do want to see how things are going to be looking like against Nextruya over here. But Eastern Stars is the team that we really need to eye out for. Because right now, Black Dragons are charging forward against them. Eastern Stars are bleeding. But guess what? They reply back. But the zone is there to take care of the final man. Eighth is not really respecting it. And he will fall down.
Eastern Stars eliminated. I should have said Black Dragons eliminated. Eastern Stars, they've got to move forward. Well, they also get eliminated rightly so straight afterwards with the help of the blue zone. And now you're looking towards that push onto Ghost. Can Ghost defend their spot on the high ground? Can they defend that crucial position? It must stay for Ghost to win this game. They have to stop the push coming through from footballers. They stop the Besiktas for now. As Na'Vi, they want to join that party too. It is an all-out brawl in between who can find that final few positions in the zone, because we are running out of space and Ghost says, you need to get off my lawn. It is their ton. They feel that pain. One goes down. Joko in amongst the burning flames. Finds two though. Spray back to back and he punishes Ghost. Makes him disappear.
40 bullets of pain from the side of Aton, making sure Ghost is feeling pain from that each and every single bullet. Spec is the man. As I mentioned, Ghost, I gave them props and now they're just down to that one last man alive. Ghost. Somehow they've managed to screw things up over here. Aton, all props to them. They have managed to make sure Ghosts are bleeding on their knees. Spec still alive though, looking pretty healthy, but he's also taking shots from the back and even from the front. Decides to prone back to safety. HH24, there's no way he's going to be able to crawl to safety. Footballists, make sure they're taking care of that situation. Love is in, no, quite low, but they seem pretty oblivious about Coco's spot. They need to be aware of him.
And the zone is just away from every single player in this game here, Necro. No one is in phase number 5. As now going into phase 6. Get your Swifties on, like we said, because there's no time left. And Lutz Footballers, he barely takes down Choco, but can he survive the aftershots? Yes, he does. He gets in behind the edge of the hillside. There goes Ghost, disappeared by Soulkey. And now it's down onto the bottom end with Footballers surviving. Next Royer, there's one less space available to them in that safety net, in that top 16. They need to push, but they might be able to live if they can outlive Unicorns of Love. If they can get into that zone, it's given to them more than the rest of these teams.
Circle shifting out in the open in no man's land. All the teams need to make it in, but the problem is they will have to go through a complete open ground. Football especially, they have such a long distance to cover, including Unicorns of Love. But Unicorns of Love now being subtracted from the team numbers over here. We don't really need to worry about them anymore. They have been taken care of. Fenerbahce going against Nextruya. Nextruya, this game is quite important for them. Flaky spotting out the player of Nextruya. Oh, down quite low. Flaky has to thank his luck over there for him to stay alive. They do realize Fenerbahce are getting charged up on Rebellion, down quite low as well. Fenerbahce, the chances of them making it out alive from this fight are looking quite slim.
And they've got one. Can they find two? Yes, they do. Here, Necro. When the back's against the wall, next Royer, they eliminate through Fenerbahce. Disappeared. Another one gone. Is Fenerbahce bite the dust? They're making it happen to the final 2. It's a showdown between them and A7 as football is dropping. I think that next Royer, they might have just done it. They might have just saved themselves in this final showdown as A7 is stepped forward. Coriello up front, but next Warrior, they hold firm, but with that knock in the front line, it might be all that they can say.
Gario, as you mentioned, up front, and a brilliant rotation coming in from the side of A7. Beautiful timing on that as well. Next Ruya, there's just no way they're going to be able to fight back because they're on the lower ground. A7 clearly are holding the high ground over here. And they have a clear line of sight onto them. Carry, of course, charging in forward. This is what we like to see. This is what we do know. What A7 does like to do. Frozen trying his best to fight back, but he will fall down as well. A7, there's just no way. There's just no way Nextria is going to be able to fight back in this one.
No way indeed, that's what A7 does. Total annihilation of their opponents and back on top form. A7, the last game of the weekdays, they found their victory once more. They got it snuffed away in that first game, second position, but they got it, as we said, this time. And I think it was pretty dominant considering A7, what a tricky zone that was for them to navigate, but they sneaked in through, of course, that wider flank and dodged out a lot of those fights. All they needed to do was clean up the final members of course, Next Warrior. But to talk about Next Warrior especially, what a comeback coming through from them. Sat in 17th position. They knew they had to put up performance. They couldn't stand idle. They were in that elimination space and to avoid relegation and actually snuff out the likes of Unicorns of Love, potentially, the likes of course Bozels down below them. That's the teams, that's what we're looking for from them.
One thing we can definitely say, Team Queso is out the equation, man. Unfortunately, they got kind of griefed by Rise there in the end, in the start, actually. And, well, Team Queso, well, that's it. They're not going to be able to make it in the Super Weekend over here. They're not going to be able to make it in top 16. But as you mentioned, next Ruya, they did realize it's time to step up, and they did step up in the right moment. I also do like how A7 didn't really kind of charge in forward in the first. They were waiting for that right moment to charge in inside the zone and get the high ground. So that timing on that rotation was perfect in the end there.
Yeah, I actually think that when you play that game patiently, you start to just edge in, as we say. You don't want to rush in onto a zone like that, similarly, where it is so open, where it is so tricky, actually, to navigate down into those dips, to try rotate up into those higher hills, but back again onto those final phases. It is so difficult to go up ground just as much as it is to go down ground later in the game. And actually, I think that as a result, you saw that difficulty come from the likes of Na'Vi trying to navigate through when they had to escape that high ground, because used teams who weren't as adaptive, who weren't as quick on their feet, were the ones who got punished. And we mentioned that potentially could have been happening with Na'Vi when we saw the likes of Ghost, those other squads sneaking past them, being allowed those positions to later gatekeep these squads.
Exactly, and Ghost as well, I mean, got kind of griefed by Aton over there. I mean, they had all four of their players alive, but Aton as well, they were left with no choice, man. Yeah, they were left with no choice. They had to go in, no matter what. And in the end, yeah, they did kind of almost took down Ghost Gaming. The only one last man was left alive, but as well, I didn't really have a lot of hopes from him as well. But yeah, in the end, Na'Vi, I gotta give props to Next Ruya, though, how they were able to slip past through Na'Vi's eyes, and they were able to make it in the safety inside the zone. And Next Ruya as well. Overall, a perfect performance. This is what they need.
Yeah. I think in Next Warrior, they really stepped up in this game. Of course, they were a stronger team on day one. They fell apart, I think, in the first 4 games, and they were able to step it up when it counts. But now we've got to continue to step it up, right? Heading back into Super Weekend, they start from 0. They're going to need to show us why they deserve to be in that Super Weekend and show us even more what they could do, like in this final game. I think that's actually a big mistake coming through for some of these other teams like Team K. So taking these unnecessarily extended fights, I think there are also big things to sort on these teams who didn't make it when you are looking towards positioning, where you're starting at. And we talked about adaptations from those initial drop spots. That's something that has to be on the minds of a couple of these squads if they want to make it into future Super Weekends, because those early games, that's where it's more dicey for those bottom 4.
That definitely is where it's like kind of more dicey, as you mentioned. But yeah, the bottom 4, we were talking about how things were really looking shaky, and Team Queso being one of those, I do know you're also kind of like really counting in on them. But unfortunately, Rise just targeted them early off, making sure that Team Queso isn't really the one they need to face off in the Super Weekends, because their drop was clashing all the time on Miramar, and they did realize if they want to have a safe drop, if they want to have a safe opening, at least in the map of Miramar and Super Weekends, they will need to get rid of Team Queso.
What a game. Holy camole, guacamole. Next Ria, they needed that one so bad. We saw before this game, they got bumped into that 17th position. They knew what they needed to do. They got second place right there, gentlemen. It is going to be really close when we get the opportunity to check out the overall leaderboard. But before we get to that, we got to review. We got to review this last game.
so many things happen. One thing that I'm super worried about is, so Xset, they were hanging in there, right? And the teams below them, I believe it was Footballers, Nexruya, and Unicorns of Love. I think I saw all 3 teams that were, you know, below Xset kind of make it to that end game. So points-wise, I mean, Dave, you and I both said Xset should be safe. There's no way, like, those 3 teams perfectly get enough points to pass up, but we saw them in the end game.
They made it.
So,
I think they made it.
I'm scared.
I think Xset made it. I'm not scared. I'm confident, man. They listen. They have to
scared.
make it, Zute. What do you think, Seven?
I've been saying the whole time. Even yesterday, I said you don't want to be that team that's going to be relying on some of the other teams getting eliminated on that final game. Xset kind of left it up to that. I've been saying that I don't think, especially the last semi, I was saying I don't think they're going to be able to make it. I think some of these teams are going to be able to just clutch up. Just the margin was too close, and we've been seeing it so far today. We've been seeing some teams just kind of going back to the basics, right? Going back to just making sure they survive, making sure they get those placement points, and the kills, they will try to get some kills as they go along. Kind of like what Ghost Gaming did pretty much the whole day today. Man, I really don't think Xset made it. Nexruya, I mean, they showed up when they needed to show up. I totally agree with the casters there. And then it kind of comes down to, right, the teams that do make it, it's a clean slate. Once you go to the Super Weekend, now it's when it actually is gonna matter, right? Now it's when we're gonna be able to see some of the strats you guys have been working on. We do have to give some props to Alpha 7. I mean, being able, and I think this is in a way I was talking about them having a chip on their shoulder. They were able to bounce back from that fight with Navi in that previous Erangel. They were able to get that chicken dinner there with 27 points total. Nexruya making it count when it mattered the most. Definitely have to give some props. 18 points for themselves. Footballers as well. 16 points. This is some footballers that I definitely enjoy seeing here, Sute.
Yeah, so I mentioned Footballers, Unicorns of Love, and Nexruya. All 3 of which are on the front page. That was below Xset. Now, I don't have a calculator or a computer in my head, so I'm feeling even extra scared now for Xset seeing those points. But let's take a look at the second page. Second page right here. Team Queso, that's the big one that sticks out to me. Team Queso, we saw them, you know, had that fight with Rise once again. And Rise, they knew they made it in, so they full commit to just, you know, shutting Team Queso down. And I'm pretty sure Team Queso will not be in the Super Weekend based on these points here, 7.
Yeah, they're definitely not going to be. I mean, they've been very lackluster, if I'm being honest here. We do have, though, Mafioso being able to get that MVP for Alpha 7, 648 damage. My boy, he was able to get 6 elims with 42%. That's actually super impressive for a player like Mafioso on a team like Alpha 7, for him to be able to get 42% of team contributions. Very impressed with that. Something I do kind of want to point out is I was expecting a little bit better from Navi, especially this last match. I was saying this might be a turning tables after what happened with Erangel, then being able to win against Alpha 7. I didn't see that. I really hope, especially going into the Super Weekend, we see a completely different Navi, Sute.
We kind of have to. I'll be honest, not a single game today, nor a single moment that Navi was on camera that they look like Navi. Honestly, Navi looked like just another average team. Like, I saw absolutely like no shines of brightness, and I know I might be a little bit hard on Navi, but Navi are the champions, so I expect a little bit more. But taking a look at this, Nexruya and Football is Solke up there. Shout outs to Solke. I did get a chance to meet him in person last year. Really chill dude, really nice guy. But 55% team contribution. Okay, team member has 4 people, and Solke put up 55% of that contribution. 6 elims, 809 damage. Really good job to Solke, but Frozen as well for Nexruya. Nexruya really needed to clutch up this one if they wanted to break in the top 16, and well, Frozen definitely helped out a lot on that one with 41% team contribution.
They definitely did. I'm excited to just see that leaderboard. I'm also excited to see, even though it's just week of league play, right? I'm excited to see who ended up being in first place. We saw Knights having kind of like a good performance, being able to create somewhat of a gap here on league play, and I just want to see if they were able to maintain it. And there you go. They were by actually 20 points. Nice being able to finish off this first week of league play here with 105 points, 1 chicken dinner, and I just love the amount of elims and the amount of placement points. It seems just very balanced. Knights definitely one of the teams that kind of impressed me the most, besides them being here in first place. They just impressed me with the way they were playing. They were playing like how they usually play on the regions and kind of playing out really, really well. Mad Bulls as well. We saw them being able to secure an 18 elims chicken dinner earlier today. That was impressive. Black Dragons as well with 86 points. They end up being tied. S2G does get knocked down to that 4th place with 84. It doesn't really matter because all these teams are going to be qualifying. What I really want to know is the teams that are going to be on that second page. I want to see where Navi ends up. I want to see where Ghost Gaming ends up. And most of all, I want to see where the NA champion, Exit, is going to end up. Because here we go, Sute.
And...
Oh, they don't make it by 2 points, Sue.
Oh, Dave.
No, not Dave. Highland Wolf. Remember, it's his birthday, and he blew out his candles for Navi. Dude, hey, Exit, what happened? What happened?
Man.
Oh, dude. This is tough. This is real tough. I mean, this is a team that didn't play. I guess they were kind of up there, too, in regards to their game style. They were up there in regards to not playing how we seen them. They were up there with Ghost Gaming. We weren't really trusting them. By the way, these are all the teams that are going to be going to this first Super Weekend, so make sure you tune into that. But what a huge surprise. I mean, Team Queso, too. I was expecting a lot more from Team Queso. I was seeing flashes of greatness when we're in the Americas Championship. Just an absolute letdown here on this first week of league play.
Yeah, so, I mean, for the teams that didn't make that first Super Weekend, it's not over, right? You need top 16 to, get into the finals. And if there's 3 other teams that also didn't make it in the first Super Weekend, it's not like you're the only one that's sitting out. But of course, it's never nice to be in that position. And Exet, yeah, they were the champions for North America. I have no idea what happened to them. Just like I have no idea what happened to Navi as well. I mean, Navi made it in at least, but it's like a lot of these top teams getting shaken up here. Maybe, just maybe, Dave, I think these other teams, they're hungrier than some of these other teams that have had a taste of the champions.
Yeah, hungry for that chicken dinner. And congrats to the 16 teams that will be competing in the first Super Weekend, which will start on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And to kind of add on to your point, Zute, there's still going to be 2 more weeks after this. So the teams that did not qualify, well, make sure you tighten up. But before we get to that, we got a little recap. Last recap here of the week, Zute. Pull it up, man.
All right. So, I mean, for this recap, I already picked out the teams that I was talking about. Unicorns of Love, that was on the cusp of potentially not making it. Same with Next Ruya. So let's go ahead and take a look at Unicorns of Love. They did end up making it towards that end game, and that just secured them enough points to break it in. And now that I keep thinking about it, I mean, Xset, they just had the perfect storm of unfortunateness, right? All the 3 teams that were below them all did just well enough to pass them up. So here we see Unicorns of Love rotation. It came in from the northeast, made it to that end game. This circle right here, if they could break it into this circle and survive for just a little bit, that's almost guaranteed placement points and some elim points as they fight their way in. I do believe right here they kind of met their end, but it was enough. It was definitely enough for them to qualify. Oh, no, actually, there we go. They made it. They squeaked it on by just a little bit longer, 7.
You just not seeing that. I thought they were done too. I thought they were done.
They came back. They came back.
They're like that ex-girlfriend that doesn't want to leave. Then we go to next area right here. 6 elims. I mean, talk about having to survive for a team. Talk about going to the basics. This team pretty much, they almost caught themselves there in that fight with Navi. Luckily, and I honestly don't even know how they got out of it, but they were able to manage to get out of it. They did end up losing a player. They did end up losing a couple players, but they were able to kind of challenge for that first place. And this is just so impressive to see out of Next Ruya. And what's crazier to me too, Sue, and this might set some kind of precedent going into the future, especially when we go to Miramar. They didn't really try to fight Alpha 7 at the start of Miramar. And these 2 teams that usually tend to fight at the start of the game in Miramar, they ended up fighting for that first place and second place.
Yeah, you can see right there before they met their demise, this was the last fight with Alpha 7. They did manage to take out another team, which we will be showing real quick. So next Ruya, they weren't in the top 16 coming into this game, and then they secure second place, which is absolutely huge. And here's that fight. It was a 3v3. It was a really close one. And next Ruya, they just barely pulled it off. And honestly, afterwards, they fought Alpha 7, and it looked like they almost could have had a chance to win that one. Of course, you know, Alpha 7 just being the top dogs, and it came down to these grenades back and forth. Oh, man. FB almost winning this one, but it doesn't matter. They're in. They're comfortable. Next Ruya, also a winner here. So we do see one team going down, but at the end of the day, both of these teams on screen, in my opinion, are the winners because they go to the Super Weekend 7.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, for this right here, I feel like for some of these teams, especially the ending next, Ruya, FB, even though they did end up losing that engagement that we're currently seeing on your screen, and then Alpha 7 being able to get that final chicken dinner, I feel like it's going to be somewhat of a confident booster for them going into the Super Weekend, especially with Alpha 7. I mean, we've been kind of hoping that we'll get another chicken dinner here in this week of League Play, especially after what happened with Navi. They were able to kind of brush that off. They're like, all right, you know what? Maybe it was a fluke. Maybe something happened. Who cares? We got a chicken dinner. We're moving on to the Super Weekend, and we'll be able to kind of showcase what happened there. I'm going to be looking forward, man, to the Super Weekend. I'm going to be looking forward especially, and I'm going to be calling it out right now. I'm looking forward to seeing how Navi's going to be playing, and I'm looking forward to seeing how Ghost Gaming is going to be playing. Because what we saw here in this past 2 days is definitely not what I expected out of those two teams, guys.
At all. Hold on.
These are their winner chicken dinners of today.
Yeah, the winners. And I want to elaborate a little bit more on Seven's point, right? Ghost Gaming.
Go for it.
We saw them start to shy away from, you know, those hot drops, those contestants, and I think Supermassive plays. They're going to keep that pressure on, and now that these points really, really, really matter, is Ghost Gaming going to keep contesting, especially given the performance that they've had? They are definitely playing more like a scared team, Dave.
Yeah. I would hope that Ghost Gaming, they come up with a secondary drop spot, just to kind of add on to that point. It worked out today, but barely, right? And the goal here, top 16 for the league play, everybody knows that by now, but you want to get as many points as possible during these super weekends, because all those points at the end of 3 weeks will decide who makes it to those finals, and that's where you want to be at the end of the day. So I would hope that some of these teams that had a rough league play, they go back, they watch the footage, and they review amongst each other and come up with these secondary drop spots, maybe even a third drop spot. I know, you know, that might be asking a lot here, but they have to avoid getting dropped on early, especially when there's a lot on the line here. There's going to be a ton of money, gentlemen. Like, this is one of the biggest prize pools so far here for PUBG Mobile.
Dave, I'm so glad you mentioned that right there, because I think with Ghost Gaming, it becomes a very obvious point of them just needing to make sure they don't lose players at the start. We saw them being, especially today, we saw them being able to contest on the final circles. They were just outnumbered. In Miramar, they only had 3 people left. When if they had that extra 4, they would have been able to use him as bait, right? And then in Erangel, we saw just Spec and Tensa being able to be by themselves. They were able to secure those extra points. So for Ghost Gaming, I would like, it's okay if they don't want to take those early engagements. I would actually encourage it. I would like to see a little bit more of towards the final circles, all 4 players being alive and seeing that fragging power that we've seen before out of Ghost Gaming.
Final thoughts, Tuesday.
I just want to see the hot drop again. I mean, these are so fun, but it's even more fun and exciting when it's in a super weekend, right? Like, it gets so much more intense.
Sandhawk.
Wow, Sandhawk. Oh, yes, Sandhawk, baby. So, ladies and gentlemen, we got 1 day off, and then we're going to be bringing it with the first super weekend of PMGC West League. Out here, Diamond Dave, clocking out. Zute7, thanks for hanging out with your boy. Ladies and gentlemen, keep playing PUBG Mobile.